I was at TD Bank, opening a bank account, and I had parked the car in the corner illegally, because I thought it was going to be quick or whatever. I didn't think. So I saw a cop come around and pull up behind me. So I left TD Bank to go move the car, and then the cop was like, "Oh no, a summons or whatever. Didn't give me a ticket or whatever." So I said, "No, I don't want no ticket." I jumped in the car and pulled around and parked at the next parking spot, and he pulled the lights on me. So then he's asking me like,
wait a second. You parked illegally. You parked in someplace where you shouldn't have been parked.
Yeah, on the corner.
And then what did you do? You said a cop came up to you?
Yeah, a cop came behind the car and started writing a ticket. So I told him, I'm gonna move the car right now. So I got in the car and drove like literally one space in front of the car in front of me. And then as soon as I did that, he put the lights on me and pulled me over.
Right.
And
he probably thought, yeah. Okay, he might have been saying like, yeah, you're trying to flee or something like that. Okay.
Yeah. So then he proceeded to ask me, license or registration, and I told him that my license was inside the bank, and asked me for my name and all this stuff, and I wasn't too friendly with him. I said, am I required to have a license to move my property from point A to point B? Blah blah. I mean, they don't really understand none of this stuff.
Right.
So then I asked him for a supervisor, to call the supervisor, to call the supervisor over there because, traffic infractions are not crimes, whatever. So then he called up for backup. So then he kept telling me to get the car. So finally I said, is that an order? Are you ordering me to get the car? So he said, yeah. I said, so that's your wish. Do you wish for me to fulfill your order? I charge $10,000 per order, and I have it on video. So he said, yeah, get out the car. So as soon as I got the car, he handcuffed me. and arrested me and put me in the truck. So I said, why am I being arrested? He said, because you don't have a license. So basically, he handcuffed me, he put me in the truck, and when he put me in the truck, he kind of almost broke my wrist. So they had me in jail in Providence Police Station in my city for 17 hours. They arrested me like around 6:30. So I didn't see the judge. I didn't get to the court till like 9:30 or 10 o'clock, and I didn't get released till like 12 o'clock. And when I was talking to the judge, I asked her if it was a court of record, proceeded on a common law. She said yes. And I said, okay, all right, then is there a man here that has a verifiable claim? And she says the government or whatever. I don't know, the government or whatever. I said, was the plaintiff here? But she wasn't really having it. She didn't care. So so then I just said, you know what? I'm an aggrieved man, and I'm here by special appearance, and I want to challenge subject matter jurisdiction. I just threw that out there. And she said, if you think, I don't know what she said, but she just basically said not guilty. So then today, I went for the pretrial, and I had put a notice into the court, that I am a man, I require the plaintiff to appear, and then I also wrote, I require the restoration of my property. Because when they pulled me out of the car, they checked my pocket, and I had a pocket knife in there. It's a 3-inch or 3 1/8 of an inch pocket knife. I bought it at a store. Just like a Cumberland Farms, you know what I mean? Like one of those little variety stores. It was like a small pocket knife. I didn't even know I had it in my pocket. So it was like, bingo. And they charged me. So they basically charged me a criminal of having a weapon and obstruction of justice. That's what they charged me. So today they transferred it from district court to a superior court because I asked the lady today at court, she wasn't being too helpful to the judge. So I said, what is the nature of the person before this court? So as soon as I said that, she just said, I'm just transferring this to superior court. And I asked her also, is the plaintiff here? Is there a man here that's going to verify his claim? And when I asked her that, she said, using the word plaintiff, this is a criminal matter. Plaintiffs is for civil matters or something like that. So I was like, what the fuck? She's talking about, I was like, whatever. But basically.
So like I said, you just had to say fine, plaintiffs are, civil matter. Say fine. Is the man or woman who's accusing me of doing something wrong here?
Right. And she kept saying the government. Because I said, look, I'm here to.
I never met a man named Mr. Government.
Exactly, me either. I never met a man named State of Rhode Island.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You said the government is this? Like, can I meet Mr. the Government or the Mrs. the Government? Did you ask her that?
I think I said something to that effect, and she didn't really like it that much, and she said, the Attorney General, she said something about the Attorney General and the legislator creates the laws, she kept talking, she didn't really want to answer, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
She kept trying to deflect the question.
Yeah, just require the man to come forward. I don't care about I don't care about a civics lesson, man.
Right, right.
I don't care if some legal entity, believes I've done something. I'm looking for the man who done something wrong.
Yeah, like there's a like I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not sure if you're on Facebook a lot, but there's like there's this group Common Law.
I'm never on Facebook.
Right. Well, there's like a lot of gurus now that want to be like you. Like there's like 2 common law groups that I'm in. They listen to a lot of your shows to their ears bleed. These guys are like into it, and me too. I'm always listening to this stuff. And some guy has some notice, that I kind of used, and I put it. I filed into the court last Thursday. The notice, and she read the notice. She goes, "Yeah, I don't really understand this. This notice because." Notice said, I require the plaintiff to pay. I require the restoration of my property post haste, and I gave them 3 days after receipt of the notice. And the notice I sent it certified mail, and they got there on Monday. But then I filed one on Thursday, also last Thursday. So I said, after 3 days of receipt of this notice, I require $1 per second that my property is not restored. And they just basically they don't give a shit. They just ignore it. You know what I mean?
What she said, she didn't understand it.
Yeah, she said I don't really understand this.
What did she say? She didn't understand it. What did you tell her?
I don't even know. I should have said, what part don't you understand?
No, when you say, well, then, if you wish to recuse yourself, and let somebody else who comes in who does understand, that'd be fine.
Who's more competent, right? Yeah.
Yeah, well, no, just if you don't understand it, if it's, you just, recuse yourself and have somebody who come in here who does understand. That's no big deal.
Right. Yeah, and that's funny because I had just read that, too. About the recuse yourself that you had told somebody else that I think you had told the judge that one time too, that to recuse themselves if they didn't understand or something.
Well, if they're unqualified, they say they're not. They usually say they're not qualified. I mean, they're not insured.
Right. Yeah, see, like in the heat of the moment, so many things, and I just can't remember everything I saw. I mean, if I knew half of what you knew, I wouldn't even ever have to go to court. You know what I mean? So I'm just so mad that. False arrest, false imprisonment. It's a trespass, and everything's a trespass. But 17 hours. And I was away from my son. I got a 2-year-old son over here. I've never been away from him. at nighttime, at night. You know what I mean? Like I spent the day over there. He woke up in the morning. Where's Daddy? That's not cool, man. That's just. I don't know. But I don't know. So I guess the lady transferred it now to Superior Court because once I asked her that, she said, "Oh, what's in?" I transferred to Superior Court. So I'm just wondering, what should I do now? What's my next step? I just sent you a donation too right now, right when you called me. I was just on PayPal.
Oh, well. No, if you don't want to what? You wanted me to ask you that question. Hey, have you donated?
Oh no. Yeah, I always what's the craziest thing, right? It's fucking crazy. The last time I donated like $20 the day before I got arrested. So on Wednesday, for some reason, I just wanted to donate. Let me give you $20, Karl Lentz, because I'm always listening to you and everything. So, boom. The next day, so I donated $20 on Wednesday. On Thursday, that shit happened to me. I'm like, wow, what are the fucking odds of this shit happening the day after I donated to Karl Lentz? You know what I'm saying?
That's funny. That's
fucking unbelievable. You know what I mean? If you check the day I donated Wednesday and the thing happened on Thursday, like, that's just, who would have thought something like that? I don't know. That's just crazy. But I just donated $100 right now on PayPal. Just because I know you're busy, man. I don't want you to think that I want anything for free. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I just want to be let alone.
Well, now you got to find out who picked up the case at the Superior Court. You got to find out who's been assigned to it.
The judge that picked it up?
No, the prosecutor who picked it up. The judge is there to defend you. The judge is, the judge is basically the attorney's prisoner. The prisoner is the attorney. So no, you're not going after the judge.
No, yeah, the prosecutor. Okay.
But you want to look for the prosecutor. You want to look for the guy who wants to hang you. And
right.
you try to ask him where does he get his authority, to do such an act on whose behalf.
Right.
And then he's going to say that people, and then you just say, okay, can you bring one of the people? Just anyone. I mean any one of the people. Just a single one. And then he says, what? Is it just do like, you could say, well, look at Gore versus Bush, 2000. What did the Supreme Court say? Al Gore forgot to bring one of the people, just one of the people from Florida. Since there was none of the people, who was harmed or injured or accrued a law.
Case. Right, they had to dismiss it.
Yeah, they dismissed it. They threw it back to Florida. So it's that simple. It's the prosecutor.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. You could actually say something that simple to a prosecutor. Don't you remember that case? Without one of the people, you have no case. So which one of the people do I owe a debt to? Which one of the people have I done something to so I could compensate them and tell them I'm sorry and pay them so I can go for my life?
So first thing I do is find out who the prosecutor is.
Yeah. Write
him a letter?
Find out who's going to sign the case. And then they're going to say nobody's going to be assigned. They're going to say, they're going to tell you nobody's been assigned yet. And then you're going to say, okay, who's got control of this case? Is it a state matter? Is it a county matter? Is it a city matter? Who's got it?
Well, it says State of Rhode Island versus my name.
They'll tell you, okay? And then you're going to find out if it's the State of Rhode Island or the Commonwealth Attorney's Office who's got charge of it, or you're going to find out if it's the State Attorney General's Office. You're going to have to find out who actually is going to do the prosecuting, who prosecutes those cases in that court. It could be the General's Office, or it could be the state's this could be a state's attorney's office. There's going to be a difference between like the state's attorney general's office, because sometimes most state attorney general's offices just defend when a state employee or state agent does something wrong. So it depends on what state you live in. You got to ask them: is it like a Commonwealth attorney? Is it a state attorney? Or is it the state attorney general's office? Who is going to move this case through the court on behalf of whatever's on the top of the paper? It could be the state of Rhode Island. Who is, like, what agency is going to be moving this case through the court on behalf of whatever the hell's on the top, the Commonwealth or the state of or the county of? I don't give a damn. You're just going to call them up and say, hey, just call up the courthouse and say, hey, I got a piece of paper here. It's a criminal indictment or criminal charges and criminal allegations, whatever they define it as at this point. Just call up the courthouse and say who, what agency prosecutes this. Is it the state attorney general's office? Is it the state attorney? Is it the county prosecutor's office? Who's going to be moving this case through the court?
Right.
And when is your next hearing?
I have no idea. She said I didn't have to sign anything. I didn't need to. They said they're going to mail me something in the mail.
Okay, well, yeah, don't worry about that crap. I was just hoping you were going to say tomorrow or the next day. Fine, don't worry about it. Just find out who the prosecutor is and start jumping his shit.
All right. So as soon as I find out the prosecutor, his name, do I send the next step? Do I say to the court or to his home address? How would that work?
No, you just find out if it's the attorney. You find out where the attorneys are located. Like I said, they're going to say nobody's been assigned to this yet. No assistant attorney. Obviously, the attorney for the state is not going to take it on. Obviously, he's going to give it to an assistant. Obviously, the head guy doesn't give a damn about you. So then he's send it off to somebody else. And then all you have to ask for is you're still sending it to the top guy. You find out if it's the Attorney General's office, and you find out if they find out that they're the office that is going to move the case, and say his name is Bob Smith. You're just going to write a letter to Bob Smith. You're just going to say something simple like, like, dear Bob, greetings. My name is Richard, and I believe that your office, or well, like I said, the first thing is you can just say something like, say, I believe you're the man. Are you the man who's going to prosecute this matter in Superior Court or wherever you're located, district, circuit court? I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
With a simple question like that, and then just attach the charges to the paper.
Right.
Just say, see attached. Say, are you the man who's going to be, moving this matter in Superior Court? And just say, see attached, and say, and I say to people, man, nowadays I just tell people, man, just put a self-addressed stamped envelope in there.
Okay.
And put a piece of paper in there, and just pick a checkbox, yes or no. And then just say yes or no, a separate piece of paper, and then just put a line underneath there, on the bottom for where you can sign his name. So that way you don't want a long drawn-out answer from the guy. Say, I want to ask you a simple question. Yeah, you could just write him a letter like that. Like say, dear Bob Smith, greetings. I have a simple question for you, a simple yes or no question. Are you the man who is going to be moving this matter in Superior Court? Yes or no? And then he's probably going to check box the word no. And then you're going to say, okay, is your office? And then you send him back another letter. Say, is your office going to be moving this matter? If you're not going to be, is one of your assistants going to be moving this to the court? Is there a man who's assist you or a woman who assists you who's going to be moving it? But just make it simple, yes or no, because just 2 seconds to check box the word no, stuff it in a damn envelope and send it back to you.
All right, so that's the first step then. We'll just do the one step at a time.
Yeah, that's what you basically could send a letter almost every day because you could send one today, and then you could basically say to yourself, you could send them 2 letters tomorrow if you felt like it. You could say, if you're not the man who's going to be moving it, are you going to assign this matter to another man or woman out of your office? Again, check box it yes or no. And then then the next letter you could send is like, oh, it says you are not the man or the woman who's going to be prosecuting me as moving this case to court. Do you know what the name of the office or the agency that's going to be moving this matter through Superior Court?
Right.
So just send them letters like that. I just send them all 3 freaking letters. You could send them all 3 letters in 3 separate envelopes all at the same time.
Right. Just knowing simple stuff.
Yeah, that's right. Because you can see that he knows what you're trying to avoid. You're trying to avoid any kind of ridiculous answers from him. You're trying to avoid any ridiculous, 3 pages of nonsense. Just tell me yes and no.
Right.
I just want to know answers from you. And see, they hate that. They hate just giving you just a yes or no answer. They hate it. They hate it. They want to give you, the judge wants to give you some lecture. Like whatever the lady said to you, when she said to you, I don't understand what you're saying. And then when she goes off on this ridiculous nonsense, he says, ma'am, I asked you a yes or no question. I don't give a damn I don't need a civics lesson. I don't need to know how the government works. I don't really give a damn who creates law. I asked you a yes or no question, ma'am. Is there a man here that have done something wrong? That's all I know. I don't need a civics lesson, ma'am.
Yeah, she didn't like that. She was like, oh, the government. She started talking about a bunch of shit that I was just like, I felt like I was just looking at her, watching her lips, and not even paying attention to what she was saying.
You just let us run on her thing. You just let her do her thing. You just get on her bicycle and ride and say, okay, ma'am, you finished? Are you done? You're done? You finished? Okay. The answer was yes and no. Is there a man here that's going to claim I've done something wrong? Yes or no? Bottom line. If he's going to say no. So, okay, so I've done no wrong. Is that what you're trying to tell me? Yes or no? All I want to know is have I done something wrong? Yes or no? That's all. I don't give a damn. All I want to know, did I do something wrong? Yes or no?
Well, then she'll say, well, the government thinks that you broke the law here because we have this criminal.
The answer is no, or the answer is yes. See, because a lawyer, they'll give you the yes or no answer. That's why I say that you make just a check box, yes or no for these guys. From now on, you don't let these guys give you an answer in writing. You just give them a piece of paper, put a checkbox next to the word yes, put a checkbox next to the word no. And if you want to put another line on there to say, if you wish to explain, go ahead. And then just fucking put a blank area for him to sign his name. Say yes, no, and underneath it just say, if you wish to explain, here's your space to do it. Right. And that's it. You know what I'm saying? No nonsense fuckers anymore. Just yes or fucking no. And then if you explain your yes or no, that's fine. But all I want to hear out of your mouth is yes or no. I don't hear a damn thing other than yes or no.
Right.
Give me other shit after yes or no, that's fine. You can explain your yes all day. I don't fucking care. But you want to explain your yes, God bless you. I don't care.
Right.
That's
cool.
Right. I couldn't care less what your explanation is. I don't care.
Yeah, man. I'm like, I'm so mad. You have no idea. These like 17 hours. That's I don't even know how to put into like, that's just ridiculous. I don't even. I'm so like. I'm talking about it right now. I'm getting hot just thinking about it. Like,
what? I came into Canada on an airplane, man. They held me for 23 hours in a holding cell, and I didn't do a damn thing wrong. I said, "Am I charged with that?" And they said, "Nope." I said, "Am I free to leave?" They said, "Nope." I said, "You charging me with a crime?" "Nope." I said, "Are you detaining me?" "Nope." And it's funny when they brought me to the the local jail, the local county sheriff's department or whatever, the prison. They said, are we booking him? Nope. Are we fingerprinting him? Nope. They said, well, what's his name? They said, don't worry about it. They said, he was never here. They said, well, you don't want to just put down like anything, John Doe.
Right. Was that with the money situation?
No. That was when I flew into Regina up in Saskatchewan to help somebody with a drunk driving case.
Oh, all right.
It was just drunk driving, and they did all that nonsense with drunk driving.
Wow.
I wasn't going up there to, change the government. I was going there because some guy fell asleep in his driveway, and he was drunk, and the cops came to see if he was okay. And then they said he was drinking. They arrested him for drinking and driving. He's like, hey, it was a nice day. I had a couple of beers listening to the radio, and I fell asleep.
Right.
Yeah,
in his own driveway.
Well, all right, I wasn't going up to Canada to just create some sort of let's
pull the company's charter.
let's pull Canada's charter. Yeah, I was just up there helping some guy with driving charge, and it was a simple one. So it gives them the right to come on private property and arrest somebody.
Right. That's cool. But yeah, so I'm just gonna find out, who's prosecuting the case. Write him a letter. Like you said, are you the man prosecuting this matter? Yes or no? And then with a prepaid envelope, so you can stuff it in there and send it back to me.
Make a space underneath there. Say you may wish to explain. You can explain if you wish. Underneath it. You just try to make it look up. You know what you do? Take a picture of that thing before you mail it off and just send it to me, and I'll tell you, hey, that looks cool. But I can almost guarantee what it's going to look like. The answer thing. You can say dear Richard, and whatever your last name is, checkbox, and underneath that's right. Checkbox yes, checkbox no. And so explain. I wish to explain. I wish to explain. Yes, you may wish to explain. To make a couple of lines under there, his explanation.
Should I handwrite that?
Yeah, I'd handwrite it. That'd be always a good idea, and then I'd print it just in case he said I can't understand your chicken scratch.
I filed my claim at federal court, in my court, and I made a mistake and included a person who was not diverse, and they dismissed it on January 29th. So on February 4th, I refiled it, amending it to get rid of the person that was not diverse. And then
what are the person wasn't diverse?
Because they was in the same state. I made a mistake, included someone in the same city as me.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Were you going after a man or were you going after a state actor?
Going after there was three people. It was a man, the CFO of a corporation, of two corporations, and then the last person who signed a document trying to do something to my property, administrate my property. So I included them. And then there was another person that was here that was a person that I was going after, and that person happened to be living here in Las Vegas.
I'm trying to follow you, man. It's kind of complicated, man. I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about.
Okay. Okay. All right. I had the wrongdoer was two corporations and a person, a man, a woman, shall I say. And the woman was not diverse because they live in Las Vegas as well. Okay. So when
you want to, okay. So if you file as a man, you can't sue a corporation. You always file against another man.
Okay, so
did you do that or didn't you do that? I mean, Bob could sue Joe, but Joe can't sue a pine cone.
Right. Okay, the pine cone. So the man that controls the corporation, you can sue him.
Yeah, right. You sue the guy who threw the pine cone. You don't sue the pine cone.
Right, which is what I did. I put the guy's name, the CFO who controls the pine cone name for the corporation.
Right.
And then the person that wasn't, the woman that wasn't diverse was not connected to a corporation. So I just had her name on there, and she was not diverse. So they dismissed it for lack of subject matter jurisdiction, and then I refiled it 6 days later. And then the magistrate, when I was in the midst of reserving my amended case, the magistrate he quashed the other side, the other parties submitted a motion to quash, and he said he was going to grant it because there was nothing before the court, because the case had been dismissed on the 29th, which means he was ignoring my new filing on the 4th. So what I did was I sent a letter.
Okay, I guess, like I said, if I could actually see what you filed, it would probably make more sense. Because, like I said, you say your name is Malcolm, right?
Right, Malcolm Brooks, yeah.
Okay, and then you were the claimant, you were the prosecutor. What did you call yourself on that?
I call myself the aggrieved party prosecutor. I a man.
The aggrieved party prosecutor.
Prosecutor. Uh-huh.
Okay, just right. You just say, right. You just say prosecutor. You don't have to do aggrieved. Aggrieved you can put down at the bottom.
Okay.
That's fine. But, and then who did you put down underneath you in that caption?
Underneath, as far as the wrongdoers, since me and my wife on the claim together, we both are I a man, I a woman, aggrieved party, prosecutors, and then the line just...
What I'm trying to say, okay, let me try to stop that right in its tracks again, too. I understand if you are making a claim that somebody's done you wrong, and your wife's claiming that somebody's done you wrong. That's two separate cases.
Oh, okay. So we should have filed separately.
Right, of course, because to me it's like, I claim that I believe in God, and you claim you believe in God. Yeah, but your version of God is not going to be the same as mine.
Right, okay, I got you.
Whatever's in your mind is not going to be what's in my mind. No matter how close we are related, and even if we're identical twins, I guarantee my belief or what I think God looks like or does or should not do is going to be different than what you believe. So two people standing on the same claim makes it kind of tough. You see what I'm saying?
Right, okay.
In the legal world, you could have 10,000 people, filing a lawsuit. That's fine. You could have one of these ridiculous class action lawsuits. That's fine. Where 10,000 people sue and they get $10,000 and everybody owes the attorney $50 when it's all said and done.
No, okay.
But like I said, when you make a claim, make a claim. You know what I'm saying? You could say, your wife was impacted by it as well. That's fine. And, she wishes to. She can make a claim. But I don't speak for her. She's her own person. She's her own being.
Oh, okay.
It's like, are you forcing her to make this? Is this under her own free will? See, because before women used to get married, the judge would bring them into their office and ask them, when they went to a justice of the peace, are you marrying this man because he promised you money? Did your daddy sell you? Did your daddy promise him something? Do you really want to marry this man? And if the woman says, no, I don't want to marry this man, it's arranged, or I don't want to be part of this, the judge would just, come back out and say, okay, that's fine. I won't tell him what you said. And then the judge would just come out and say, the clerk's office is closed right now. The clerk got sick or whatever. I don't have the paperwork that I need, or whatever. You're going to have to come back later on, and we'll see if we can pick it up from there. That's what I'm saying, because the judge would take a woman in the back and ask her, you really want to be a part of this?
Right.
So like I said, if you're making a claim, and then say you and your wife get into an argument for whatever reason between here and whenever, and before it comes to court, and then the judge just says to you, you really want to be a part of this? And she's like, no, man, he's a wackadoo. I don't want nothing to do with this.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I tell people make it on their own.
Right. So if they can separate us, then there could be a problem, is what you're saying.
There will be a problem, like I said.
Yeah.
So like I said, you let her file one, you file one. She puts it in her words, you put it in your words. That's why I tell people, don't cut, copy, and paste my stuff. Put it in your own damn words.
Right.
Because then it just looks like you're a zombie. It just sounds like you're just a follower. You're just like a little slave to whatever. You're just doing what you're told to do. Like you're being indoctrinated. Like, I agree, man, Malcolm, prosecutors. Like, oh, Jesus Lord. That looks like a Karl Lentz statement there.
Right.
So Malcolm came up on his own, that's for sure. So then if you look at your stuff, it's like, oh, yeah, well, whatever. He's just cut, copy, and pasting. You got to stand. Everybody's got to stand on their own.
After all the stuff I've heard over the last 5 or 6 years, I've never heard no one, you heard of the common law, but no one has ever said, how do you get there? They always just talk about it, mention it.
Right, because what they do is English common law, and I just do the basic common law. Like, see, L-O-R-E is common law, and not L-A-W. That's the legal society's way of spelling the word law.
How do you spell it? How did you spell law in the common way?
L-O-R-E. If you Google L-O-R-E, it'll just say the traditions, practices, and customs of a people.
Oh, common law. Okay, common. Okay.
Right, it's not common law. It's all folklore.
Right. Okay, I got you.
A lot of people call it folklore, but it's
right.
not. It's what everybody knows. Everybody knows you can't steal. I don't care. Everybody knows you can't lie. Everybody knows you can't cheat. Everybody knows. Everybody knows these very simple, basic concepts. I don't care where in the universe you go. Everybody understands this. I don't care where in Vulcan. You take away a Vulcan kid, they're going to go nuts.
Right.
Say, well, it's in the best interest of the kid. They're going to kill you. You don't take something away that belongs to somebody else. You just don't do it. But they're going to take a piece of paper and convince you that they can do it. It's like, I don't care. How would you like some Vulcan comes here and grabs your kid and walks off with it? It's like, well, we're doing it in the best interest of your child. Here's a piece of paper. We're gone. You're like, get up.
Right.
Dude, you better take your hands off my kid before I kill you.
Right.
We're the great Vulcans, and we're better than you. Look at us. We're green, and we're so much better than you. We're so much smarter. We're doing what's in the best interest of your kid. It's like, yeah, right. You drop your green hands off my kid, man. I don't care what color you are. I don't care what your piece of paper says. You touch what belongs to me, you had a bad day. It's that simple.
Right.
And the legal society makes it seem that it's okay for them to do it. I guess because they're not green, I guess they think they can get away with it.
Right, exactly.
But to me, it's still mine. You better take your hands off it, and I mean now. And until people start getting back I'm just trying to get people back into that mindset. That's mine, and take your damn hands off it. It's that simple.
That's simple. You're right.
Right, and I'm not making it complicated. I won't do it. I won't do it. I will not go there. I will not trick people into thinking it's more complicated than that. And I'm telling you, in 5 years from now, 10 years from now, when this takes off on YouTube and people start learning it, they're going to say, Karl Lentz who? Oh, they're going to say, what? Somebody had to explain to you to say that's mine, take your hands off it, that's mine, give it back? What do you mean? Somebody had to teach your daddy how to say that? Oh, come on now. Oh, yeah, there's this real smart guy named Karl Lentz, and he taught us, they're going to say, oh, Dad, please. I'm 3 years old, and I knew how to do that. I'm not going to be, it's funny, what I'm passing on, if it catches on, people are not even going to remember who is because it comes so naturally and it comes so simply to everything on planet Earth. They're going to say, there's no way some guy had to explain this to you. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Exactly.
A caveman would understand. It was funny. I wish some guy called me up again, man. Some black guy called me up, and he went back to his motherland or homeland or whatever they call it over there in Africa. And he said he went to the village where he came from. He said they had no books or no radio, no electricity. He just wanted to go visit his people. And he said, when I walked into that tribe and I walked into that village and I started talking to him, to a translator, he said, man, it looked like I was walking into a tribe of Karl Lentzes. He said, everybody sounded just like you. I said,
wow. I
said, that's right. I said, because I'm teaching you stuff like my dad. He couldn't read or write. He didn't learn nothing from no book. He just learned things from his dad, that's my dad taught me. He said, I don't know why I'm doing what I'm doing to you. He says, but this is what my daddy did, and he said his daddy did it, and I'm sure his daddy's daddy did it. He says, I don't know why I'm doing what I'm doing and why I'm teaching what I'm teaching it, but he said, all I know is this is my job and this is what I got to do. Nothing personal, kid. But he's like, I got to beat the shit out of you to put the knowledge in you. So it's just one of those things. It's like, yeah, Daddy beat the shit out of me. That's right, because you had to pound knowledge in. The shit had to go somewhere, so it had to come out.
Right. Right.
So...
Well, that's great. I thank you for it, man, passing it on. Because, like I said, I've heard a lot of things, and this made the most sense out of it. All the UCC stuff and all that stuff. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because, like I said, I'll give you an even better example. Because I could tell you from the MLK area. It's funny, man. They wouldn't have, Disney pulled some movie called The Song of the South. Did you ever hear about that, the movie Song of the South?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, well, it was about this young boy who his daddy was so this young white boy whose daddy was so damn busy trying to become successful up in Atlanta, like during the Civil War time, that he didn't have time to take care of his own kid. And then his mom was so busy, just running the house, that he was basically on his own most of the time, the boy. So the boy, I believe how the movie went, I'm not sure, I know the book goes, the boy had a dog, and mom didn't want the dog in the house, so the mom threw the dog out, and the kid wanted to run away. So he ran into the woods, and he stumbled into some black man named Uncle Remus, an old white-haired black man named Uncle Remus. And he was just watching this old black man, and he thought he was hiding real good. And the old black man saw the boy, but didn't come towards the boy, scare the boy off or nothing. He just started talking to his animals that he was tending to, Uncle Remus tended to, and he was talking to animals and saying, you know what, I bet your mother would, like a puppy or a kitten. It's like, I bet your mama really misses your kitten. I bet, it'd be a good idea if you went back to your mama. I bet she's looking for you high and low, and I bet she's crying. I bet she's got apple pie waiting for you. So, the white boy went home eventually. But then the white boy liked watching this old man by himself on his little farm, so he kept watching the old man, through the woods. And then he had a little white girl, his little girlfriend or whatever, come listen to this old man talk to the animals. The old man knew these kids were there. So he was passing down, like, stories through his animals to the kids, to the white kids. And what was funny is he was teaching them some very wise ways of looking at the world and wise ways of acting, And he was teaching the kids. He was raising the white kids, Neighborhood white kids were being reared by his stories because the white man was too busy working in Atlanta and the mama was too busy worrying about keeping up appearances at home. Nobody had time for the kids.
Right.
So Disney pulled the movies. They had a whole bunch of black folks say, this is racist. I said, racist? I said, this is showing you that white people are too damn busy acquiring stuff and worrying about what the hell their house looks like. And these white kids are actually learning practical skill, knowledge, survival skills from an old black man. Oh, no, we can't have that. Why not? To me, it looked ridiculous. I actually had black folks saying that that's a racist movie. It's like, what? It's like, oh, that makes the black guy look stupid. No, it looks like he looks like the other cast. And he's talking in single-syllable words like me. I talk very simple, very plain, and I make it so a 3-year-old can understand me. Now, I could be Uncle Remus of the white world. That's fine. I don't care. Because I'm passing down this knowledge in the simple form as possible to have the younger people learn how to survive what they're up against when they walk out into the world. So, like I said, it's amazing, and I had a lot of people, I buy that book and read the book, and they're like, holy cow, there's a newspaper, like a editor or publisher, back in the 1800s who wrote a whole series of these books. And it taught a lot. And all it is the older folks like me teaching the younger folks, basic practical skills. And this is what we're looking at when we walk out that door into the public. And when you walk into the public, you have to act like a man. And like I said, you have 3 lives. You got your public life, you got your private life, and you got your secret life. But when you walk out that door, you better know how to act like a man. And when you walk into that courtroom, you better know how to act as a man. You better know how to act as a man.
Right.
If you don't, we're going to teach you how to act. And we're going to pull the strings, and you're going to act this way from now on. So that's all I'm trying to do. So it's funny. I mean, I can't believe that people don't know it as simply as I do. But like I said, I got lucky, and I had a dad who was like an Uncle Remus who couldn't read or write English.
Right.
But he just knew what he knew because he knew from what he was taught from older people before him. And that's all I'm doing. I'm just passing this stuff on. And I can't believe how popular it's getting. I thought everybody knew this stuff. When I hear people tell me they don't know this stuff, I go, you got to be kidding me. How don't you know this? I've known this since I was a little kid. Maybe I don't know all the ins and outs of how to write a certain piece of paper in court. That I learned. But how to talk and act like a man, and, you think you're my daddy? I don't care what uniform you got. I don't care what that piece of paper. Like my dad would say, somebody tried to throw a piece of paper in front of his face, he'd say, he couldn't read or write, but he didn't let them know that. I'd say, I don't care what that says. Why, did you write that? No, I didn't write it. No, what the hell do I care what it says? You know what it says? Yeah, well, that's goody for you. I don't know what it says. You didn't write it. I didn't write it. You didn't write it. Why don't you get the man down here who wrote it? Tell me that, somehow I'm bound to that piece of paper. Show me. It's like, well, I'm just the guy's messenger. I'm just a cop. I'm just a messenger. I don't give a damn. You bring that man down here, says I've done something wrong, and then we'll talk. Well, the commissioner says, or the county says, yeah, well, I never met that man. I said, you tell that man, come on down here, and you tell him I've done something wrong, and then we'll talk. So that's all I'm doing, teaching you guys. That's basic, simple stuff. I made a whole bunch of videos last weekend. So I'll try to send you some sort of a link when you send me that way, because I'm trying to make my stuff simpler and simpler. And like I said, even the man in England, when he was on my show, he told me, he said he was starting to talk in court and move to court and act in court, and he said the judge stopped him right in the middle of the sentence, and the judge said, sir, I think you're trying to evoke the common law, like conjure it up, like call it up, I think you're trying to rely on law. And he said, yes, Your Honor. And he said, well, let me give you one big hint. Keep it to one-syllable words. Make it simple, like me, Buzz, and you, Jane, steal, bone, give back, bone. Just keep it simple, son. Because if you try to talk like a lawyer, you're going to lose control. You're going to go over into the legal land, and you're going to get into a whole bunch of trouble that you can't only imagine. But the judge just said to him, keep it simple, the judge said to him, literally, on the show, the judge said, I see what you're doing. You're trying to evoke common law. Let me give you a hint. Keep it to one-syllable words. And that's what I tell people. Keep it simple, keep it plain.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep. No A+ star from the English teacher. If she sees that lawsuit, she's going to give you an F. She's going to say there's no consistency here. There's no periods. There's no flow. There's no creative words. There's no adjectives. This is boring. This is a third grader can write this. It's like, yep. And everybody can understand it. That's right. It's like, well, there's no, creativity here. Good. It's just black and white. That's mine. Give it back.
Yes, sir.
All right, Malcolm.
All right. Okay. All right, Carl. I'll email you today, and you can let me know what you think.
All right. Good enough, man.
Thank you so much for calling me back. I appreciate it. God bless.
All right.
All right, peace.
Hey, who's this?
This is Dr. Caustic, Texas. I was just listening to y'all.
I've been listening to you probably for about 2 or 3 years. That thing you just said, when some agent comes up and wants you to hand you a piece of paper and say, well, are you the one making the claim? Well, no, I'm just serving this piece of paper. No. You said if someone's done me wrong, if I've done someone wrong or owe them something, you send them here. That's the biblical concept of if someone's done something wrong, if some man comes and says you've done me wrong, well, tell me what it was because I don't remember.
Right. I wish to act. Right.
It's real simple, right? You explain it so simple, and I've studied the Bible since I was 8 years old. I'm 66 now, and I'm going, wow, that's so simple. All this other legalese crap and accepting papers from people you don't even know or ever even heard of is bullshit.
Yeah, no, it's every single person that works for some sort of collection agency. I always say to them, can you show me your delegation of authority? What? Can you show me where the man who runs the Bank of America actually told you that you could act on his bank's behalf?
Yeah.
You just show me that piece of paper, we'll go from there. Well, I'm a bill collector from Bank of America. I said, yeah, okay. Or I'm a bill collector for J.P. Morgan. I'm a bill collector from Wells Fargo. I'm a J.P. collector from Chase Bank. It's like, okay, you got a letter from Jamie Dimon, the president of Chase, and saying that he authorizes you to act on his behalf of him and his bank, that you could collect on a debt. You get that piece of paper? I sure don't see it. I looked all through his case file. I don't see a damn thing that says that you got the right to collect on a debt. Are you trying to steal somebody's money? Are you in here today swearing up and down that I owe a debt? And do you got any proof of that? You going to bring somebody in here and you got a letter from Jamie Dimon himself saying that you could act on his behalf? Well,
what's the matter with the man or woman coming up here and talking to me?
That's right.
Whether they chicken shit or they just got in-house ways or they're scared or what?
Well, they know better than to come here because they know it's all based on fraud, and they know I'm going to destroy them in court. They know I should ask them simple questions, and then I'm going to be able to answer them. I want to ask them a simple question. Have you accrued any kind of financial loss, harm, or damage by my actions or inactions? No, sir. Well, then who the hell are you to move open a court, man, when there's no damages? Because no actions could arise without damages, sir. You do know that, right, sir, Dave and Jamie Dimon? Well, yeah, I do know that. So you opened a court, and you know that there's no action because there's no damages, and you did it anyway? Well, no, I didn't say you owed the bank any money. Well, who did? You see what I'm saying? It's just a lot of fun, once people start talking simple and plain again.
Yeah, like you said, who or what says I owe them anything?
Right.
Bring them up here. Bring them to my face,
Yeah, that's it. No, it's that simple.
Real simple.
Yeah, no, it's not like I do.
Because of the de-education process that we've gone through for decades, people have I got one here close by me that's having a hard time grasping it. You've gone into the legalese shit, and just can't get what you're saying. I don't, I think it's some kind of mental disorder.
Well, look at my sister. She's a school teacher, and she told me, man, I don't know, it must be about 10 years now. She said they stopped teaching grammar in school.
Yeah.
She said they stopped teaching, like, how to form sentences, punctuations, semicolon. She said they just stopped. That people, like, oh, our kids don't need to know grammar. They just, they need to know. They just, need to put their name on this form. The form's already filled out for them. They don't need to know how to write a letter. We got that for them. Just put your name on this form, and that's it,
Yeah, sign here. Sign here.
I mean, they still teach them reading. They still teach them how to read the form. So it's all voluntary still. The judge could say, did you read that form that you signed? Yes, sir. Did you understand everything on that form? Yes, sir. What did that form say? And then he reads it like a parrot. And, he doesn't actually know what it means, but he just reads it like a, trained monkey, a trained parrot, a trained, dog,
Pronounce the words.
Yeah. It's like, okay, good, you read it, so now it's all voluntary. You signed it? Yeah, sign the form. But they're not going to say, hey, Judge, why do you got a comma in here, or why do you got a semicolon, on this form? What is this form? What is it really reading? Because I don't understand why you put a semicolon there. So, like my sister said, they stopped teaching grammar in school about 10 years ago. So kids don't know, how to even form a sentence.
Well, what they did in my day, they separated history, which was bullshit, from English, and they put English in some of the grammar in English in the most boring freaking stories it possibly could be. And, of course, the history was more interesting. I got to put history and English and grammar together. But the history was a lie, too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the history is whoever wins the war, right? Whoever's got the gun makes the history books.
Yeah. Then they took prayer and Bible classes out of school back in 63, 64. Now look what you got.
Yeah. Controlling the people at the end of a gun, that's ridiculous.
Yeah. I went home and complained about taking Bible prayer and Bible study out of school. My parents said, "Well, that's just the way it is." I said, "You ought to be good. Don't go down to PTA and tell them you're pulling me out of school." And the whole damn school should be saying the same thing. Well, you can't fight City Hall.
Like that Roosevelt guy said, Teddy said, if the people won't govern themselves, we'll govern them.
Yeah.
If you guys are ungodly, unruly people, we'll rule you. We'll make you. We'll be your God. If you don't have a God, we'll be your God. You don't have a God, well, we'll be one for you. How's that? We'll take care of your God problem.
Well, the Ten Commandments is the foundation of this country, and the ninth commandment is do not bear false witness, and that's all that comes through the system nowadays, pretty much.
Right. But like I said, when people were complaining about that Obamacare and how it became like enacted into law.
Yeah.
The Justice Roberts guy, everybody's like, wow, I can't believe Justice Roberts, a conservative, said that Obamacare was constitutional. And it was. What it is he like in his opinion, he said, Obamacare isn't for the people of the United States of America. Obamacare is for the citizens of the United States, not for the people.
Right.
So if you don't know the difference between the people of the United States of America and the citizens of the United States of America, that's not his damn problem that you don't know the difference.
180 degrees off from each other.
Right. Like it's right. So one is for he was saying, Coca-Cola could create an insurance policy for their members of their family, for their members of their company, for their employees, for their citizens. That's fine, because that's a citizen. It's just a member of a family.
Yeah.
That's fine. Do whatever you want for your family. It's not unconstitutional, but don't think you're going to do it in the name of the people. The people have nothing to do with it. But the citizens, yeah, sure, you can do whatever you want to the citizens. You can do whatever you want to your child spanking.
It's voluntary.
Right. If you wish to be a citizen, then he can make business for you, because he's Daddy Obama. He's the daddy.
That's why you brought out. Man and woman is very important to be a man or a woman.
Right. And you agree to play by the rules. If your daddy wins this time, you listen to your daddies. If somebody else's daddy wins, well, you listen to that daddy. If you want to be a voter, go ahead and vote for a daddy. You need a daddy, go get a daddy.
Yeah.
You know, you need somebody to lead you, God bless you. You know, I'm okay. I don't need no daddy. Thank you anyway. I got this covered.
Yeah.
I remember in my life where I ever went to the federal government for help, and I said, the federal government, please help me. I don't remember one time that they said, yeah, here you go. Whatever you need, we're here to help. Yeah, right. And I asked, hey, man, the state took my kids. Can you help me? Don't call us up. Don't bother our office with that nonsense. We can't do anything to help you, blah, blah, blah. Go learn how to be a man and take care of this business yourself. That's what they told me. They said, you know, there's nothing we could do for you. When you know how to act like a man in court, you'll be able to figure it all out on your own.
If you go ask them for something, they say, here, sign here.
Yeah, well, no, they'll just say, we can't help you.
Yeah.
I've never heard anybody go up to the feds or federal court or anybody say like that and just say, they said, oh, yeah, here you go. Here's all your dreams come true.
Yeah.
You know, no, I never heard them say, here's a blank check. You know, here you go. Here's all your problems solved.
They'll take from you, though.
Oh, yeah, they don't say, we print the money, we'll just make more. Oh, wow, bless you, forgive me that. Yeah, that's okay, we print the money, we'll just make more. You know, just like Greenspan said, you know, on that, who's that man who died on NBC? The big Irish guy. I don't remember his name off the top of my head, but he said on that guy's Sunday morning show, he says, what national debt? You know, what U.S. government debt? He says, I had my finger on the button. You know, Chris Matthews, I think that, I don't remember his name.
Yeah.
The man who, not Chris Matthews, another one. The man who died. Looked a lot like Chris Matthews.
Walter Cronkite?
No. He's an Irish guy. Big Irish guy, man. Oh, no. He was a Sunday morning talk show guy on NBC for years, man. He had a stroke, you know, just before one of his shows and died. I'm trying to remember his name. But anyway, good guy. Good, just regular Irish guy, you know, Boston kind of guy. And he just said, Greenspan just said, what debt? He said, I hit the button, we all go back to zero. He says, you know, there is no debt. He says, what the hell are you talking about? Who do we owe? We don't owe anybody. There's no man or woman who's going to say we owe any damn thing. Who's going to come here? What, some guy named Bob is going to say I owe Bob $18 trillion? You know,
it was like Greenspan. There's a Greenspan YouTube where he says what got him taken out of office, Greenspan. He said something like, there is no debt or something like that. We just print money out of thin air. It's still I looked it up about a month ago.
He didn't say he said that? He said that?
Yeah, he got taken out being president of the Federal Reserve for saying it.
Yeah, well, that's
Google Greenspan says something that gets him taken out of the presidency of the Federal Reserve. It was up last month. It was been up for a long time.
Because that's what I tell people to look for it all the time on the internet. I said, you'll find it. I said, Alec Greenspan was on this man's show. I remember seeing it back in 1990, 2000, 2001, right around there.
Yeah.
And Tim Russett, that's his name, Tim Russett. See, I knew I'd get his name eventually. You're old enough, you probably know who Tim Russett was.
You're good at that.
Yeah, so Tim Russett says, asked him on a show, and he just starts laughing about it. He says, what $1 trillion debt? There's no such thing. He says, who do we owe? Some man named Bob, some guy named Bob's going to say, hey, United States government, you owe me $18 trillion, you know, pay it up.
Yeah.
Who do we owe? Nobody. There's no man who we owe. Who do we owe?
He said something like that, and it got him taken out of the...
Hey, whether he said it or not, I can say it right now. I can say right now we got a $100 trillion debt. Who is going to come to court and say the people of the United States of America owes me $1, or owes me $100, or owes me $1 billion?
Ain't going to happen.
No man is ever going to come forth and say, open up a court and say, you know what? The United States of American people, the United States of America owes me $100. Oh, yeah? How's that? Well, see, they're in debt. See, and they borrowed this money from me. That's ridiculous.
They can borrow from the United States citizens.
They borrow. Did they borrow from who? Not a what? They borrow from who?
Yeah.
I didn't ask you what they borrowed from. I asked you who did they borrow this money from?
Yeah.
Who? From Bob Smith? Al Johnson? Who do they borrow this money from? Tell me.
Birth certificates, probably.
Oh, who? Not what? Who?
Yeah. Yeah, who? Yeah.
And what? I said who.
Yeah, you're right.
Of course I'm correct.
Exactly.
Who did they borrow this money from? Nobody.
Yep.
What they borrowed it from? I don't give a damn. They didn't borrow it from a pine company for all the hell I give a damn. That pine company prints money, God bless them. For, you know, the
Pinecone puts zeros and one digits on a computer somewhere and puts a whole bunch of zeros behind it, God bless that Pinecone. I don't give a damn.
It's funny. You know,
as long as that magic keeps happening, I don't give a damn how it's happening.
Yeah, I've come to that realization myself. I used to go, wow, man, this scheme is hard to wrap your head around. It's real simple.
It's real simple. Who do we owe the money to? Nobody. And the more and more you guys are starting to figure this out, the more and more you guys are start calming the hell down.
Yeah.
Stop saying, oh, my God, we're $20 trillion in debt. Oh, my God, this is going to, what's going to happen? Who's going to come to court and make a claim for that money to be paid? Who? Who's going to
If everyone gets this down, they're going to chill out, start living life.
Everybody's going to mellow out and say, holy shit, this is a lot of fun. Except for the people who are trying to, suck the life out of people, like lawyers and judges and stuff like that. People like that who are trying to get people to lose their homes that they paid. They put $900,000 into on a $100,000 loan, and they're trying to take it back on, because they owe 2 months mortgage and they can't pay it or something like that. And it's like, wait a second, this guy just spent $900,000 keeping this place up for 30 years. You're going to take it away from him? What? $20,000? $30,000? Oh, come on now, stop. Without that man, that house wouldn't have been there. Stop trying to steal this man's house.
And they laugh about it.
Right. He put equity into this thing. He's entitled to a hell of a lot of it. Maybe he can't pay you back the last $20,000, $100,000, whatever, but you're going to pay him everything that he put into it. You're going to give him all that money back for the upkeep and maintenance of it for all these years. Well, no. When he put in a deck and a driveway and a pool, you're going to pay him for that? No. It's like, well, gee, that's just swell you. You're just going to steal from the man then. Well, if we get away with it, yeah. If he doesn't know any better, of course we are. Yeah. That's just insane. They know better.
Yeah, they know better.
When I bought a truck from somebody a year ago up in Pittsburgh, he was so excited selling me the truck because I didn't realize there was a mechanical problem with it, but he was so excited, I just gave him an envelope with money, and I said, you count out, the $3,500. So he was so excited, he counted only $2,500, and I was watching him count, and I realized he miscounted. So then I said, we signed the paperwork and gave me the keys and all that stuff. I said, you're very happy with the transaction? We're okay with everything? Everything's fine? You're all right? He says, yeah. He says, I'm happy as hell. I said, okay. You want to count that money again? He says, no, it's all here. I said, yeah. You want to count it again? And he counted, and it was only $2,500. And I said to him, now would you like the $35 that we agreed on? And he's like, well, yeah, sure. That'd be nice of you. I said, I don't have to give it to you. I said, but I will. I said, and part of me, when I drove it home from Pittsburgh, some man named Mark from Detroit, he's a nice guy from Detroit, I know, Mark, trying to the Chaldean. He's a Chaldean, and like Persian. And he speaks, their language. I'm trying to remember their language. Armenian, it's Aramaic he speaks. And he followed me home while I was driving the truck. Well, I drive trucks very, gently compared to Mark, and Mark drove it the last quarter mile of the way home from my buddy's shop. And he hit the brakes, and his foot went right to the floor. And when I got it home, I saw this man just rigged up the brakes just to make it down the road, but all the brake lines were rotted, and I had to replace all the brake lines. Now, I could have died on the way home from West Virginia. I had to go over the West Virginia mountains, Maryland, and I had to come down into the valley. Sure. And this man sold me a truck here with some Jimmy rig nonsense in the brake system. He just put a little piece of 2-inch tubing in there, and since it was Pittsburgh, it was all salt rot underneath there, and he knew that the brake lines had to all be replaced. Yet he sold me a truck.
Wow.
So yeah, I did the right thing, and I paid him the $35, and I could have just left, and just said screw him. But then I'm thinking to myself, maybe if I said screw him, and I kept the $1,000 in my pocket, the brakes would have went to the floor on me going down the mountain, and that would have served me right for screwing this guy out of $1,000.
Yeah.
But now, since I had bad brakes, it didn't cost me too much money to get them replaced because me and my friend know how to do this for a living. It only cost me $300, but still, the guy should have been decent enough to say, look, man, you were nice enough to tell me about the money. I got to tell you the truth too. The brakes are shot. Be real careful on the ride home, okay? Yeah. I said, well, you could have showed me, look, it leaks from right here, and I had to put a piece of tube right here to just get me home one day, but I'd be real careful if I was you. And then he could have said to me, now, if you want to, you don't have to buy the truck. I'll give you back your money. But see, some people just work that way. And that's what I try to say about like lawyers and judges like that. They know that you're getting a bad deal. They know they could jump up and say, hey, you know what? That's fine. You didn't object. This is wrong. You know what? I'm going to step up and say, look, sir, the bank is going to take your house. You owe $100,000, $60,000, whatever. They're going to take it. Let me tell you what, sir. I'm the judge. Honestly, you must have paid how much money for upkeep and maintenance over the years? $300,000-$400,000 in interest. You made a lot of payments on this home. You kept it up. You paid all the taxes. You're entitled to something. Why didn't you come back and make a claim for equity, or at least sweat equity, for the maintenance of the place? Because if you didn't take care of it for 20 years, it would have turned into a jungle. It would have been ridden by, rats and raccoons and squirrels. It would have been destroyed if you didn't take such good care of it for the last 20 years and keep painting and fixing the roof and washing the windows. It would be a pile of dust by now. So why don't you make a claim for the least sweat equity, sir? I'm not going to let the bank walk off thinking it's funny and laughing while you're crying. You know what? This ain't right. And like I said, because I don't see judges doing that, and they know that's the right thing to do, but they're like, no, you know what, I can't help one side or the other. Oh, bullshit. That's still your fellow man. He's still being harmed. You forget the fact that you're a cop or a soldier or whatever. You're pointing a gun at another man. Have
you ever looked on wallbuilders.com? That's a guy that has the foundation of our country written on biblical principles, just like you're talking. You treat your fellow man. They got a book in 1600s that was, or 1649 or 50, the ethics of the Bible. That's where the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, all those principles were laid out. And he's got a really good site on that.
Right. Well, I'm saying it's nice that people could read it in man's written form of words, through publications. Yeah. But this is how I try to drill it into people's skulls like crazy. My dad couldn't read or write. Yeah. So constitutions and declarations of independence and Bibles meant nothing to him. Nothing. Yeah. Meant zero.
The principles of right and wrong was in his mind.
Was in his heart. Yeah. A dog knows when he's doing wrong. A dog knows when he's doing right. A dog knows when they're stealing from another dog. A dog knows the consequences of that theft, that other dog is going to try to tear its throat out. Everything knows the chances of right or wrong. Everything has some sort of a consciousness like that an understanding that you can't steal that which is not yours. And for some reason, people are being led to believe that if we put it on a piece of paper, it makes it okay to steal. So they try to reason it, they try to, defy nature, defy the laws of nature.
Well, and what they do, like I think you've said before, someone has said, that the way they sleep at night is he did it to himself because he didn't know the law.
Well, like I say to you, it's like, like there has to be good and evil in this world. There has to be a balancing act. The people who believe what they believe, they don't believe they're evil. They believe what they're doing is okay. So somehow their mind just works at that level. And my mind works at this level. So obviously I attract people, half of the world who likes my style, and then you're going to have the other half of the world that believes in abortion and, post-abortions and eugenicists. And they're going to have the other half that totally believe, hey, you know what, if they're 65 years old and they're not productive and they're a consumer instead of a producer, you know what, they should be taken someplace and just put out the pasture, and stop consuming. So it's like I said, if you go to YouTube, since you said that about YouTube. Go to George Bernard Shaw. He had a really long white beard back then. And he wrote Pygmalion, My Fair Lady, that guy. And that My Fair Lady was taking like a piece of crap. A woman got a snipe in the street and making a lady out of her. That kind of guy, eugenicist, somebody who thinks he can manipulate, people. And watch what he says. Watch what he says back in like 28. He says, on a film, he says, it's a little short clip. He says he believes that every man or woman, in every county should have to go to a county board once every 2 years. And before the county board, they're going to explain to the county board how they produced for the county, how they produced for their community, for the society that they live in. If they're been found to be consumers other than producers instead of being producers, and they're consumers there to be removed from society and to be placed, in like in a facility where they can produce instead of being consumers. They have to show why they should still be allowed to exist in society. So right, it's funny nowadays, right? Well, watch it. It's on YouTube. George Shaw, talking about being a producer, a consumer, and then it's funny that he sees somebody like George Bush Jr. saying, go out and consume, do your patriotic duty, go out and consume. It's like, no, you're supposed to produce. We're supposed to be producers, not consumers. But you see how they got us totally believing in the opposite, that to be a consumer is the right thing to be and not to be a producer. If we're going to produce, they're going to tax us, they're going to slow us down, they're going to put regulations and controls on us, they're going to keep us doing everything that we can from being productive members of society to being consumers. That's the new golden rule. Because that way they have no problem getting rid of us. It's like, do you produce anything? No. What good are you? You just consume, don't you? Yes. Well, then what good are you? You're no good for nobody. Get rid of them.
Just to give you a tiny bit of our background, we are trying to get our great nieces back from Texas Department of Family Protective Services.
Mm-hmm.
We had them with us for 8 months. They made us go through a foster program, become foster parents before they would let us have them to begin with. They've already removed their parents' parental rights through court. After 8 months, they came out here and just took them. And
okay,
they took them.
Let me stop and let me try to do this and stop every so often before somebody talks too long. You said the parents lost their parental rights. Were they convicted of some sort of criminal crime, or did they just voluntarily didn't bother to show up and didn't care?
After 2 years of them not doing anything that the CPS wanted them to do, nothing at all because they're strung out on drugs,
mm-hmm.
They both voluntarily signed paperwork to give up their rights. However, it was because they were told the children would be with us.
Okay. Oh, so they were told that the parents would be. Okay. Well, that's good. See, like I said, you might think that my way is going to be unique or kind of weird because I'm actually going to go back. It's the fancy legal word is non-punk. You go back to the beginning. One of the best things to do is the parents, believe it or not, this is a pretty simple answer. They could go back and rescind the contract because they could just state a claim that the contract was not carried out in the manner in which it was offered. Now, I'll give folks a little simple example. When somebody offers you something, if they don't say when you sign it that it is with or without prejudice, you could just presume it's without prejudice, which means I could bring this up again anytime I want in court again as many times as I want. But if it's signed with prejudice, that means like it's basically sealed and done, and nobody could ever come back and discuss the matter. So, believe it or not, an easy thing to do would be to say to the parents, like I said, if you really want to know the technical term, it's fraud in the inducement or fraud in the factum, if you really want to Google those words and study those words. One just basically says that you believe that you're signing something and they were never going to go through with it, or after you signed it, they forgot to tell you something. So that's fraud in inducement and fraud in the factum. So one's in fact, they were never going to do it, or fraud in the inducement was once you signed it, well, they were never going to carry out. Well, they forgot to tell you. They forgot to tell you that there was this one, it looks like, say you buy a house, and they forget to tell you that the train goes by, for 6 hours a night from midnight to 6 o'clock. If they told you that, you would have never bought the house. So, like I said, it's a basic, simple thing with DH, but anything. To me, everything is not case-specific, and everything is case-specific. So law is kind of fun. It's like you have a unique situation because you believe you have a unique situation. But this occurs just about in any time you step out into the public domain, you're going to get offers. And everything basically works the same way, same principles, whether you buy the house or the children are taken. So now what I would basically do is I would say, if I was the parents, that, hey, we were led to believe this. This is what we got. We believed that we were going to get
a bag of marbles. All of a sudden they hand us a bag of chalk. This is not what we agreed on. So however they want to stylize it, that this is what we were led to believe, and this is what we truly got.
The parents are still out there on drugs and doing whatever it was they were doing.
That's fine.
And the only people that want the children back are me and my husband.
Well, what I'm saying is, this is basically like I'm saying a generic answer. Whoever originally was had custody of the children, which obviously was the parents, who's ever was the primary custody holder of that property, they have the right to go back if they were led to believe. Is there any way, okay, so now we'll make your case specific now. Is there any way you could work with the original parents, or they just don't want to work with you?
No, we could probably work with the mother, who's our niece. Now, I don't know about the father because we don't know a whole bunch about him. So
you don't need him. You don't need him. The mother could just make a claim that she was defrauded of her rights. It's defraud, not fraud. Don't write the word fraud. It's defraud. She was defrauded of her rights to her property because she was led to believe that her property would be with a family member. So that was led by fraud. Whatever you do not file it in family court. Do not file any kind of claim like that fraud was committed in a family court. Does that make any sense?
From your talk before, it goes to what is called the court of record or a federal district court.
Don't ever take it to, well, I wouldn't say don't ever take it to federal court, but you folks have to realize, most folks know this who listen to this show, that the county sheriff's department is the highest enforcement officer in this land. So even if you got a judgment from, say, federal court, what happened if the county sheriff did not want the U.S. Marshals coming into his county? He basically has a higher jurisdiction than a federal marshal. I mean, now the federal marshals will argue the fact, well, the interstate goes through, or the railroad goes through this county, or there's an airport, so they have federal jurisdiction. But honestly, I'd rather just deal with the county and the county sheriff's department because it's just a lot simpler than trying to deal with the feds. It's just a lot simpler. They're more on your level, and you could talk to them, and you elect them, and they basically will have a quicker response time than dealing with the feds.
And you do that in the county you live, or the county the kids live?
No, they were taking it. Where do the kids live? What state do they live in?
Well, they live here in Texas, but they were taken back and put in the same foster home they were in before us, and that's in Harris County. We live in Wharton County. They were here with us 8 months in Wharton County.
Where was the contract signed? How about that?
The contract was signed in Chambers County, who claims to be the court of jurisdiction.
That's what I would do. I'd take it into that county. Now, they could always tell you that you filed in the wrong county. That's no big deal. There's no harm, no foul. Nobody's going to get upset about that. The people that you're suing will just say, hey, you filed in the wrong county. You need to file in a local jurisdiction where it's easier for us to answer instead of traveling, because Texas is whatever, 400, 900 miles wide. They might just say, hey.
What if the judge in that court is in on it?
There's no judge in the court of record, except for the jury. There's no court. There's a man in a black robe who might, sit in the front, sit on the side, sit in the back. It all depends. But no, the judge you're going to demand a trial. Well, you're not going to, because you're not going to do what I tell you to. It's going to be up to you. It's your wish. But when you move for a trial by jury, the jury is your judges. I mean, everybody heard that expression, the only thing that judges me is God and country, or God and my peers, or God and the jury. No one man judges me. That's ridiculous. You could let one man judge you. That's okay. Sometimes it's beneficial just to have one man because he has to deal with the black and white letter of the law. Now, the jury could be colorful. The jury could just determine that the law is horrible. The law that you brought before them is ridiculous. And they can modify and twist it. And they could say, well, we'll give you half instead of giving you whole, or we'll give you 10 times the amount, or we'll give you 10 times less. But the judge has to do what is before him, the man in a black robe. I'll say that the court officer in a black robe is bound by the black and white that's before him. So the only time, like I said, is when you can have a judge be colorful like that is when there's like a contract dispute. So you're basically saying there is a contract dispute, so that's why you got to be very careful of taking in front of a man with a black robe on, because if you're allowing him to be the third-party intervener in that contract between whatever they're called, family people and you folks, then he's going to be able to try to find something called equity to balance it out. He's going to try to find a fair judgment that everybody's happy. But the jury, will basically just nail one side and let the other side go. Sometimes the jury will balance it out. But the judge, he'll try to do what they call equity. He'll try to find some place in the middle. Or if he's, like you said, you think he's a ringer and he's totally on the other side, he's in their pocket, you're definitely going to lose. So then I'd rather take the case before a jury. Let them decide. Because it's a property issue. The jury has every right to determine property issues in this country. And you believe that those children are your property, right?
We do. Our family property is.
Right. And why do you think they're property? Do you know the definition of property?
I do, from what you said the other night. I wrote it down. I don't really have it memorized yet, but it's that they were made from our family DNA, or they come from our family, and we have exclusive right to them. No one else is superior over us in that. They can't prove that they came from their DNA or their family.
Okay, that's not bad. That's a little case specific, but what I like to rely on this man named Mr. John Law, lived a while back, that Thomas Jefferson basically stole all of his material and stole all of Thomas Paine's material, and he wrote the Declaration of Independence based upon Locke and Paine. And Mr. Locke made it very simple. Your property is all that you claim is proper to your person, and you have the right to the exclusive enjoyment and to possess it amongst exclusive to all others on this planet. That's property. You say those children are my right to have it and enjoy, exclusive of all others. If any man or woman wants to come forth and make their claim, like their vested interest in this child, come forth and speak now or forever hold your peace. Make your claim known to the court, and you let them make their claim known. And I always do it without prejudice. I say if any man from here till the end of eternity wants to come forth and make a claim that this child is their lawful child, that should be exclusive in their rightful possession or 50-50 in their possession, make their claim known to any court at any time, and I'll be more than glad to answer any lawful claim made me or my property. That way it sounds very kumbaya-ish, very huggy-feely, that you don't feel like you're threatening anybody or, playing hard ass. That we're leaving it open. There you go. So I think it's very, very simple. So go on with that again, and you can finish. But that's my easy solution. But you were saying they were taken and placed back into custody in somebody else's family, and you had rights to them at one time, and then they revoked your rights or rescinded or they withdrew the contract or offer. Now, why did they? I'll delve into that a little bit, but it's basically irrelevant. Why did they pull the children back from you? Did they say you did something wrong?
No, they claimed in court what they told the judge in court when they went in there and did their placement hearing, is what they call it. They claimed that the oldest child told the CPS worker that she was not happy here and did not want to be adopted. That was their first claim.
How old was she?
She's 8.
8? Okay, that's interesting. I thought you were going to say 14, and then I'll say just tell the state then if she's not happy, emancipate her and let her make her own decisions. Let her wear the big boy pants and let her get out on her own and get a job. But
that's what they first said. Now they're coming back and saying that there was health and safety issues having to do with the oldest child not wanting to eat her vegetables and me being too rigid about that. That's
fine. That's all silly stuff. The child is incompetent. The child can't testify. The child has no rights. The child's your property. And the child, like a folks, man, I was raised the old-fashioned way. My dad put me on this planet. He could take me out of this planet, and nobody could say anything otherwise. So, I could just imagine we tried that nonsense when we were kids. Run to the social services and said, my dad tried to make me eat vegetables, take me away. They'd laugh at us. So what you have to do is, like I said, you have to establish that is yours exclusive to all others. And that way nobody has a right to tell you what you can and cannot do with that child, especially an administrative agency or officer, because they do not have any rights. What they're allowed to do and not do is established under a code. So they don't have rights. They have a duty or an obligation to conform with certain regulations, ordinances, or, statutes, but they certainly don't have a right to tell you what to do with your property. They can't come and tell you to paint your car black because everybody in the neighborhood wants their cars painted black. They can't tell you what you can and cannot do with your property.
As being the great aunt and uncle, do my husband and I have that same right to those children?
Well, Alexis, that's what I tried to say. Maybe I say a little slower. If anybody, I could come to Texas and claim that child, and if nobody makes a claim superior to my claim, I'm going to walk out of that court with that child. Anybody could place a claim. Any man or woman can make a claim for that child. That's what I was saying. Without prejudice, I will accept all offers. I will accept that somebody has a claim to that property. If somebody believes that that's their property, make themselves known. Show me where you believe that that's your property, and I'll be more than glad to either share the property or transfer the property over to your lawful custody. If you can't show me that your claim is superior to my claim, well, obviously I'm not going to relinquish my custody, my property, to just anybody. You know, like even something simple, like say I had a wife, and some man comes along and says, she's my wife. It's like, what? She never divorced me, and she never did this, and she never did that, and she just left me with the kids. And I was like, what? And it's like, well, come and get her. Well, that actually happened to me one time. She said, well, she was my wife up until she left for work this afternoon. I said, you know where, I told them where my folks' farm was. I said, you know where she is? Yeah, that's where I'm at. That's where she is. Come and get her. And she's like, I don't want to go with him. I said, ma'am, shut the hell up. I said, why didn't you tell me? You were some other man's. You know, well, I don't want to be with him. I said, ma'am, you got to go. And he was like, well, I know where she is. And I was like, well, she's got to go. I said, you know where the door is? And she left. So like I said, if somebody makes a claim, a superior claim to their property, I'm not going to fight and say, well, it's mine now. Try to come and get it. I'm like, okay, show me the proof. I was like, well, you know, did she tell you she was married? She said she was divorced. Yeah, well, she was married up until 5 o'clock this afternoon when she went to work. I was like, oh, you didn't know? I just met her at work today. It's like, yeah, somebody told me she went home with you. I was like, yeah, well, she said she wasn't married. So when the guy said, I said, well, she's yours. Come and get her. It's just no different than me having his 5-year-old son there. Come and get him. I have no right to claim your property. They have no business being here on my farm.
Hey,
you know,
so the Texas Department of Family Services, though, since they now have what's called custody of the children out of this court of record, that doesn't give them superior rights? They can't make that claim because they're not a person?
Anybody could come forward and make a claim for anybody's property at any time. That's what I'm trying to say, without prejudice. Somebody could come, you know, I have a Camaro that I've had since 1980, since November. If somebody wants to come forward to me and says, hey, where'd you buy that? Oh, out in Las Vegas. Yeah, well, you know what? Somebody stole it from me in California in 1970. I'd like it back. And I'd be like, wow, I got about $30,000 into it. You know, basically a value of a Camaro back then was what, $2,000? $2,500? I'll give you $2,500 because that was the fair value of what it was in 1970. But I'm not going to give you a $30,000 Camaro. But I will still reimburse him because honestly, yes, that was his property. Somebody wrongfully took it from him, and yes, I will compensate him for his loss. So it's the same thing with when you're trying to say that DHR is trying to. One, first of all, DHR can't make a claim. And second of all, they just have legal custody of the child, not lawful custody. So while we still live in a lawful land, your lawful claim for property is superior than a legal claim or legal possession. Now in France, it's backwards. The legal claim would have precedent over the lawful claim. So thank God we still live in this nation that believes in lawful procedures prevail over legal procedures. So you're going to make a lawful claim. All they could do is make a legal claim to the child.
Got you. Okay.
Big difference. The judge is going to have to say what is before me, a lawful claim and a legal claim. That's what if you could explain to the jury, that'd be even better. These are very simple concepts, and I think I don't know. I guess if you folks listen to what I say a little bit, I'm going to try to talk slower, and since it's my call, I don't feel pressured to have to ram it down as fast as I can in 20 seconds. So I'm going to record these things so you folks can just come back and keep listening to them. But I'm glad the first question was a family question because I really enjoy family questions because my kid was taken, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. I don't really want to explain too much to folks. But it was pretty funny that they just walked into the hospital room and just asked us to sign all kinds of paperwork. And I said, I don't want to sign anything with the state of Alabama. If I do enter into a contract, it's going to be back in Virginia. This child was just born premature, and we had no intent on registering or certifying or, titling this child through Alabama.
we want him to be considered, like a citizen of property of Virginia, a commonwealth. We don't want him to be part of a state. We want him to be part of a commonwealth. And they were like, well, what, he's here now. And I said, well, when he gets released from this hospital, discharged, we're going to do all the paperwork up in Virginia. They said, if you don't file any of the paperwork with us, we're not going to release him. And I just said, you got to be kidding. Nobody's going to sign any documents with the state of Alabama. It's like if our plane crashed in North Korea and the wife had the baby in North Korea, and North Korea says, well, we're not going to release that child to you unless you make this child a North Korean citizen. I was like, you're out of your mind. I'm going to drag this child back to America, and I'm going to do all the paperwork there. And they were like, no, you have to register him here first and title him here. I was like, no, because then it'll give you jurisdiction or authority, some sort of belief that you can control my child. No, not doing it. So they told me if we don't sign the paperwork, we'll never see the child again. I said, if that child's not there at 7 o'clock in the morning, when we come back to feed him in the morning before we go to work, we're going to sue you. And that's exactly what happened. He wasn't there the next morning, and there you go. File a lawsuit, and on the way we are.
I just wanted to know, you mentioned in your episode 187 is the one I listened to, and I got all the copies of the pleadings the cover pages and the pleadings you did, but you mentioned in there you sent a letter to the clerk that had to do with not having to pay the filing fee. Is there a way that we can get a copy of that? Because I couldn't quite get all that written down when you were saying it.
Well, this is why I call the show The Uncommon Law, because a lot of folks, there's a lot of good guys out there, like Canadian, there's a couple of Canadian guys up there, and English and Australian folks, and they'll tell you go file these forms. Okay? One way, believe it or not, it was kind of funny how I got the fees waived. I just walked into the clerk of the court's office, the court clerk's office, and clerk of the court, I was appealing something, and she said to me, well, we're going to need court costs, the ticket, fine, and jury trial. We're going to need all these payments. She started doing the numbers, and I just started smiling, and I said, well, ma'am, can I please speak to the court clerk? And she said, well, I'm the clerk of the court. I said, no, I want to talk to the court clerk. And she said, oh, you mean the head clerk? She said, well, I am that. I said, good. I said, I'm going to have to just rely on my right that I can move a trial by jury in the Commonwealth without paying a fee. And she said, well, that's not going to happen. You're going to pay like everybody else. I said, okay, now I accomplished it through you. Who's the head judge here, the chief judge? He says, what? I said, I'm going to ask him if he's also going to make a demand of a filing fee. And I'm going to say to him extremely simply that my word is my bond. Do you accept bonds? And she said, well, of course we accept bonds. I said, well, I'm going to say to him, my word is my bond. And whatever the verdict comes down from the jury, and they demand me to pay a certain amount of money for a debt, I said, I'll be more than glad to settle the debt once the jury comes down with their verdict and determines I owe something to somebody. But you can't order me to do anything. If you want to order me to do something, I'm going to make a claim against you that you had no right to order me to do anything. Then I'm going to rely upon my right to have a trial by jury under the Bill of Rights, Article 7, that I have the right to move a court of record in a trial by jury. So she was like, oh, you know what, I'm not going to, she was like, you could see, she was like, I'm not going around with this guy. You know what, she's like, fine, we'll see you in 30 days, 11 o'clock in the morning, how's that? I said, that works fine. She's like, I'm not even going to go around with this guy. So what's funny is if you want to put something in writing before these people, that's fine. They're going to challenge you on what you're submitting to them. Like if I just give you a one-sentence thing and hand it to the lady's going to be like, well, that's fine and special, but you know what? You're still going to pay. Because, like I said, I made sure that I knew the law of these courts, that you first have to, there's two sides of the court. You got the court clerk side, and you got the chief judge's side. The court clerk assigns all the cases to the judges and pays the judges. She's the one who does all the records. She basically stays there for 30, 40, 50 years. The judge basically gets elected. He's in and out every year or two. There's somebody else there. So she is the stable portion of the court. She is basically the bedrock. So when you go through it, you got to understand, too, you have a clerk of the court and you have a court clerk. The clerks of the court are just the minions that works for the court clerk. So when you direct something to the court, you direct it to the court clerk. And you try to define her by name. You say, hi, Susie. I believe you're the court clerk. I wish to move my case in this claim before a trial by jury, and I believe my rights are secured by the Bill of Rights, Article 7. And I believe I have the right to move a claim without paying a filing fee. Now, part of me says, well, if the filing fee is like exorbitant, I'll try to fight that because, like I said, for a traffic ticket, it was ridiculous. They wanted hundreds of dollars. I was like, this is ridiculous. So I said, I'm going to try to do the old razzle-dazzle. If I think the filing fee is reasonable, even though it's a publicly funded organization and tax dollars basically pay the judge's salary, if I make it easier for me to file it, because some cases, like if you want to have a void judgment like this, everybody's court, I don't know if you realize this or not, the court clerk will actually give you a filing fee schedule. Now, if you want to do a void judgment, I know in Alabama, in Jefferson County, if you want to file for a void judgment, it's free. If you want to file for a divorce, it's like $150. So all courts and the clerks of the courts have all different filing fees that they're willing to work with you. And usually it's on their website, a filing fee schedule. So if you believe that there's a order that you want to have void, like you're trying to say, well, I want this contract or order between Texas, DHR, DSS, Family Services, whatever they are in Texas. If you want to have that order void, you can just make a claim in that county. It says, I want that order void because of the parents or the mom is going to say that she was defrauded out of her rights to her property. So sometimes, like I said, the filing fees are free. So if you just go down there and work with the folks, believe it or not, the court clerk, it worked with me one time in North Carolina. I said to her, can I pay this off $5 a week? And she's like, yeah, sure. As long as they know that they're going to get some money, they're really not that hard to work with. So, like I said, it's just who you're dealing with down there in Texas and how you approach them. And that's my whole philosophy when you engage with somebody and they don't want to work with you. It depends on how you came at them, or how belligerent you are, how nice you are. And it goes a long way being polite, common courtesy. But they're human beings too. They have feelings too. So what I realized is you put it in your words. Don't try to use their words, because once you study their words, you're like, holy cow, everything that I was taught is like backwards. If I use their words, it sounds ridiculous to the common man. So you know what? I'm just going to use the common words that the people, because I'm going to go before a jury. So what I always say to people is you make your lawsuit incredibly short because the other side already knows what they did wrong to you. The court clerk isn't supposed to read your paperwork. The folks in the black robe are not supposed to read your paperwork. The only person who's supposed to read your paperwork is the person that you're prosecuting, the person you're going after, suing. He already knows what you did. Now, he has the right to say, can you please hand me a more itemized statement of the facts? But you don't have to. You could just say to him, you administrated like me, and said you uttered a forged instrument which interfered with my rights to property. And then the next thing was like, now I demand compensation. There you go. That's my lawsuit. He knows what uttered forged instrument he created that interfered with my right to property. Mm-hmm. Need to know anymore? Or I did put C Exhibit C, so he could actually see the forged instrument. But he knew. They know. And that's it. And the federal marshal said to me, that's it? That's your whole lawsuit? It's like, yeah, well, I put a bigger one before the court. It was 4 pages long, which was 3 pages more than I needed. I said, but, I needed this cover sheet, so it was 2 pages more than I really needed. I only really needed this one sentence, basically, in this 1 page. They were like, well, this is so simple, it's ridiculous. I said, yeah. I said, do you understand this? And they looked at the Exhibit C, and they're like, okay, they read it. It's like, you're absolutely right. This doesn't have your name on it, your wife's name on it, or your child's name on it. This has some little old lady's name on it. 80-year-old lady says on here, Uncle Charlie, 40-something, and some girl, 3 years old, living in an apartment. What does this have to do with you and your newborn? I said, absolutely nothing. But they just jammed it in a case file. They picked one out and just jammed it in there, and they figured if anybody ever looked into the case file, they would see a contract. And they thought that we'd get away with it because they never gave me or my wife access to the case file. The court that it's actually filed in, the family court in Jefferson County, they still have never given me a copy of the case file. But the clerk of the court at the Alabama Court of Appeals at the Supreme Court of Alabama, he gave a copy of the case file, which is ridiculous to have to go. And even he said that. He said, this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. The clerk of the court is supposed to release it to you. I said, yeah, well. And he was on the phone with me and the clerk of the court. She kept saying, oh, yeah, we thought we put it in the mail. So for 6 months, him and I were calling up the clerk court for the family court, and they never released it. They're never going to release it to me. So, like I said, I hear a lot of these folks saying, well, just how wonderful court clerks are and stuff like that. Well, sometimes if they don't want to abide by the law, they're not going to abide by it. So you can file all kinds of motions and petitions and everything, and they're just going to laugh at you. So when they really want to stack the deck against you, like I said, the only way you're going to be able to do this is go and take it to the common law side of the court. And there's a guy named Tom Murphy out there and Janet Marie, and I'm trying to get these folks out a little bit older than me. And I'm trying to get these folks to go to their county commissioners, and when the public courts can be made available to move common law claims, because, say, the common law claim side of the community is not being heard by this private bar member association setup that we have in this public building right now. They're taking it. It's like walking into a public library at 8 o'clock in the morning. All the lawyers, all the judges, everybody takes all the computers and reads all the books in the public library. You're like, hey, we're not having access to this public library. They're taking all the tables, all the computers, all the pens, they're taking everything. When can we have access to this public library? And they're like, well, tough. We're here first. We got here first. We're taking it over. This is our building now. But maybe, like Janet Marie said, well, Huck County Court shuts down from 12 to 1. I said, well, there you go. You go to the county commissioner, and it's just like the folks leaving the library. They leave the library at 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock to all go to lunch. Take over the library. Read all the books, read all the books, take over the computers, take over the tables and desks, and have at it. So I said, there's no reason why you can't go to the county commission and say, well, the common law side of the court is not being heard in this public courthouse. This is a public courthouse that my great-grandfather built and everybody's grandfather built and taxpayers' money paid for. We would like to use this court from 12:15 to 12:45, 2 days a week. I said, just get your foot in the door and just say, this is a public building. We'd like to use the facility. And when the court clerk comes back from lunch at 1 o'clock, we'll hand her the rulings, and she can file them for us in her fancy vault and put it on a public record for us. I said, start with simple things like that. I said, because these little ladies can make the magic happen. I can't. They take a look at me and saying, well, I want to take over this court from 12:15 to 12:45. It's like, why? So you could steal all the paper and pencils, you could unbolt the chairs and walk out the door with them. So I said, a little old lady could probably get away with asking to use the courts. Like, we'll provide the clerks, we'll provide the retired judges, we'll provide the jury, we'll provide a lot. We'll provide our own paper and pencil, we'll provide our own, court reporter, we'll provide all the stuff. While everybody's out at lunch, we're going to take care of the common law side of the court. Because nobody seems in this community or in this courthouse to care less about moving matters through the common law side of the court. Everybody wants to do administrative side. And we're not being heard, and this community needs to be heard, and the people in this community need remedy that they're not getting from the Bar Association that takes over this court from 9 to 5. So, see, that's what I'm saying. That's Tom is doing that, and Janet Marie lady. And I'm trying to convince these folks, this sounds pretty simple. It's a public building. You have every right to access it. And nobody has the right to deny you access to a public building. It's not private. And everybody keeps on saying, oh, it's a private court. Oh, yeah, who paid the building to be built? A private corporation paid for the building? No, I thought this was a public court. So paid with public tax dollars. Why can't we access it just like a public library? Does that kind of make sense to you?
Yes, it does. It's a great idea. As a matter of fact, I kind of did turn in, and it was to be just as an idea for them to contract to be able to do the common law and let us do our own common law courts in the building. And they ended up putting it in as part of a part of the order, the injunction against them taking our home and property prior to this being decided in this common law case. And that was wrong too. So I guess I have to address that specifically, because if they can give us access to the common law side of the court and we can do our own thing without their personnel, just use the building like you said.
Well, like I say to folks, one of the best things to do is that when you're making a notice to the court, make it one notice at a time, one sentence at a time. Even if you have to file 10 notices, that's fine. Don't combine all your thoughts on one piece of paper. If they don't like one, they're going to strike out the whole paper.
I see. Okay, so you're saying do several notices, reference corrections, perhaps reference how this was misfiled.
Right.
Okay. Well, I can understand that. That makes sense to me.
Right. It's like ordering something a la carte. You know, you want to order each separate order, one at a time. If you just say, I want the shrimp, the meatballs, the pepperoni, the ham sandwich, the gefilte fish, I want the Alaskan king crab, and they'll just say, we can't fill that order for you. Too bad, denied. It's like, okay. How about this? How about you give me an order of gefilte fish and Alaskan king crab and make an order for spaghetti? It's like, well, we could do that order, that order, that order. We don't have that. We can't do that. We don't have jurisdiction or control over that. We have no authority over that one. Okay, but no. You see how you break it up? Mm-hmm. Instead of saying denied. Instead of just making one swell fills saying denied. You make many separate orders, many separate notices.
Now, I thought I asked the question regarding whether you do common law, just all lowercase. I think I noticed that you had a dash between the two words, and some people capitalize C for common and capitalize L for law. Does it really matter? Does it have different definitions based on how you write it?
Nope, because if anybody wants to object to something that you're writing, that is your beliefs. That's your contract. That's your right. So you could basically you could let a chicken tap dance on a paper, and the other side's obviously going to come back and say, what does that word mean, or what is that scribble? What is that? And then you have to clarify for him. If he doesn't object to what you wrote, then it's whatever you believe is true. Because like I said, if you folks answer to their code, because the judge always asks you, do you understand your rights? And everybody says yes. It's like, oh, goody. We're good to go. It's like, okay, because you understand what that code book reads, right? It's like, that's basically what the judge says. You've been charged with code 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You understand your rights. And everybody says yes.
You want to say no.
Was not. I didn't write the book. I have no idea. I didn't study that book. I have no idea what that code means. What are you talking about? Where are we going with this, Judge? And he's like, well, you know what I mean. It's like, no, you said, do I understand what rights I have under this code? What code? Like I said, you just say to them, that's ridiculous. That's too much for me to know. I don't possibly have that right. But if we move this to the common law side of the court, well, then I understand my rights. But this side of the court, I have no clue what you're talking about. Because I'm not a code decipherer. I don't have somebody to decipher the code for me. Like, I don't have a legal attorney to decipher the stuff for me. And so, no, I'm going to have to say I have absolutely no idea. I am totally incompetent in your code. And they're going to say, well, do you want somebody to come and decipher it for you? Do you want an attorney? It's like, no, you know what? I think I'd probably be better off if I just move over to the common law side of the court.
Mm-hmm.
And you're just nice and polite. You're just nice and, is that as nice and polite as pie as I could possibly be?
Yes, indeed.
That's the whole trick. You just be as nice as polite as pie.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get confrontational. Like I said, a lot of folks jump up and down and say, I know my rights and I got the Constitution and you're going to do it this way. If you don't do it this way, I'm going to sue you and everybody else and blah, blah, blah. No, the judge is going to ask you, do you understand your rights? Do you understand that you're waiving your right to a trial by jury? Do you understand your right? Did you waive I don't know if you've been before a judge before. I've been before plenty of times. And that's what they always ask you. Do you understand you're waiving your rights? Do you understand you're waiving your right to this? Do you understand you're waiving your right to this? Like, yeah, okay. What do you mean, yeah, okay?
No,
you don't want to. Right. But people don't want to make the judge upset. So they just say yes. And they get themselves in a lot of trouble by saying yes. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do see what you're saying.
There's nothing wrong with telling the judge, no, I have no freaking clue.
It sounds to me like I maybe should go back and void the order and judgment in the unlawful detainer case where they've done this writ of restitution.
Okay. Is that your order that you put before the court, or is it their order they put before the court?
It was the attorney's order, and then the judge signed it. And we did send it back when they they never even mailed it to us. They just did it when they evicted us from the house. And that was like a month later. And so I sent it back to them, do not consent.
Who wrote you?
The attorney for the other side, who actually had disqualified by their own admissions, which I put into not only the court record, but also into the public record, because they never verified their position and their own authority.
I should have a buzzer next to me just so I could say, people, time out. Okay. An attorney can't create an order. An attorney could propose, like a proposal, like you're getting a wedding proposal. An attorney could propose an order, okay? Yeah. So the judge, the man in the black robe, looks at the attorney's proposal, and he's either going to grant it or deny it. So who created the order? Now, are you saying that the attorney for the other side proposed something to the person in the black robe, and the person in the black robe granted his proposal?
That is correct.
Okay. What did the proposal basically say?
The proposal was to give them the writ of restitution, permanent writ of restitution, to essentially evict us from our home, even though we had paid for the trial by jury, and even though the judge had earlier said that we had not responded to something that the attorney had put in, and it was something we never even received. So the judge was trying to hold us responsible for something that had never been, that we never knew about. And so I, of course, objected to that and put paperwork into that because I respond to everything. Okay, I know better than not to respond. And
when you respond, what I'm saying is this isn't just for you. This is for everybody.
Right.
You have to say, when somebody's presenting you something from the other side, you basically have to say that I do not understand what you're saying. Are you trying to convey a message to me or negotiate with me or communicate with me something other than outside of common law? Are you relying upon a statutory code or a federal rule or a state rule of civil procedure? I do not recognize civil procedure. I do not operate, and I'm not bound to answer, respond, reply to rules of procedure. I am not pro se. I'm not a subordinate officer of that court or this court. I am a man in my court in the common law. My court. It's my court. So you have to file a claim in your court. You don't answer in their court because you don't speak their language. You can't possibly give them a coherent response in their court. You can't possibly do it. You have no idea what they're trying to say to you. Like, I have no idea what you're trying to say. What are you trying to say? It's like, well, I don't speak legalese. I'm not competent to stand in your court. And I don't want somebody to decipher this for me. You know what? We're just going to, thank God this is America. Thank God this nation, we have the right to move it over to the common law side. Judge, we're just going to move this over to the common law side, okay? And then he'll have to say, if you have no choice, they have to move it over to where you're competent, where you can stand. If you try to respond back to them, as far as they're concerned, you're competent. You're responding back and forth. It sounds competent. It sounds like you know what you're doing. It sounds legitimate. It sounds like it sounds like you're responding back and forth, volleying back and forth. You have to tell them you're not competent to give an answer under a statute because you aren't proficient, nor you're competent to give them an answer. You'd love to, but you just don't have the ability to do so. You're going to have to rely upon your right to move it under the common law. I can speak to you folks man to man, which is by my right, but I have no ability to speak to some sort of, legalese, bar association. I'm not proficient in their language.
I asked for the attorney's verification that they actually were representing the so-called plaintiff, and they never could provide that. I did ask to move it over to the common law side of court. That was not granted. They kept it in the administrative side the whole time. I asked for the common law trial by jury. That essentially was denied when the attorney proposed the order, and it was signed. So I did.
The clerk of the court can't deny you a trial by jury. If they do try to, who denied you the trial by jury?
The judge, the clerk, whoever. It was never granted. I had paid for it, and I was waiting for them to give us a date and a time, and they never did. The proposed order of the attorney, they signed. I put in my thing for the trial by jury. They essentially deny it because they sign this and they don't pay attention to what I do.
Okay, so when somebody mailed you an order, how did you know this order came down at you, trial by jury?
Until they came to lock us out of our home. Okay? We never received a copy of it.
Okay, you never. Is there a copy on file of an order?
Yes, there was, but we didn't know about it because it was not mailed to us. It was done on February 6th without our knowledge, and then they...
That's fine. That's fine. All you have to do, like I said, when you get something like that going on, is all you have to say to them is, you have an order that they believe that there's an order standing. All you have to do, see who signed that order, and when they signed the order, say, were you not aware that the paperwork before the court or the case before the court was to be moved in under a trial by jury?
They were aware, because all along I've been asking for that.
Ma'am, you gotta let me finish.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Because you already know what happened. Okay, this is what I'm saying. This answers to everybody. See, when you folks ask me a question, it's case specific, and it's not. This is for everybody. When something comes through as an order through something other than your court, you inform that other court. How did you come to this ruling or decision when it was clearly established that this was my court and that this matter was being moved through a process called trial by jury? Now, I demand of you to give me your findings of facts and your conclusions of law on how you came about with this ruling. There you go. Now, like I said, just re-listen to this thing and just write down that one simple sentence. So the person who wrote that order is going to have to say how he made that ruling or how she made that ruling. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to try to get them nicked in the noose. And they have to do it. That's part of their job. They have to tell you what legal determination or what lawful procedure did you move under, or what did you rely upon to make this ruling? Because did you not know? Did you not see my claim, my case on file through your court assigned to you before you made this ruling? How did you ignore all of my documents and evidence and filings before this court? How did you do that? How did you do that little magic act? Because, like I said, as long as you're the prosecutor, if you're the defendant, you're going to lose. The judge isn't going to look at anything.
You were the defendant in that case, so that's probably why we lost. Okay.
That's exactly why you lost. Because, well, then, okay, everybody else who heard this thing was going to listen to it in a year or two from now when they play this thing back. There you go. The lady forgot to tell me that she did not file her own claim that some bank or somebody was trying to administrate her property without right. Because that's all to do was when they came at her, say, oh, lovely, try to settle a matter on a private side with the other person, the bank. Say, look, we'll pay you $50 a month for the next, 5,000 years. They might accept it, they might not. Because at least they know you're going to keep the property upkept, you're going to mow the lawn, take care of the swimming pool, you're not going to let all kinds of snakes and lizards live in the house. Some banks actually want somebody to occupy that building. Some banks just want to throw you out in the keister and just demolish the house. They don't care. They've already wrote it off and they already got the mortgage paid for 100 times over. Whatever, 3 men in Montana, crazy currency beliefs you guys got, that's fine. But anytime somebody's coming at you with a demand or order saying, I demand this, this, and this from you, you make an offer back. And if you can't settle it on a private side, at least you keep a record of your offers to settle a matter with the other side. Because
that was actually my defense, that we had made many offers to settle.
You have no defense.
The foreclosure sale is void, and because of that.
You are a defenseless person. I am telling you. If you folks never, if you stay as a defendant, let me just put it this way. You say, I don't care if somebody wins as a defendant. I don't care. That one person out of a million who actually could come on here and say, look, I won as a defendant. Okay, well, what happened to every single other person who lost? You're only going to truly win if you're the prosecutor. So to go for the win, you have to say, okay, look, I tried to settle it with this man as best I could on a private side, or this bank, or whoever. You know what? I'm done. We did it as long as we could. The administration process is exhausted. There is no remedy. Fine. We're going to have to take this into court. You know what? He said he wants to take this into court. Let's take this into court. Now, he's going to move under this code, this code, this code, this code. I'm going to move on under common law. Thank God we're not in France, because every single thing I'm telling you, you would lose in France. This only works in, like, this nation. It does not work in France or Italy or Germany, because they abide by codes. Their code is their precedent. Their superior law is code. Our superior law is the common law. Thank God we live in that nation that still believes in man is superior to the government. Over there in France, it's not. So all you have to do is explain to the judge, well, now, like I said, you have to make a claim that the court moved in error, that you had the right to a trial by jury. And take a look at the order and tell the judge, why was I denied the right to a trial by jury? He's going to probably make it really simple. And he's going to say, well, this case was moving under statutory code 1234. And under section 1234, there is no provisions of a trial by jury permitted or allowed or accepted. It doesn't happen. It doesn't exist under this code. So that's basically what his answer is going to be. So you forgot to throw that little thing to me that that's from now on I'm going to ask everybody the first thing. Were you defendant or you plaintiff? Or were you the prosecutor or you were the wrongdoer? Which one were you? So that way I'm not giving you an answer presuming like I would never walk into a court without being a prosecutor. I would never do it.
They're making us file it into their case.
Yeah, that's very simple. You don't file nothing into their case. You do understand how I believe that you create your own case, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if you ever listened to any of the old talk shows I've done. I think I explain extremely simple. There's two ways of looking at a case. You could say, well, it's a suit case, okay, because you got a case. And you put your suit in the case, and you put the accoutrements in there. And you know what accoutrements, like a button and a belt. It's accoutrements, something you attach to your suit. So you put accoutrements in your case, like evidence, exhibits, your witness list. So you're packing your case. And all you're doing is taking your case and bringing it to the court clerk's office, the court clerk. And you're handing the court clerk your case. She's stamping it. Boop, boop. She puts a number on it, and she's supposed to put the copy into the vault and maybe give a copy to the judge. Maybe. You know, nobody's supposed to open it up and open up your case. Nobody's supposed to restylize your suit. You put those gold buttons on your silver suit in a particular order, and you don't want anybody to rearrange your suit. I don't need anybody to interpret my suit. I don't need anybody to perfect it. I think I got a perfect suit that I'm ready to present to the jury. So please don't open up my suit. Don't open up my case. Don't interpret my suit. Don't rearrange my suit. Don't take one thread. Leave all the threads where they are. Do not remove a word. Do not add a word. Leave my suit alone. When this country was established and we were on the wagon trains, or we came over in a boat, do you realize the first building we built?
No.
Church. To thank God that they all made it there in time. So at times, since it was the only building meeting place in town, they would hold court there. So I don't know if you've ever walked into somebody else's church, but anytime I've ever walked into anybody's church, I've always bowed to the altar. Regardless if it was Presbyterian or Baptist or Lutheran or Catholic, I don't know. I just believe there was proper protocol to stand, bow down on my knee, bow and do the symbol of the cross. I believe that was proper protocol and it was ethical to do that. So when a man on his video is watching this man in a black robe bowing, I said, he's bowing to the altar. Now, you could say all this kumbaya, you could say all this reptilian stuff or Queen of England and reptoids and praying to the devils. No. When you walked into a church, this was the style. You bowed to the altar before you stepped behind the altar. So that they would say, oh, look, the judge bowed to the guy. No, he was bowing to, the altar, Just, it was protocol when you walked into a church, you bowed.
Yeah, and the judges here still do that as well. They bow when they come into the
can you look at it as evil and Illuminati and devil worship and everything? Well, sure, you just go right ahead and believe that. Or do I want to look at it the way they would, like the circuit judges would go around from church to church to church, and they conduct their public business when it came to court matters, and they go to a local town. It's like, okay, I'm the judge. Where do you guys hold court in this town? Over there at the church. That's the only building we built so far? Yeah, okay. So he'd walk in, he'd bow to the altar, show everybody respect. Everybody would be sitting in the pews waiting for him to start. He'd bow to the altar, And they're like, well, that's nice. The judge bowed to our altar, whether you guys were Mormons or Lutherans or whatever you guys were in that little Midwest town or far West town. He was polite, and he was courteous and respectful, and he bowed. It has nothing to do he was bowing to the people. It has nothing to do he was bowing to the man before the court. It has nothing to do with that. But that's what these people want to all wrapped up in, this Illuminati nonsense that the judge is bowing to some sort of something.
No,
He's just being respectful. Common courtesy.
Now, when we try to file our paperwork again here, should we keep that red box around that, or will that matter whether we have the red box around it or not? They may or may not accept it.
All the red box basically means is that there is nothing to be entered in and nothing to be taken out of this paperwork.
Yeah, it's non-negotiable, basically.
It's non-negotiable.
It's here.
Right, exactly. So that's all it's basically saying.
Okay, good.
That's all it's basically about. And like I said to people, it's very simple. It's when Hannibal was coming over the Alps, the Romans knew how to keep the elephants at bay was to just slaughter some horses or some cattle and lay blood across the elephant's trail, the path. Because the elephant's tusks would pick up the smell of blood, and the elephants would get scared, and they refused to cross that bloodline.
Right.
So, like I said, if you look at any of the popes, they're called papal bulls, P-A-P-A-L-B-U-L-L. You see all his papal bulls have that red box around it. So it's probably just an ancient Roman thing that the people back then really, loved. So it's just a tradition and a custom that kept going for years and years and years. So that's the significance about the red line, as far as I believe. If the Catholic Church did it for some reason, that's why I believe they did it.
It makes sense. It kind of follows the flow of things because it really does kind of represent that whole idea. This is non-negotiable. This is my wish, my order, my demand, and there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Right, and there's a Bible verse that says, add no word, take no word. So if you just Google add no word, take no word Bible quote, that's basically what it's saying. It's like things were written in stone back there. You watch the old Ten Commandments movie with Yul Brynner. He's like, let it be written, let it be done. And they etched his word in stone. You can't take a word. You can't take a word. You can't add a word. You can't remove the word. Once you uttered it, it's your word for all time. If you try to alter that word, you're going to shatter the stone. You can't remove. You can't do it. So when you make a claim, you got to make it like one sentence long, so that way you always remember your word, because your words are so simple. You only said 10 words. You can't possibly mess up in front of the jury because you're just going to say those 10 words and nothing else. And you're not going to change, and you're not going to rearrange it. And you say, this is my word, and this is what I say is true. This is what I claim happened. Now, would you like me to expand on my word? Sure. I'll define it, and I'll give you an explanation to it, but this is my true words. These are my words, and this is what I say is true. And you let the court know without a shadow of a doubt. I'm just giving you an explanation or a clarification of my words. I am not altering, changing, or tampering with my claim or my words. But will I explain it in a little more detail in this court? Yeah, sure. If the jury wishes to hear an explanation or a little more detail, sure, I'll expand on it. But if not, I believe my claim stands as it is. And you can just leave it at that.
Good. So I guess we should just file our claim into the Queen's Bench the way that they want, and then that way they'll move forward with that case and should continue with their filing the habeas as an applicant into their case, or still try to make it separate. Because I think that's where they're having a hard time as well. They're like, we can't really separate it because this is you already have a court file number pertaining to this.
Sure. There's nothing wrong that somebody already had. What happened if somebody found a gold mine and there was 300 people claiming that they already found that? So everybody would initiate their own case, their own claim. That's all.
Okay.
No rocket science there.
Once they learn their power, and it all comes from the jurors, the grand jury, the 23.
Oh yeah. Well, make it 20. Well, make it 25, because that's honestly that's what.
It's 23. It's 23. It's what the grand jury is. That's what it is. It's 23. We've done a lot of research in that area, so it's 23. There can never be a hung jury.
Okay, well, I'm saying there was five Magna Cartas, and the sixth one is the Comitatus Confront Martial. So I'll show you where it says 25 in there, and that's a common law. But if you want 25,
okay. Well, let's take a look at that because we got to be spot on. We got to be shiny here. We can't be short. So, and we have 40 plus right now. That's already executed page 9. So,
well, 23 is statutory. Is a statute grand jury, which they basically hijacked the common law grand jury.
Oh, really? Well, that's not going to work. It's going to be 25.
Right, they hijacked it and modified it just a little bit, just to make it their own. But this one man, the one man asked me, how do I renew a driver's license or don't renew a driver's license? Well, I know that there's insurance companies that some Christian groups, because they don't want to embed their photo, like Muslims don't want their pictures taken, and certain Christians don't want a number on a driver's license, like it's the number of a beast kind of thing. So some Christian and Muslim groups, they actually provide insurance for non-licensed drivers. So I know you could Google it. I've never did it. I think I looked at it years ago because I got that fancy. So I was thinking about doing that.
I believe we have that issue covered.
Right.
So we're going to be able to issue license. It's going to be clear. It's going to be a separation.
Well, this man was asking that he did not want a driver's license. Like, how do I avoid renewing a driver's license? So like I said, I remember some Christians and some Muslims didn't want their photos taken. So what they were doing is they were having, through their own organizations, insurance funds. And another way you could do it is record a bond through the county recorder for any liability that you might incur on anybody that you cause damage to. You could put a bond on record and just prove, show it, that you have insurance on your car, because the big thing is the police stop you.
Let me just throw this one at you. On Sandra. You know Sandra. She's got a situation right now where, her dad's estate, she took it over, her dad died, it was on the title that the car that he had was the title was to transfer into her name upon his death. The bank refuses to do that, and the bank just put a whole bunch of insurance on the car.
Right.
And added it to the bill. And after she had already served them with a bond, it's already been accepted by the state of California. So it's the same bond.
Just because her daddy was the owner means nothing. The guy who has the lien is the man, or the bank has the lien outstanding on it. The bank is going to make sure they get compensated if she gets into a wreck. The owner could just wrap it around the tree and smash it into a million pieces and walk away because the owner only paid $100 on a car. But the bank wrote out the loan, or whoever the lien holders, it could be a next door neighbor could have gave you the money, and the next door neighbor wants to be compensated for the full $20,000 that he loaned you. So if you just gave him $100 so far, you took out the car for a test drive and you wrap it around a tree, or you convert it, you became the owner, you wrote it on paper that you're now the owner. I'll pay this man $100 a week. You make the first payment and wrap it around a tree, you're going to say, well, I'm not going to pay him the other $19,900 I owe him. I got to go get another car. I can't afford to give this guy $100 a week anymore, so he's basically stuck. So the guy who has the lien is going to make sure that whatever the outstanding balance is due to who you claim to be the owner of this car, he's still going to demand, if you want to make payments to me of $100 a week, I demand that you get full compensation on this car, liability compensation, so that way I don't lose my vested interest in the car.
I know, but here's the problem, is the will and the title
will means
demanded
nothing.
The will, and the title. So then the title. On the title, it was clear that it was required that the title transfer into her name so she has control of the property after his death. And the bank refuses to do that, and now they want to repossess the car.
She doesn't have the title. She has a certificate that title exists. Everybody has a certificate of the title. Nobody has the title. She has a certificate.
So the bank's trying to steal the car. The bank's trying to steal the car from her. So what should she do,
The bank or your next door neighbor technically could collapse the loan instantly. They could demand immediate payment, and they could seize the property legally and lawfully immediately. They could accelerate the debt, and they could say, we want every damn dime, and we want it within 24 hours. And if it don't come to us in 24 hours because we're scared of you now you made us afraid of you, we're going to accelerate the loan. We're going to accelerate the debt. And we demand immediate payment within 24 hours, or the sheriff's department's going to come and grab our car. It's not your car. Because you claim you're the owner, we don't care who's the owner. There's still an outstanding debt due to me. I truly own your car. We put it on a piece of paper saying you're the owner when you get stopped by a cop. You say, well, I own a car. That's fine. That's between you and the cop. But between me and you, you know and I know you still owe me $20,000. So, you might think you own this car, but truly you and I really know who owns this car. Until you pay every damn dime to me, you don't own jack. Until you can make a full claim that this is yours, and this is what I say. What I say to people all the time, property is exclusive rights to enjoyment to all others on this planet. That you have sole custody and possession of it, and nobody else can make a claim to any vested interest in it. Then it's your property. When it's only pertains to your person and nobody else can make a claim to it, that's truly your property, free and clear. If somebody could come forth and make a claim of a vested interest in the property, it's not free and clear. There's no free title, no clear title. As soon as you said California, and then I was thinking tax assessor, right? Okay, I remember that. I thought I was giving you a pretty good answer. What kind of answer did I give you? And so I'll pick it up from there. Like, what didn't you catch?
You wanted me to do a contract, like a what do you call it? A resignation of the contract. I'm not saying it right. And I put a lot of stuff in, but they just ignore everything. And I've done things under notary seal, and I know they just ignore everything anyway, but I was just wondering what you would do if you just send it in and sign it, or if you get it.
Well, you're extremely lucky because you're in California, because your California Constitution is a very nice Constitution. I mean, it uses old Mexican, Spanish law. It uses everything. So you guys are very lucky. You get to rely upon all forms of law that they recognize. And you're lucky because California, all courts are courts of record, and it clearly states it right in your Constitution. So there's no tap dancing around it. So that's great. So what they're trying to do is, and like I say to folks, thank God you're not living in France, because all the information I give you folks, if this was France, everything I'm saying is 180 degrees wrong. Because we live in this nation that recognizes courts of record and recognizes the common law to superior to all other laws, then we're lucky. Mm-hmm. See what I'm saying? Because, like I said, the only thing that I could even think that comes close to common law in this country is a contract. And contract, established between two parties, like a man in a black robe can't intercede as a third-party intervener between a contract, like commercial law, like the merchant law, they can't get involved. Mm-hmm. Can you get it before a jury? Yeah, probably. You can probably get a contract before a jury. But honestly, if both parties don't want to, if one of the parties do not want a third-party intervener, like a man in a black robe, to negotiate or renegotiate or interpret conditions of a contract, you're pretty well screwed. Mm-hmm. So, see, like I said, we have a very good law system in this country. And it's not a bad legal system, because I like it that there's a legal system, because we could trump it with law. So, yay, thank God they run under legal, because I throw the old Trump law down on them, and they're squashed. Right. So, but like I said, that what I would do if I was you, is I would rely upon the fact that you have, in California, you have a court of record, and you can move it before a trial by jury. But the other thing, good thing or bad about that is everybody else in the community will believe that you have to pay your taxes, whereas the other side is going to want to say that, well, if nobody paid their taxes, who'd pay for the schools and the roads? Right. And, so that's the problem with that kind of nonsense. So that's why you kind of, believe it or not, even though you have a court of record, you'd actually want the magistrate to do it by the letter of the law, what's black and white. Is this my property? Does anybody have a right to administrate my property without right? And obviously the county assessor would obviously be operating under some sort of authority, not operating under right, what I was trying to explain to Dean Clifford. I don't know if you heard the very last thing I asked him.
No, I switched over. I guess I got disconnected on that when you were still talking.
It was really simple what I said to him. I said, Dean, you're a very nice man. I said, you say an awful lot in court, which seems like really belligerent. It's like, it sounds like you're starting a fight, with this judge and saying, blah, 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 and I got this, and I got this, and I got this, and I got this going on. I said to Dean, why don't you just say to the court, before you even address to the court, I said, what? I said, because he addresses the court like crazy. He talks, you can't do this, and I'll sue you, you can't do that, and I know my rights, and you can't do this, and the court's getting a little, pissed hearing people saying that kind of nonsense. I said, why don't you just say to them, I require leave of court so I may properly place my claim before the court, or you say I require leave of court and so I may answer their claim in a proper manner.
No, it sounded perfect. I like that.
And he said to me, well, you'll be surprised a lot of stuff that they do and don't do. I was like, do you understand what the word require means? And obviously he didn't. Because he's like, they'll do whatever they want. I said, look, I'll give you the Webster's Dictionary version from 1828. To require means to demand or to ask as of right and or by authority. So you're requiring the court leave. So you're doing it of right and by authority. The judge has no choice because you required it. You didn't request it. You didn't ask him. You required it. I require leave of court. So that means that I'm standing on a bar. Right. So you could Google Webster's 1828, and you just type in the word require, and the very first definition for require is, to ask or demand of something as of by right or by authority.
Right.
So the court has to grant it. He has no choice because you're saying, I have a right, and by my authority, I require leave so I may properly answer the court. And he said, if you're surprised, man, they'll just run you over like a fire. I said, I'm telling you, Dean, if you place that on a record, and that judge hears that word, he's going to abide by it because he's not a dummy. I said, and if he wants to run you over like a freight train, that's fine. Let him do whatever he wants to do. And I said, it's a very simple thing. If you want to make any form of like an appeal or anything that he had to say, you just say, well, the court moved an error because I required leave. Like I got to go to the bathroom. I require leave. I got to go.
Right.
I'm not asking you. I'm telling you by right and by authority. I'm not asking you. I'm telling you.
Require.
Right, require. So, like I said to folks, I said, look, if you watch this movie, Malcolm X, and like I said, when I was a kid back in the 70s, you had to write about a hero, so I wrote Malcolm X, which was really bizarre for a white guy to write about Malcolm X. But I said I really liked his kick-ass, in-your-face attitude. He didn't take no guff from nobody. I really admired that. It's like, I lived in New York. He was up there starting all kinds of trouble. Like, woof, I like this guy. I don't care what color he is. Boy, he's kicking ass, taking numbers. I like this guy. He got shot in the head, whatever, but you know what I'm saying? He's like, oh, boy, I like this guy. He's not conforming. So if you watch the movie, you see that his Prophet Elijah Muhammad, whoever's sitting in prison with him, says, boy, you're going to have a rough world dealing with the white man's world and their legal system. Here's a dictionary. You better start copying it from A to Z. You're going to have plenty of years to sit here. You might as well do something constructive. And that's exactly what Malcolm X did. He read the dictionary from A to Z, and he wrote it. He copied it word for word. And his mentor in prison said to him, once you're done, you will understand when you walk into the white man's world, into the white man's court, what he is saying. So I remembered that. So when I started getting wrangled by the legal system, trying to get my child back, I realized I had no clue what these people were saying. Like a simple word like require would have went right over my head, just like it went right over Dean's head, and I would have just been belligerent like Dean. When you just say a couple of magic words and just be done.
Require.
I just require. I require leave of court. That's all I do. I require leave of court to submit a proper claim or to answer a proper claim that's before this court. That's all. I just need to see a claim, or I'm going to need to place my own claim. One or the other. You're going to have to give me leave of court because that's what I require. So, see, that's why I did my dictionary nonsense. That's why I went through every single thing that I thought was important to know what these words meant. So, because if you're walking into their world, if you want to, like I said, if you think you're going to put on a big boy pants and you're going to slug it out word for word with these people, these guys are professional linguists. And they have their terms of art down to a science. So if you want to babble with their nonsense, I try to say to everybody, look, this is why I call this show the uncommon law. Because common law is what we're dealing with now, is walking into these attorneys' world, and this is what people think is common. And I'm saying, no. That's not common. That's a private organization. They have their own terms and phrases and words of art. We can't get manipulated by what they call the common legal language. We're going to have to go uncommon on them, and we're going to talk like a man. We're going to talk like a normal woman. We're just going to talk like soft as the earth people. And thank God we're in this nation. We can hold them to it. And they're stuck. Whether they want to like it or not, they have to answer us in our language. So as you see so many times when people go to court, they say, do you understand your rights? Do you understand this? You've been charged with California Penal Code 1234. Do you understand your rights? It's like, dude, I don't understand anything. I don't know what a penal code is. What's 1234? I don't know what rights I have under that code. I didn't read the code. I didn't write the code. I can't decipher the code. I don't want somebody to decipher it for me because, you know what, honestly, I don't trust any is. Can we just move this under the common law? And the judge will have to do it. You say, I require this court to move to the common law side of the court. Right now, we're on the wrong side of the court. What you're doing is you're making a claim of consequence. You're saying I'm in the wrong court. You're making a habeas corpus claim basically right there in front of the judge. And he has to move you over to the proper jurisdiction. It's simple. So if you folks download and record this thing, what I just said, you don't have to get upset and mad and angry, like I said, like a dean. He's a nice guy, but holy cow. I'm not going to jail. I'm not jumping up and down this guy's face. I'm not jumping up and down in court. I'm going to make some simple words, put some simple paperwork, one sentence, and let it all hang out from there. You know, I'm done. I'm not giving an attitude. So like I said, when you're California tax thing, you need to understand some very simple things. You need to have them submit a claim before the court. And when they submit it, they are going to submit it under California Code 1234. And you're going to say, you're going to have to put this in plain terminology in which I understand, in which I comprehend, in which I'm competent to give an answer. I'm not competent to answer under California Code 1234. And they can't force you to be competent. They can't, if they move for a competency hearing, that's ridiculous. I said, I already told you I'm incompetent. And I'll never be competent unless you put me through some sort of law school and I pass the bar. Then maybe in 6 years I'll be proficient legal capacity to give you a competent answer to reply to Code 1234. And I still probably won't be able to do that because I'd have to find the man who wrote the code, and I'd have to ask him, what does that code literally mean as you created it? Because like I say to people all the time, we could all be standing at the Daily Plaza in Chicago looking at a Picasso. Okay, it's got like a big blob in the middle, kind of funny shaped, a yellow-looking moon, and a blue thing that looks like the Earth. And you could get a PhD in Picasso, I could get a PhD in Picasso, and we could interpret this Picasso painting and actually make a pretty good living interpreting Picasso paintings and selling them and trading them and buying them. And we're going to think of all these wonderful things what this abstract artist Picasso was saying. So we're all sitting there interpreting and arguing. I always said, Picasso's going to come out from the grave and said, hey, what's going on here? And it's like, oh, Mr. Picasso, we're just admiring a painting. It's like, oh, yeah, that big blue thing, that's the insignificance of Earth, and the big gray thing in the middle is the complexity of the galaxy, and that yellow thing is man's significance in all of creation. Some transcendental meditation nonsense. And Picasso's going to flip the painting upside down, and he's going to say it's a banana. It's an elephant holding a banana standing on a blue ball. That's all it is, people. It's an elephant holding a banana standing on a blue ball. You're putting too much into this. What do you think I created? No. See, so unless you created the code, you can't interpret it. You can try to interpret the code, but it's not your code to interpret. So if somebody's trying to tell you interpret this code and give me an answer, what do you think this code, how do you think you're going to answer to this code? It's like, I'm not going to waste my time trying to decipher this dribble. You know what? I will provide an answer in common law and the common language. This is what I believe I did right. This is what I believe I did wrong. I believe you have no right to do this to me. Why do I believe you have no right? I believe you have no right to tell me what I can and cannot do with the money in my pocket. I believe this is a nation in which I have the right to administrate my own property in my own manner. And there you go. There's your claim. Now you're waiting for the other side to rebut it. And they're going to say, well, in this nation, we need property taxes. We need some place to provide for medical and police and fire departments. You're like, okay, that's a nice rebuttal. But like I said, when you move them into the common law, that's what trumps everything in this country. Only a man has standing in common law. The county doesn't have standing in common law. So technically, yeah, you could really bang the bottom out of the county because technically there's not going to be a voice. They're not going to be standing in court. Only an attorney is going to be standing in there in court for them, and the attorney can't come to court like you can, a common law court, and a common law court is going to require, or you're going to require of everybody defying or bringing a motion or moving the common law court to do it under oath of affirmation with first-hand knowledge that either they've been harmed or they've been accrued a loss due to your acts or your inactions. And that's going to be pretty hard for the county to come forth and say, somebody from the county to say, well, since Bill hasn't paid his taxes, it has raised my tax exactly $17.13. It's going to be really hard for somebody to prove that because your inactions caused them harm. And then, like I also said to you before, that's what I remember saying to you now, just like in England, the common law of England, the Queen owns all the Crown, not the Queen. The Crown owns all the land. All the edifices, all the buildings upon that land, the people can own, but they can't own the land. So this is what I was saying to you. I remember this now about counties. You could say to the county, I will pay you a tax assessment for 1/4 of an acre. That sounds fair because I want the road was built to it. I got fire service delivered to it, police service. You know what? I will pay you for the value of the land because that's my house. That's my building. I could take a match and burn it down to the ground tomorrow. And there's absolutely nothing you could do. I'm breaking no law by burning my house down to the ground or just taking a steamroller and laying it out and throwing it away. There's absolutely no law that says I can't demolish my house and just bring it back to land. So, because that's my house. So if you're thinking my house is worth $1 million and you want to assess me tax on something I flat out own, you can't do it. Like everybody knows, once you paid the taxes on those cigarettes or once you paid the taxes on that can of Coca-Cola, they can't come back into your house and say, oh, look, you got all those cans of Coke, you got all those packs of cigarettes, we're going to retax you. They can't do it. You already paid the tax once, you're done. You bought your house, you paid the tax on the mortgage, whatever it is, you're done. So if the county's trying to come and make a claim for more taxes for something that you flat out own outright, how dare they? Can they make an assessment on the land, a tax on the land? Yeah, sure, throw them a bone. How much is the land worth? 10 grand, 20 grand? Who knows? They want to assess that for that? You're going to basically pay them peanuts. But that, to me, is my best legal or lawful thing that I would do if the county was coming after me to assess some sort of land or house or property. That's, without seeming like somebody who's greedy or something like that. It's like, look, before I got here, that land was worth how much? That's how much I'll pay for the taxes. After I got here, it's all been my blood and sweat that created that equity that's sitting on that land. You didn't do a damn thing to help me build that edifice. I didn't see anybody nailing nails next to me. I didn't see anybody in this community slinging a hammer. I didn't see my neighbors coming along and shingling that roof. I paid for it. I paid all of it. Nobody's going to make a claim. And now saying that my house is worth $1 million, that everybody's going to benefit from my labor. I could have made a pig pen out of that house, and nobody get a dime. So how dare you people think that you're going to charge me now for busting my ass improving this piece of land?
My father filed a lawsuit against the town because they're trying to steal his farm. I can't remember the exact date, but the 120 days is up, and what happened is he passed away January 26th, and he had a complaint there that really needed to be amended because it was just he had cancer pretty bad. And they were stressing him out over stealing his farm, and that actually, I believe, put him in the ground a lot quicker. So anyways, me and my brothers basically inherited the lawsuit, we're the heirs. So after the estimate of death is what the clerk told me to do at the federal district court there, with basically a motion attached to it to, give me 60 days to get the plan all amended, and 60 days we updated a month here, and, get everybody, all the wrongdoers served. Uh-huh. So when we first went in there, we kind of stylized it kind of like your thing where you were talking about suing the governor of Alabama and stuff. And, I put wrongdoers on there and us as the prosecutors. And when we went there, the clerk's like, oh, you're not the prosecutor. And, you're not a prosecutor. Well, yeah, we're prosecuting the case. We're bringing it against these wrongdoers. He just had a tough time wrapping his head around it,
When you talk to somebody at the window, you're talking to a clerk of the court. You're probably not talking to the court clerk, right?
Well, yeah, he's like an assistant, or he's like the supervisor in the office or something. He's not the actual clerk of court. Yeah.
Right. If you're having a problem, say, hey, can I just speak to the court clerk real quick? He's a clerk of the court, and the guy who's in charge of the management of the financial affairs and the paperwork and the filing, that's a court clerk, not the clerk of the court. Okay? So,
all right.
Yes, let me get this straight. Let me see, because this is what was funny. A couple of things you said was pretty funny. What they were trying to do to you, telling you had 6 days, which I think is extremely funny. But anyway,
120 days to get everybody served, but my dad died about 20 days before 120 days, and he didn't have everything else up. So I did a suggestion of death and asked for additional 60 days to get them into complaint and get them all, get all the wrongdoers served their summons.
Right, because when you really start understanding what you are in common law, you will understand there is no rules, there is no latches, there's no statutes that bind or bound a man. You can do whatever you want.
Oh, okay.
There's no such thing as a statute of limitation when it's in common law. There's no such thing. See, they can't bind you or bound you to something called a latch. There's no such thing. But if you're an attorney or you're pro se or you're represented by an attorney and you're moving under certain rules like Federal Rule of Civil Procedure or where are you from? What state? Texas?
Massachusetts.
I'm glad you guys call up like this because it breaks things down, I think, to help a lot of people, not just you. Most things aren't case specific. Most things are very general knowledge. There's no such thing as a statute of limitation. If you actually want to go back and say, where's Karl getting this nonsense from? Just because he believes this nonsense doesn't make it true. It's like, okay, you want to see where it's actually written down? Okay. It's the Judiciary Act of 1793, Clause 31. There you go. And like I said, I'm just walking around outside my farm right now. I'm not living on the computer. But if you guys actually want to study it, well, you just go knock your socks off. But the whole trick with common law is whatever the hell you say is true. You have to source it? Nope. You have to reference it? You better not. Are you going to make it as a citation of authorities? Oh, you better not. You're going to move your stuff right out of common law and you're going to direct it to whatever you're citing. If you cite an authority in its maritime or merchant law or admiralty law, or you're going to lose common law in a heartbeat.
All right. Well, you had said something about citing their statutes in one of your things I was listening to, and you said something about right CF, and then then they violated their own law, or they violated their own case law, or whatever. What does CF mean? I don't like writing CF because somebody says I actually want to know what it means.
Well, like I said,
I might have missed that.
What you can do is, and like I said, thank God this thing's being recorded and it's going to be taped for perpetuity now. All you have to do is Google, quote unquote, anything you don't understand what I'm writing, just do quote unquote CF with a period and Google it, and you're going to be compared that with.
Oh, okay.
It's so freaking cold here in the West Virginia mountains right now. I compare that with the core of Earth or hell. Now, is there really a hell? I don't know. That's another dimension. Is it real? Is it not real? I don't know. See, but I'm not comparing it with Alaska because that's pretty much on the same plane or the same, three-dimensional kind of thing. I'm dealing with something so abstract or bizarre that they understand. They actually understand what this code, compare that with Code 1983, compare that with Title 42, 1983. A civil rights violation by interfering with my rights to my property, blah, blah, blah. Compare that with Title Code 1983.
And that's what I'm really looking to go towards is Title 42, 1983, but I didn't want. So I guess I would basically say I'm comparing to this, or comparing it to your Title 1980, 42, 1983. Provide blah blah blah.
You don't know what it provides. You don't know what it provides because you didn't write that code. You have no freaking clue. You're not there to decipher 1983. All you can say is, I believe that my claim of trespass is comparable, instead of saying comparable, you write CF in 4 corner brackets, you write comparable to a Title 42, 1983 civil rights claim, complaint.
Oh, okay.
That's all. And you put it in a 4 corner rule, or you could put it in a box, it's fine. They'll understand it doesn't appear on your claim, and it has nothing to do with, doesn't steer your claim, or reposition your claim. You're still maintaining the course of common law. Because that's what, anytime you do something like that under statutes, all they're doing in statutes is they're maintaining a position. See, they can't declare anything. All the government can do is maintain a position. That's a government. A government means to steer or to maintain a course of action. So that all the government does is maintain a position. A man makes a claim. A man's not bound by certain governmental procedures or rules. They're bound by black and white paper. Man's unlimited in his capacity. Man somehow figures out how to fly a magic carpet, he can do it. He can do it. If you can figure out how to levitate and circumnavigate the world, well, you go ahead and do it. If it's not written down in some sort of code, like, say, a code for a video game, if Mario doesn't have the capacity to fly around the world because somebody forgot to write it in his code, guess what? No matter how bad you want Mario to do a certain move in Mario Brother game, it ain't going to happen because the guy didn't write it in the code. But me, I'm unlimited in my capacity. Nobody wrote a code for me. Nobody dictates to me. Nobody told me what I have to have. I'm not bound or latched by any code or statute. I'm not bound. My rights are unlimited.
Right. Now, another thing that I wanted to question on a little bit was you were talking about, creating your rules for your action, for what you're prosecuting.
Yeah.
How would you go about that in a complaint? Like, say, is there a certain spot now, or my claim that's similar to the Title 42 action? Would I will only accept verified answers, because obviously they won't be able to provide an answer because it's a bunch of it's farm maggots and local bureaucrats that are naming in this thing.
So when the answer doesn't come back verified, what are you going to do? It's done. They failed to answer. So when they fail to respond, your claim stands unrebutted, so you win.
So then after give them the 21 days or whatever.
Yeah. Whatever the custom is of those people that live there, and what you could say is okay, under county rules, like the federal government, their custom that they have to answer a complaint, not a claim, is 6 months. Okay, that's under the Federal Tort Claim Act, I think of 1947. I think it basically says somewhere in one of the, that it's 6 months. But like I said, under Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, when a man sues like somebody else, it's 21 days. It used to be 20 days, but that was too confusing because Saturdays and Sundays not included holidays. So that now they just said, 3 weeks. From start to finish. We don't have to be filed on Friday, 21 days, we're done. So that sounds pretty reasonable. Because, like I said, the way the Bible did it was by sundown. All the books had to be balanced. The ledger sheet had to be done. We open up court the next morning at sunrise, whatever, and the books better be balanced. Everything better be leveled out. So their courts moved like lightning. Everything was done by sundown. So we we say 21 days is reasonable. It's not bad.
So they don't respond with a verified answer within 21 days. Then I basically go back to the court and they have to judge for a judgment on this defaulted claim.
Yeah, if it's a fictional entity that you were making a claim against, that's all you have to do. You just tell the court that this is going to be recorded as a default judgment, because they're never going to come back for the rest of eternity and ever say that, hey, you never verified your claim under of affirmation in open court. That's a void judgment. So until they grow some vocal cords, you could just, if you're going against a fictional entity or corporation like that, you could just settle for a default judgment. That's fine. But against a man, you better have your judgment read onto the record in open court. But you're not suing a man, right? You're going after some corporation or something, right?
I'm going after the town of Palmer, land court. But I'm going after the town manager, the tax assessor, the tax collector, the town council, and all of them in their official and individual capacity. Also, they use a court recorder up here. Not even a judge, and they actually kicked me out of my house about a year and a half ago. But they issue a judgment at a land court, and it doesn't even have a signature on it. It's got a spot for a signature, and it says recorder under the little signature line, but nobody even signs it. And I've looked at hundreds of these things in the registry of deeds, and that's how they take people's properties, and then they use that unsigned judgment to go get an eviction from the local district court.
Yeah, it's because nobody ever objects. So since nobody objects, it stands true. It's presumed to be true until somebody objects.
Well, I objected when they kicked me out of my house.
Like I said, you've got to be really careful because I think you just said that you tried to sue them in their official and individual capacity.
Well, that's what I'm looking to do now. That's why I want to run this by you. So what is it? Is there something wrong with suing them in their official and their private capacity?
Well, they did not do something wrong in their official capacity. They did not break their legal laws. They operated 100% within their capacity. You see what I'm saying? That's what that Title 42, 1983 nonsense comes around. If you have a county tax assessor and he says, well, look, you're a gay, Jewish, black lady in a wheelchair, so that basically covers everything under Title 42. So we're going to assess you $1 million for your property, but your neighbor, since he's a pasty white guy, we're only going to charge him $50. That's a Title 42 complaint because he operated outside of his official capacity. He had no right to assess you unfairly or unreasonably compared to everybody else, but he just didn't like you because of your color or your race or your gender, your sexual orientation, or your disability. You see what I'm saying? So he's not operating outside of his duties as a tax assessor. That's what he's supposed to do. He's supposed to assess taxes. What you can sue him for is that you're saying to him, are you claiming that everything that you're assessing me from, you try to take property from me, my money, you try to take something out of that I claim has value. I'm not going to get into this money nonsense with nobody because if you want to dump a ton of green money to me, well, my post office box is 440 Lexington, Virginia, and you can dump all the green to me all day long. I totally accept that as value. So all you're basically saying to the guy is, well, you have value. You're trying to take something of value from me, okay? I don't want you to take my value from me. So do you believe that a man has a right to take money from another man? So see, that's why you want to sue him on an individual capacity because no man has a right to take money from another man. Now the tax assessor has a responsibility, obligation, and duty as the man holding that office to make tax assessments. And that's exactly what he did. Unless he just goes totally bizarre on you and says, well, because you're black, I'm going to charge you 10 times the amount I charge white people. Now you got a Title 42 complaint there. But no, you can't go after them in their official capacity if they're operating within that capacity in which that office was written. If this is what their code says, that this is what they can and cannot do, that's what they're going to do.
So I was going to say, like in the Massachusetts Constitution, for example, it says, I think it's Article 10, that, each citizen shall contribute their share to the community, blah, blah, blah. But no part of the individual's property shall be taken from him without, due process law, just compensation, or a trial by judgment of peers. I mean, and that's another element of my case. They're, doing this property taking with due process law.
Right. I have already sent letters to lawyers to bring a man or woman to claim under oath of affirmation the exact amount. Oh, they ignored it. Oh, good. You hope they ignored it because that's just proof that you tried to settle the matter on a private side and you are not exhausting all administrative remedies. They are, that they're acting in dishonor. You hope they ignore it, but don't keep sending the same thing back. What you do is you send, like you said, I sent a letter to the lawyer to bring a man or woman to claim under oath of affirmation. That's fine. You give him a notice. You say, I will be more than glad to continue with this communication if you are going to bring a man or woman forward who will verify in open court under oath of affirmation a true bill of the amount due. Without that true bill before the open court that will be verifiable, you're making a false claim. And if you don't stop with this is a form of harassment. If you don't stop with this moving a false claim against my person, you're causing me harm. You're stressing me out. And I don't need this nonsense in my life. Now, I'm suing you. So you better have somebody who's willing to bring that claim of a debt due in open court under oath of affirmation, or when the court is hearing your complaint or claim against me, I will also be moving a claim against you. No, it's not a cross-claim. It's not a cross-complaint. It's your own standalone cause of action, and it has nothing to do with their paperwork or their nonsense. All you're bringing up to court is they're administrating my right or attempting to administrate my property without right, or they are administrating my property without right. You make your claim. Say, if somebody claimed that I owe them a debt, I tried to communicate back and forth with them on the administrative level, on a private capacity, on a private side. I tried to keep this out of the public realm. These people are forcing me, because they won't leave me alone, to bring this matter before the public in a public venue, and wasting my resources and the public's resources on something that could have been resolved on a private side. You could say I tendered them an offer, and they refused to accept the payment. And the judges all know whoever makes the proposal of a payment and the other side refuses the proposal of the payment dishonors the debt, and the debt is no longer due. So every judge knows that basic simple rule that goes back thousands of years. If you sent them an offer or proposal, it's like, look, I'll be glad to settle this debt with you. Please accept the fact that I'm low in funds right now, and the best I could do right now is $5 a day. If they refuse to answer, they only basically have 3 days in which they could, but give them 14 days. If they refuse to answer, because the IRS gives you 3 days, and then within 10 days, the IRS seizes all of your bank accounts and liens up everything you got, or send you a notice of lien, and they send you a notice of deficiency. So the IRS moves like lightning. They do it in 10 days. Give these guys 10 days, 14 days to reply. If they don't reply in 10 to 14 days, well, then that's proof that there is no longer a debt between the parties, because you sent them, say, a registered letter. That way it's only $2, and then you have a green card mailed back to you, and that way when you move your claim before the court, you attach the green card to as an exhibit saying that I tried to settle the matter on a private side. These people dishonored my proposal of settlement. They can't do that. They know the law. And since they know the law, ignorance of the law is no excuse, I move this court to let the record reflect that there is no debt now outstanding between the parties. That's one way. Let me say, how do you answer when the court compels you to answer discovery? What court? If it's your court, you set the rules, and nobody can order you to do anything in your court. Obviously, you're not moving in common law. Obviously, you're moving under somebody else's case number. Obviously, you haven't established your own case and created your own claim and filed your claim in a court that is competent to seat a jury. So that's the only thing I could think of here is how do you answer when a court compels you to answer discovery? You could always do like, the Gambinos, John Gotti guys did, is plead the fifth. Let me see what else it says here. I already sent letters to lawyers to bring forward. Okay. I tried that a few years ago. I sent them tender of payment. They sued me. They won a court. Of course they won a court. Oh, man, in Alaska. I see that. Yeah, that's the man who's saying that the attorney's trying to bring a foreign judgment now into Alaska. Oh, yeah, they can bring a foreign judgment against you. That judgment is, oh, yeah, that's a perfectly legitimate. Anytime you have a foreign judgment, oh, yeah, that foreign judgment could chase you any place where common law is competent to hear it. So they could drag you to England. They could drag you over to Australia. Oh, yeah, they could chase you around with a foreign judgment. Absolutely. Just like your marriage is going to be recognized no matter what country you go to, basically that has a common law jurisdiction. Yeah, I remember talking to you a while back. He's trying to collect. Yeah, all you have to do is simple. I explained this a million times. Who taught me this? I'm trying to remember which show that I listened to years ago that you folks can go back and listen to and just say, oh, that's not Carl's crazy belief, that's somebody else's. It's true. Because you folks all know UCC. You guys all know negotiable instruments. It's UCC 3, 501, 503, and 507. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows it's a ping pong match. Everybody knows whoever drops the hot potato loses. So you send him a proposal that you're willing to settle a debt. Throw it out there. People say, oh, no, don't ever recognize that you owe it pay. If you want to play the debt game, it's really simple, and especially in this nation. And maybe in other countries it won't work. But in this nation, if you make it to a commercial entity, if you make it to a fiction, not to another man, and another man, you just basically have to say, please forgive me, and he basically has to do it. But in this country, with a corporation, you can play the old trump card and say corporations were created to cause no harm to man. If a corporation causes harm to man, I could claim that they cease to exist, and I could say that they must cease and desist immediately, anything that's causing me harm. And they have to abide by my wish, order, and demand. As a man, they cannot cause me harm. So right now, you're still on a two-dimensional playing field, which is fine. Stay two-dimensional. Stay a person. Stay a corporation. Stay in the financial world, dealing on paper and pen. That's fine, because that won't destroy your credit. Yeah, who's this?
Hey, this is the Alaska guy. Hey, my wife was talking to me while you were answering that part about the courts, and I followed I got the emails from you about sending the letters, to what man or woman would they bring into court under oath or affirmation. And like I said, they just ignored it, and then they filed motions to compel and motions for sanctions against me. And,
So what you would have to do then is you would have to open up your own case, and you could say there is an entity causing me harm and making a false claim against my good name and my person, and I am making a claim now in a court of record, and I want to have this matter heard. You must answer me within 21 days, or I'm going to move the court for a default judgment against you.
And is that in the federal common law court, or
that's just normal local district court? Because you said he moved the foreign judgment to a local court, right?
Local district court in Alaska.
No, not federal or state court.
State court.
There you go. It's simple then. You just tell them, hey, you know what? I believe this man is. Because, see, that's what's bad. It's hard for me to tell you people this stuff because basically I'm telling you this bald-faced lie. But when you're doing it to a two-dimensional entity, you know what? They ain't got no vocal cords and they can't say he's bullshit. So you could basically just run over two-dimensional worlds like a freight train. But the only thing bad about that is, like I say to people, look, I showed somebody how to run over two-dimensional. I showed him how to run over Rent-A-Center like a freight train. So when he ran over Rent-A-Center like a freight train, Mr. not Rodenizer, what was his name? Hostetter. I told, and Mr. Best, he's dead now though. Mr. Senior's dead. But they came to me one day and they said to me, Rent-A-Center says I owe $300 for the sofa, and I've had hard times here. You know, he's a hill. You've seen a video of where I live. He lives down at the bottom of the hill. He's got like a little junkyard down at the bottom of the valley. So he says to me, times are hard right now, and I can't pay for my sofa. And they have a warrant in debt out here against me, and they're going to come and they're going to seize the property out of my home. Should I just give it back to Rent-A-Center, or should I wait for the warrant in debt to be executed and the writ of attachment be attached to that warrant in debt? I said, well, why don't you just pay the damn thing off and just keep your sofa? He said, do you want to keep your sofa? He said, well, yeah, absolutely. He said, you want to keep your credit rating good with Rent-A-Center and everybody else in the world? He said, well, yeah, absolutely. I said, well, pay the damn thing off. I said, how much do you owe? He said, $300. I said, how much can you come up with? He says, well, about $1. I said, can you come up with $1 a day? Like $30 a month? He was like, well, yeah. I said, how much do you owe him now? He said, $50 a month. I said, they'll gladly accept $30 or $50. He's like, oh, no, I went down there and I tried to talk to them and they basically told me, F off. Give me the damn money. We're going to come there and drag the sofa out with you kicking and screaming. I said, really? I said, did you bring anybody with you? He's like, no. I said, to the Mr. Best Senior, I said, would you have a problem going to Rent-A-Center with this man and watching him do this? Because he's going to need a competent witness to testify in court under oath of affirmation. I said, it's better than having third-party impartial witness. I said, so if you see anybody else standing around the counter, try to see if you can catch somebody standing around the counter that you really don't know. And then after you say it, what you say, see if you can catch the guy's name and number. See if you say, oh, yes, start a conversation with the guy. Say, oh, yeah, I went to school with your sister. Oh, yeah, I know who you are. And there you go. That way you're getting a third-party impartial witness all set up. I said, do you think you guys can handle that? He's like, well, yeah, sure. I said, now go down there and make them a proposal. He said, well, they're just going to tell me F off again. I said, good. Now you got the witness. Now you got your third-party impartial witness. And you're going to clobber him in court. So he said, okay. He went down there, and I didn't hear nothing from this guy for like a month. So me and my sister, I was driving my sister down the road in her car before she got to Iraq. And they waved me down, the two old men. You know, the guy has a really long white ZZ Top beard. But anyway, he hands me a watermelon. I said, what's this for? He said, I won. I said, what do you mean you won? He said, well, we went to court. And I said, this judge is very good. I said, even though it's a small county, this judge is incredibly competent. I said, you will win. So he said, I did win. I said, yeah, I really don't like the judge, but I said, he knows law. I said, he knows both sides of the law. He knows common law, and he knows statutes. He's really good. So I said, what happened in court? He says, well, when we went to court, he says, Rent-A-Center stated the claim, and he said everybody else was getting trashed by Rent-A-Center all day long. He says, I said, there was a little red-headed lady lawyer for them? She said, yeah. He said, yeah, I've seen her. She's mean, man. She'll take a teething ring from a baby. She has no mercy. I said, yeah, good. I said, because I knew you'd beat somebody like her. She showed up because she has no mercy. So I said, so what happened? She said, well, then it was my turn to go. And I said to the judge, well, I went down to Rent-A-Center, and I offered them $30. And they told me they wanted all damn $50, or they told me they would come get a warrant of debt and a writ attachment and drag the sofa out of the house. So I told them the best I could do was $30. And it's like, well, who's standing here next to you? It's like, well, I went down there next to him to witness that he did make that offer. So the judge said to the lady in the red, the attorney, She said, so this man went down there and said $30. So what do you say? Do you usually accept the man's $30 payment? She said, nope. The contract says $50.14. We won't take one damn time less than $50.14. He said, the judge said, case dismissed. And then he's like, what? So I hope you enjoy the sofa. Have a nice day. You said you made a payment to Capital One and they refused to make the payment. Okay, then what happened?
They refused to accept it, and then the next thing I know, they got an attorney to sue me, and
Okay.
But at the time I didn't know anything about common law, and I fought it, like we do when we don't understand. So I fought it as a pro se, the judge pretty much ruled against me on everything.
Of course.
And then I did a interlocutory appeal. I know you don't like those words, but at the time I didn't know any better. So I did an interlocutory appeal on her denial of my motion to dismiss. And while it was pending before the Supreme Court of Colorado, she held a trial, even though I thought she was divested and believed that she was divested of jurisdiction while the Supreme Court ruled on my motion, my appeal. And she held a trial. And by that time I had already moved to Alaska. And so she held a trial while I think I believe she did not have jurisdiction, and so she ruled against me. And so now I've been fighting it ever since.
If you were given a case number, case number by the Colorado Appellate Court or Supreme Court, right, it removed the jurisdiction from HUD control and to do anything to their court. Absolutely. So
well, what I did was I appealed to the appeals court, and they said that they didn't have jurisdiction pending final ruling by her. So I appealed that to the Supreme Court, and at the time it was still pending before the Supreme Court when she held her trial.
Did they give you a docket number?
No, not on the appeal. No.
There you go. Then they never removed it from HUD control. Once you get a docket number, now the property's docked over in this bay, in this harbor, over here. And she no longer has control. The harbor master now gave you a docket number. Now they claim control and authority over that ship or that property. So no.
Oh, I see.
They accepted into their dock or their port of call. They didn't accept it. They said, we're not going to let this boat come in until we get the okay from the person who's got control of this thing. And
I see. Well, that makes sense when you say it like that. That makes sense.
Well, you didn't have control over it. It was their case. See, now you're learning a lot more. You understand when somebody makes a claim or a complaint against you, you got to jump on it the next day. See, that's what everybody gets traffic tickets, and they don't understand this silly stuff. The cop gives you a ticket. It took them, they had to get this paperwork, and then he got the ticket, and then he wrote the ticket out. He put it on his computer in his car, and then he sends it off to his supervisor the next morning. The supervisor sends it to a dispatcher and accounting officer later. She moves it over to the prosecuting attorney. Then he files something with the clerk of the court, and then the clerk of the court goes and sets the docket date and hands paperwork to you, the judge, and everybody else. And you guys just walk in. These guys built a massive amount of paperwork and work and did so much detail and everything. And you guys are like, 30 days later, I'm going to walk in and I'm going to open my mouth and I'm going to say something magical. Now, when you get a ticket, you better start the same process they're doing. You better take it over and you better file something with the clerk of the court. You better prosecute it. They're prosecuting you. You better prosecute something against them. You better be moving your paperwork because they're moving paperwork against you. If you're just going to sit there and twiddle your thumbs and say, well, in 30 days I'm going to come up with some magic answer, like this guy Karl Lentz does, he walks in the court, boom, 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 says this stuff. Yeah, well, the way I had to do it is the same thing when I get a ticket. As soon as I get a ticket, like my sister asked me, well, what happened last time you got a ticket? I said, well, remember I got on a Sunday in front of your house? She's like, yeah. I said, remember Monday morning I went down there with a proposal to the prosecuting attorney. Remember, I asked the cop, who's going to prosecute this? Are you going to prosecute it? Who's going to prosecute it? He said, the county prosecutor. I said, where are you located? He said, district court, second floor. I said, okay. Wrote my little proposal, and I said, sent it back to went and personally handed it to one of the prosecuting attorneys. And said, can I talk to the prosecuting attorney who does traffic court here in this county? He said, okay. So he read my proposal, and he just said to me, are you an attorney? He's like, I said, no. He says, I'll see you in court in 30 days. I said, you're going to lose. He says, I've never lost. I said, you're going to lose this one because you have no basis in law to compel me to perform. So have a nice day. I said, I'll prove my claim in court. So what I could have done at that time, I could have went straight downstairs, and filed my claim that he is trying to administrate my property without any right, and actually make a claim to sue him for, unless he could prove his claim, that I'm going to want compensation for wasting my time going down to court that day. I'm going to want $100, $200, $500 for wasting my time, because he's not going to be able to prove his claim. So like I said, that's because I'm busy doing a lawsuit here against Alabama. So I ain't got time for silly shit. So I just made my proposal to him, and I gave him a copy, and I placed it into his case. Not my case, I placed it in his case to let the judge know, look, I did hand him a proposal. I took the dictionary apart and I wrote it in my interpretation of the words. And a lot of people, it's funny, a lot of the people like Constitution Man says, you can't do that, you can't do that. So let me see, Daniel Webster did it, Bouvier did it, Black's Law Dictionary folks did it, the Garner people did it, those are people who were the editors of Black's. And that just happens to be my mom's maiden name, is Garner, and they wrote all the Black's Law Dictionary, so that's pretty funny. I said, they all did. I said, so don't tell me that I can't make my dictionary by sourcing all these other dictionaries and all the etymologies of the word, and don't tell me that I can't make it read the way I want it to read. I said, don't tell me that, because I'm going to move my claim and my words in court. This is my turn in the sun. This is my turn on planet Earth. I'm not bound by somebody else's beliefs that lived 100, 200 years ago. This is my turn to make the law. This is my turn to say what is right or wrong. They had their turn to define what was right or wrong. Now it's my turn. Now somebody else is going to have to come forth and say that my belief is a bad belief. And if he tries to say, well, that's what the Bible says from what Moses did, and it's like, wait a second, the guy who wrote the story of Moses lived 650 years after Moses lived. So are you trying to tell me that that man knows exactly what happened to Moses? He's not first-hand witness to it. He lived 650 years after the fact. It's like me trying, in 650 years from now, trying to explain what George Washington did. Are you kidding me? You think my great-great-grand is going to know what George Washington actually did? Or are they just going to be guessing what he did? So like I said, look, it's nice stories. It's beautiful law. It's nice reading. But you know what? This is my turn to live on planet Earth. I really have so many minutes and so many seconds. This is how I choose to live. This is my wish. This is my belief. This is my government. My government is how I determine to steer my mind and my body and my free will. I'm not bound by a piece of paper. That Constitution is two-dimensional. It has nothing to do with me. It does not bind me. It does not bound me. What it does, it bounds the fictional entities in the government. It does not bind me, the man. So if you want to be a United States citizen, it will sure bind you. Of course it does. You're subject to its control because you accepted the terms and the conditions of that contract. And if you decide to be bound by a piece of paper, well, God bless you. I just choose not to.
Right.
It's not a bad document, but it doesn't have nothing to do with me. Who they decide who's going to be the chief executive officer of that, of that entity. Got nothing. I couldn't care less who's the president of Coca-Cola. What does that have to do with me? He has no right. He has no rights to tell me what to do. So like I said, unless you're a subject of that, president of Coca-Cola, like if I'm their employee, well then of course he can tell me what I can and cannot do and when I can and cannot enter that building. Of course he can tell me what I must do to be in full compliance with the terms and conditions that he sets forth. That's fine, but that's not me. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty simple. Like I said, this stuff is so simple, it's scary. And like I said, I sent somebody a link for Lysander Spooner. Yeah, have you folks ever listened to Lysander Spooner?
Yeah, a little bit. You're starting to break up a little bit. I don't know if your battery's going dead or not.
That's what it's got to be. The battery's got to be dead.
Carl, people are wondering, so, because I get a lot of calls too, when you say it doesn't apply to me, I'm not part of that system, did you do any kind of paperwork to revoke anything, or you just never, ever signed up for any of their claimed benefits that nobody knew about, the true meaning of, as a young person, well, we were told you can't get a job, you can't unless you have a social security number, you got to have a driver's license to do this and this and this, you got to have this, you got to have that. A lot of people got sucked into that, and they're saying, now how do I get out of it?
There's nothing being sucked in. You just claim the benefit. Big deal. It's a gift. You could either accept the gift or you don't have to accept the gift. It's a gift given to you, and you have the right to exercise that, and enjoy that gift, or you don't. Just because somebody gives you a G.I. Joe doll or a Barbie doll doesn't mean you have to play with it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you only want to exercise your right to enjoy that gift once a lifetime, there you go. Nobody could compel you to accept that gift and perform and say, well, I gave you that doll, you better play with it, or else. It's a gift. It's a benefit. Yeah,
I received a phone call today from a elderly lady that said she's now in Washington State and she's never had a Washington State license to drive. And now they have suspended whatever they think they had about 4 times. And now she's on the run from the court system. And she says, what do I do? How do I get out of this?
How's she on the run?
Well, because they did pick her up, put her in jail, and then she just didn't go back to court.
Why is she suing for putting them in jail? They have no right to touch her body. Because, see, this is very simple. This is what I say to everybody. Folks got to understand this is beyond simple. They want you to have a driver's license, right? Mm-hmm. Right? Okay, they want you to have a driver's license, okay? Can the government license something that is unlawful?
They're not supposed to, but
the government can't tell you that it's okay to break the law, can they?
Nope.
No. The government can't tell you to do anything that's unlawful. So if it was lawful, when you get a license, it clearly says, like in the definition of a license, it's like you obtain a license because you're granted permission from the government to do something that is lawful. Well, how do I get permission from the government to do something that is already lawful? If it's lawful to drive, why do I have to have a driver's license? Because they say it's required. I explained to Dean Clifford earlier today, required means to demand of right or by authority. So you say, by what authority do you have to demand me to have this piece of plastic in my pocket? I mean, you go play pretzel logic with these folks. It says, well, you have to have a driver's license. It's like, well, I didn't create that thing. It's not mine. I can't claim it because it's not mine. I'm not the creator of it, and it could be revoked or it could be taken back from me at any time at will by the creator of the Department of Motor Vehicles or the state of Washington. So it's not mine. Clearly, if it was mine, it was my property. Property means it's proper to my person, exclusive to all others, and I have the right to enjoy it and possess it, exclusive of all others. So if anybody else can make a claim to this piece of plastic, well, then obviously it's not mine. If somebody else can control this piece of plastic and tell me what I can and cannot do with it, well, then obviously this is not mine. This is not my property. So do I have a driver's license? I did that to poor Mr. Gordon Hall. I said, no, I don't. It's not mine. I didn't create it. I'm not the creator of it. I can't define it. I can't describe it. I have no rights to it. It's not mine.
But what people are saying, Karl, is that people say this to these mercenaries on the road, and they harm you.
You don't say anything to them. You say, yes, sir, no, sir, have a nice day, thank you, kind sir. You just accept whatever tickets they want to give you. You just accept
They don't give tickets.
What do they do?
Smash windows and take you out of the car.
Well, it depends. Did you say, just please give me all your tickets that you want? I love taking tickets.
I did.
Did you say, I have nothing better to do all day than sit here and take tickets?
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
I asked for their authority to make a claim.
Nope.
And they said,
No. You don't negotiate on the side of the road. You get hit by a tractor trailer, and that poor guy can get hit too. No. You accept everything and say, look, dude, let's do this as fast as you can. My name is Karl Lentz, post office, blah, 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 blah. This is where I live. You want a mailing address? You want to see whether you can pick me up? This is the farm where I live at. I live right next to the Jehovah's Witness Church. You know where that is? Across from the trailer park? Yeah, that's where I live. And I get my tickets, and I conduct my business, and I get him. I said, look, do this as fast as you can so neither one of them gets hit by a tractor trailer. Let's get on a happy way. And then you make your proposal, and you make your counter offer, whatever you want to call it, to the district attorney the next day. Whoever's going to prosecute this, say, sir, who's going to prosecute this? It's like, are you going to prosecute or are you going to give it to the prosecuting attorney? Okay, thank you, sir. Do you know where his office might be off the top of your head? Yeah, second floor on the district court building. Okay, thank you. You know what his name is? No, I'm not sure. Okay, thank you. I'll find out tomorrow morning. Thank you. And then you send a proposal back and say, I cannot accept such a generous offer. I cannot accept such a generous gift. I just have, it's too much of a burden on me at this time. I can't accept such a wonderful proposal for me to do this in exchange of that. But thank you anyway. Or you could say you had no right to do what he did, but obviously I'm not going to argue with the man on the side of the road. Obviously I have the right to travel. Obviously you can't give a license to something that's unlawful, so obviously driving a car is lawful, you know, and there's nothing in your code that says a man who's obeying the law and not breaking the law to be held liable unless he causes harm or there's a claim before this court that's verifiable. So you could go down a couple of venues with them. You could just basically just tell them, look, please just take your ticket back because I can't accept such a generous gift. The second way, you could say, look, I'll pay you $1 a day for the next 350 days for this $350 ticket. Or you can make a claim against him and sue him for interfering with your right to travel. So there's like 3 ways I could do right off the top of my head, whichever way you guys are comfortable with. Most people just want to hand the tickets back and just never see it again. Most people don't want to sue the cop. And very few people just want to say, like I did with when I was convicted of the moonshine stuff, I said, look, to the judge, I said, I'll pay you $5 a week for the next 60 weeks. He said, okay, fine. Whatever you and the court work out, that's fine by me. Just tell the lady it's okay, whatever, you know. So you get the $300 now? Nope. Basically pay you $1 a day. Well, let's make it $5 a week. He said, okay. I said, I'll mail it to you from Florida. He said, okay, bye. So the court's willing to work with you folks. If you just want to pay it, and say, look, the best I could do is $5 a week. Believe me, I said, sir, if I get $300, I win the lottery, I'll pay you guys off tomorrow. I'll get this off my back. I said, but right now I got a couple of kids and a wife, and obviously you told me it'd be a good idea to leave the state of North Carolina because spitting on a sidewalk brings a federal felony back up into your court. We start this all over again. I'd be violating the 3 years unsupervised probation, so he told me to leave the state, so I'm going to need every penny I got to move to Florida. He's like, okay, I understand. They'll work with you because I made him an offer. If he said, no, you have to pay me the $300, you have to pay me now, the debt is no longer due because I gave him an offer of $5 a week. He has to accept it. He can't say no. He's got no choice. He knows the law. I tendered him an offer to pay off a debt. He says, no, you have to do this. Did you just not accept my payment on the debt? Well, yes. I said, well, then you know the law, Judge. The debt is no longer due. You dishonored my offer. You gave me an offer paying $300 or 3 years in jail. I said, well, that's a lovely offer. I don't want to go to jail, so I'll pay you $300, but how about I pay you $5 a week? He could give me a counter offer. He could say, well, I'm going to require you to pay $10 or I'll give you a year and a half in jail. He can go back and forth, but he can't say no. No is a fighting word. You can't say no. You can't bring a controversy into the court. You can't do it. The first person brings a controversy out in the public goes to jail. The first person brings a controversy into the court is held in contempt of court. You can't say no. You just, yes, sir, to that. Yes, sir. Oh, you want that? Yes, sir. But let me make you an offer. That you can do. But you certainly can't tell them no. You got to keep the hot potato going back and forth. The first one who drops the hot potato loses. And you go to jail. Or you get held in contempt of court. Or the debt is no longer due. Very simple rules. It's just that we don't live in a country like if we were living in Saudi Arabia where they haggle over something. It's like, oh, tell the guy you want to buy that watermelon. Oh, it says $10. Give me $10. Like, no. He's screwing with you. All from $1. What? No, it says $10. No. Oh, you're American. Oh, you don't know how to negotiate. You don't know offer, counter offer, settlement, settle. Oh, you don't know any of those rules, do you? No. So you just think that because this guy wants $10, you hand him $10, right? No, he's going to think you're a jerk. Offer him $1. And he'll say, okay, $5. I said, well, now tell him $2. It's like, wow, there you go. That's dealing with court. That's dealing with the judge. That's dealing with a credit card company. That's dealing with things like that. Making an offer, counter offer. They understand merchant law. It's ancient merchant law. When you go into court, you're dealing in this commercial, commercial venue. Make them an offer. Make them a counter offer. They offer you. Say, hey, look, 3 years in jail or $300. Which one do you want to do? So I'll gladly take the $300. This will pay the clerk of the court. Well, I'd love to pay the clerk of the court, but I just don't have that amount of money right now. Well, even if I do, I'm still going to need that money to move. So what I can do, though, is I can mail you $5 a week when I send it down. It's very simple. It's negotiating. That's all. And as long as the judge sees that you're an honorable person, and he told me that. He said the sheriff really likes you. He said the sheriff knows you work for the dairies out here and you hold wet grain, and he knows you work 6 days a week. So that's why I had no problem working with you. I said, oh, okay. Like I said, I talked to him after the results. That was pretty nice of you. And then he explained to me that it was a federal crime, and he didn't want to see me go to federal court and federal penitentiary. And he said that we could work it out here first. In the local county court, we have first jurisdiction over you. But if you gave me a hard time, I would have just transferred you over to the feds. So it's all negotiation. If the folks like you, they'll work with you and they'll cut your break. So like I said, I had a good judge that said that he talked to the sheriff, and he said the sheriff said you're all right. So, is there anything else anybody typed on the board? Any other questions before I wrap it up?
Can you make these offers at any time?
Of course. I wouldn't do it on the side of the freaking highway.
No, has been appointed a court-appointed attorney. Do you make the offer through the attorney, or do you make the offer directly to the court? Or do you make the offer to the Department of Transportation in the local area?
Well, you could. You can make the offer to the court in writing prior to going to the court. You can settle everything on a private side with the court. You don't have to wait until you get before the judge. You can make him an offer. You know, you make the prosecutor the offer, not the judge. You make the prosecutor the offer.
Okay.
Right. You say the person who's pursuing you, the person who's the hunter, who's trying to drag your body, your carcass, into the court and trying to get, a pound of flesh from you. You try to settle the matter with him. You're not settling anything with the judge. I mean, it was hysterical, man, when I went there for moonshine. It was so upside down and backwards. They broke every protocol of any decency in court. It was hysterical. The judge was moving a whole entire complaint for the prosecutor. And I was saying, holy cow. I said, I didn't even enter a plea yet. You want to go ask me if I'm guilty, not guilty, no contest? And he said, oh, so you're trying to tell me that that's not your still sitting in my chambers. I was like, I didn't say that. I said, but I didn't even enter a plea yet. He says, oh, so you're going to try to stand there and tell me today you're not guilty? I said, I looked at, around. I said, what's going on here? I said, he says, so you're going to try to tell me right now you're not guilty? I said, can I enter a plea? He says, oh, so you want to go enter the old plea thing. So just go ahead and stand there and lie to me today. He said, well, what? He said, well, I just want to see if there's a claim before this court. I just want to see, who's going to claim that I did wrong. He said, oh, I see where we're going here. You want to change your venue, huh? I said, well, obviously, the jurisdiction is going to be common law, and there's nobody harmed. He said, well, what you did was a federal felony. Are you telling me you want to change your venue, son? He said, I'll give you a change of venue. Yeah, he told me when it was done that he was going to call the feds and have me hauled off to Winston-Salem and being put in a federal penitentiary. So, see, that's what you got to be careful. These judges, they like you, they'll cut you a break. If you want to play it by the letter of the law and think you're a smart ass, was like I said, when the prosecuting attorney, she pulled out my rap sheet. It hit the floor and rolled. It was all traffic stuff. And I said to the judge, whoa. I said, let me walk over to the prosecutor side. I'm not going to hurt the sheriff or the prosecutor lady. I said, but I picked the rap sheet thing up off the floor. I said, look, if I want the court to take notice, I have never been found guilty of any wrongdoing to any man. And any time I've been accused of violating a code, I said, I have been always found not guilty. So he says, oh, so you think you know the law? I said, oh, yeah, I know the law. He's like, where are you from? I said, New York City. He said, well, let me tell you what, New York City, you're in Davie County, North Carolina today. You will be found guilty of this crime. I said, whoa. I said, I thought this was a preliminary hearing to enter a plea. I said, wait a second. You're just kind of like jumping the gun here. I said, one step at a time. He says, oh, no, I'm going right for sentencing. He says, what? Whoa. I said, wait a second. I said, slow down. I said, how do you even know what's going on? He says, I got this still in my office. I said, what? I said, you already, he said, yeah, I got the exhibit, and the sheriff told me where you found it. I said, you talked to the other side without me being there? I said, oh, no. I said, I don't know what kind of nonsense you're pulling here. I said, I'm going to ask you to recuse yourself. He's like, oh, and he said, then you go for change. I said, yeah, no, I'm going to change your venue. I said, I'll give you a change of venue, all right. That's not a problem. So you see what I'm saying? You got to be careful sometimes, because sometimes these people might be getting you out of trouble. Because I could have sat in federal penitentiary or federal prison, whatever they call it, jail, and waited for trial for who knows how many years. Because I thought I'm a smart guy, and I think I know the common law, and I think I know how to tell the judge to recuse himself and all this other nonsense. Where I just said to the judge, hey man, work with me here on this. If I plead guilty, what are you going to do? He says, well, I'm going to give you a 3-year prison sentence. I said, well, then obviously I'm going to go for the not guilty. He says, okay, let me tell you what, smart guy. He says, you plead guilty, you'll go home. If you plead not guilty, you're not going home. I said, wait a second here, you're confusing me. I said, can we just slow down a minute? He says, come on, gal, I got a full court today. Where do you want to go with this? I said, okay, I'm guilty. He said, good choice. He said, I'll give you 3 years unsupervised probation and $300 fine. Can you pay the fine? I said, no. He said, well, what can you do? And then that's when we agreed on $5 a week for 60 weeks. He said, okay, tell the clerk of the court I told you $5 a week for the next 60 weeks, next case. And then after it was over, I went back and I talked to him. I said, what the hell just happened there? I thought I'm pretty smart with law. But, my God, you really did a number on me. You know, this was back in 1992, you know, before I knew anything what I know now. But still, if I tried to play my smart guy stuff in a court like that, I've been sitting in a federal penitentiary today. If I tried that same nonsense that I teach everybody, that I show everybody here, you guys got to be very careful. You got to try to size up your competition. You got to try to size up that judge, and you got to try to realize what is the original jurisdiction. I was charged with a federal felony. They were handling it in a state county court. They were handling it in a county court. They had the ability to settle federal matters in a county court. So sometimes it's better to settle a matter in first little county court. Yeah, could have, I said, this is a federal crime. I want to move over to a federal jurisdiction. You know the federal code. Oh, you want to go feds? Oh, we'll send you to the feds, all right. That's not a problem. How long do you think you're going to be sitting there before they ever get you on a docket? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I see what you did. Thanks a lot. I said to the judge. He said, yeah, not a problem. The sheriff said, you're a good guy. You work hard. You don't drink, don't smoke, don't do drugs. You know, he said, he knows the crazy Indians you live with. He says, you're all right. But it was a dry county. You couldn't make, you know, because it was all Indians that lived up there. He said, you can't make, you know, moonshine. There's a reason why it's dry.
What if a person is facing a situation where there's been a sort of a blackballing list that if any people in the county have anything to do with you and they do anything for you other than come after you, that they will be blacklisted and they will lose their careers? How do you handle those kinds of situations for people that are more or less fingered or whatever you want to call it?
You're trying to say that if you're trying to move a claim in a court, in a county, and you're saying it's corrupt?
Yes.
So you're saying you don't believe you're going to get a fair trial in that county?
Absolutely.
Okay. Is there a court there that seats a jury?
It seats a jury?
Yeah. Is there a courthouse big enough in that county that a jury could be seated, that could sit there?
Oh, yes.
Well, there you go. All you do
Jury
then is
trial, but not trial by jury.
Yeah. You ask for a trial by jury. You have the right to have a trial by jury. You move under the common law. You say, I have the right to a trial by jury. If anybody's making a claim against me, I have the right under the Bill of Rights, under Article 6, Article 7, to convene a court of record by a trial by jury, and nobody can interfere.
You just go tell the clerk that you want a jury trial.
You just put it in writing, and you keep your mouth shut. You start talking to these people, and you start putting it in writing. They don't care less anything that's coming out of your mouth. They don't want to hear it. They just want to see it in writing. They don't want to talk to you. They don't want to be neighborly to you. They don't want to be friendly to you. They don't want to give you any advice. They want you to just go away. So just put it in writing. So that way they'll say it's not worth dealing with her. Just let her go away.
Mm-hmm.
They won't prosecute you then. They'll just say it's not worth spending this much money to get a trial by jury going. And like I said, when you move a trial by jury, you better be dead on, because I'm telling you, if you're trying to say that you don't have a driver's license, don't have insurance, don't have this, don't have that, don't have tags, don't have anything, I'm telling you, when you put a trial by jury, you're going to lose.
Explain that. I've had like 4 phone calls this week.
Because everybody in the jury has insurance, has a driver's license, has tags on their car. He's going to look at you like, what kind of privileged character do you think you are? You think you're better than everybody else in society? Because the number one law the number one protocol in this country is custom. It's the customs of the people. That everybody in Washington carry these documents. Yes. The state next to me, Maryland, nobody has to have insurance. So it's the customs of the people. When a Maryland state trooper stops you, he expects to not see insurance. He's not going to ask you for it because it's not required of you. So you're not going to have to convince a trial by jury in Maryland, well, the cop stopped me, didn't have insurance. So, well, damn, nobody has insurance here in Maryland. So it's the customs of the people. So if everybody's like, look, well, my grandpappy had it and I had it, and well, hell, who does she think she is? She's has to have one too. That's why you don't go before a trial by jury if you're violating the custom. If this is the customs of the people, you better be in compliance with the customs. If you have the law on your side, like I did, with driving backwards and failing to stop and going through stop signs, when I had the law on my side, I dismissed the jury and I let the judge see the black and white law in which he was bound to uphold.
And what would that be?
The common law. I showed him the common law. I said, under the common law, I have the right to go through stop signs. Under the common law, I have the right to not stop when I see a blue light flashing. Under the common law, I have the right to drive in reverse. I got the right to do 900 miles an hour. I got the right to levitate. I got the right to do whatever I wish, whatever I could dream of. I'm not bound by any rules, contract, piece of paper, or document. I'm a man. I'm unlimited in my rights. This is my turn on the planet, and I'm going to do whatever I wish, as long as I don't hurt nobody else while I'm doing it. When he read it actually out of his own code book, he's like, I'll be damned. Case dismissed. I was like, yeah, dude, it's even in your books. It's not some crazy Fremantle, Montana nonsense. It's actually in your books. I was like, my damn, I never saw that. Because it actually was in a footnote. I said, read the footnote. He said, what? Read the footnote. That little tiny, 3-4 font, read the footnote. And he
where would one go to look here? Because, here in Washington, we have a case that says the courts will recognize common law.
I don't care. The easiest thing in a state to do is run right to that Constitution. Don't worry, you're not going to find it in precedent. The cases like mine that win, you're not going to find it. I'm going to have to tell you, look, go to the Commonwealth of Virginia, type in my name, this is the date, this is the ticket number, and you'll see the verdict. You'll see that I lost in district court and I won on appeal in circuit court. They're not going to print it somewhere so everybody could come in. It was funny. One of my buddies from Chicago said, what's that code, whatever? And I told him, he said, you can't find it under the Code of Virginia in 1950 anymore. Driving in reverse is gone. He said, it's gone. I said, it's gone. I said, look. I said, wow, you're right. It's gone. Somebody must have said to somebody in the Department of Motor Vehicles or the code, people who wrote the code, you better get rid of that because this guy could come back and sue us for the rest of his life, and his grandchildren could sue us, and his great-grandchildren could sue us for us filing a false claim against him and besmirching his good name and moving a claim that in the law he was clearly within his rights to do. The code said that he couldn't do it, but the law clearly defined that he had that right to basically levitate around the planet, do 900 miles an hour and zigzag, go through stop signs, and do whatever the hell he wishes to do. That's right. The code clearly establishes that. They bring in the law. So like I said, it's just that everybody's been so geared in their brains and their hearts and their minds that these pieces of paper bind them. I love it. Like I give that example of women all the time. You think a restraining order is going to stop your husband from putting a bullet in your head if he's pissed off at you? Yeah, you're going to pick up that restraining order and say, here, buddy, you can't shoot me with that gun. See, if you can shoot me with that gun, you're going to get in trouble. He's going to put a bullet right through the paper, right through your heart. A piece of paper is not going to secure and protect you. A gun will. You say, well, you say to the judge, I said this Constitution secures and protects me from doing what you... It doesn't protect you. Knowledge of the law protects you. Saying, Judge, I'm going to hold you personally liable, man, if you don't accept my claim. If you don't recognize my claim before this court, this is common law nation. You have to accept it. You have no choice. Whether you like it or not. This is my claim. This is my case. This is my turn. You can't do that nonsense as a defendant. You can't do it. You're wasting your time. They'll say that's not the matter that's before this court. You can't rely upon the Constitution. You can't rely on it. You can't do that. You can't. That's right. You can't. Because it's not your case. That's the man who prepared the case. Like I said before, the policeman wrote the ticket. He gave it to a lady. The lady gave it to a supervisor. The supervisor filed it. The file, she made a couple of copies of it. She sent it to the prosecutor's office. The prosecutor wrote up a claim or a complaint. He filed with the clerk of the court. The clerk of the court sent it to you and put a copy to the judge. These people are busting ass and building a hell of a case. You think you're just going to walk in on day 30 when you're supposed to appear and say, I'm here, and I'm going to say a couple of magic words and all my problems are going to disappear? You're kidding me. These people busted ass and built a hell of a case against you. They took a lot of energy and effort to do all this paperwork. You think you're just going to walk in without doing paperwork? You better do paperwork. Paperwork ain't hard. Like I said, I got a ticket on a Sunday. Last one I got was on a Sunday afternoon. By Monday morning, 9 o'clock, I was there handing it to the prosecutor and trying to work out a deal with him to try to just make this go away. And he's like, nope, I'll see you in court in 30 days. We think we got a legitimate claim. And he's like, she was funny. He was like, who's the officer who wrote it to you? And he looked at the ticket. And he's like, I said, I don't know. I said, his name was this. Huh. He said he's the code enforcement officer. He's been like here 30 years. He teaches all the recruits for the county. He's the master of the code. He knows better than anybody does. He says, oh, if he wrote that out to you, oh, it's good. I said, I'm sure he's the master code codester of all time. I don't give a rat's ass what this code says. I have no clue what this code says, and I don't care. And there's nowhere in law that says I must know what this code says. I didn't break the law. And then, like I said, he said to me, are you a lawyer? I said, no, I'm like a lawyer's nightmare. You wish I was a lawyer. Then I'd be bound by your code. I'm not bound by your code. You can't tell me what I can and cannot do. You have no claim against me. He said, we'll see you in court. I said, okay. But I'm telling you, man, it's barratry, file a false claim, and malicious prosecution. I said, but that's okay. I got bigger fish to fry right now. I said, this is all Mickey Mouse. I said, but I can come back and sue you. My grandkids could sue you. I said, anybody could sue you, you know. Common law, there's no statute of limitations. Anybody could sue you for all time. So like I said, this law is way too simple, guys. This isn't rocket science. And is there anything else you want to ask me? Or
No, it's wonderful. You made statements that do the recipe, Karl. It's great. And I think people just need to think about what they're doing, your scenario, go in and make an offer to the prosecuting attorney. If they deny the offer, they don't accept the offer, then that debt is gone. It's paid.
Yeah, well,
if there is no claim. And if they make a counter offer back to you, well, then you can always make another counter offer back to them.
Right. Like I said.
Until you get it down to where you can manage it.
Right. Exactly. That's what and like I said, you could show the court that they moved in bad faith. And like I say to everybody all the time, in my state, Commonwealth, there's a very simple two-sentence line in the Virginia Code Book of 1950 under the Virginia Supreme Court Rules, VSR, and it's 7B, like Bravo, colon, number 4. It's 7B4. 7B, colon, 4. And it says, in a civil matter before the court, until all parties are ready to move, the court cannot move. So what that's basically saying is until all the administration offers, like offers and acceptance and settlement offers and set-off offers, and everything has been exhausted, and you guys still can't come up with a remedy or solution between you knuckleheads, then the court will decide. But until then, no third-party intervener can come between the problem between you and him. Mm-hmm. You don't have to air your dirty laundry out for the world to see. You have that right to keep it private, as long as it's civil. I'm not talking about criminal complaints. I'm talking about civil.
Well, but criminal complaints now are civil.
Well, a criminal complaint, like I said, how you'd settle a criminal complaint is you'd have to tell them, do you have a verified claim of a harm or an injury before this court? Not a statute. I didn't say anything about no damn statute. But like I said, that's why I gave you folks the example about the federal criminal complaint against me. I was able to settle it at the county level. Thank God. Because the feds, they don't want to settle anything with me. Like if Gordon Hall went to federal jail, yeah, he's going to make his conditional acceptance of offer upon bona fide proof of claim to secure party credit and all collateral interest in the name Gordon Hall. The feds are going to laugh at him. They're like, dude, we print the money. We make the money. We don't need your money. We don't need your $2 million site draft. We don't need your nonsense. Yeah, I'm going to love to see, if that's the real Gordon Hall and a Benton Hall that actually went there, I'm going to love to see them weave their magic of how they're going to handle a court. Because when I told him how to handle a court, he started cursing at me. He said, we don't do that common law bullshit here. To keep that bullshit to wherever you do it. How we enter the court, we make proposals to the court, we plead guilty, and we set off the debt. I said, you're going to plead guilty and set off the debt? The debt to the feds? The feds don't care if you're Bill Gates. You're going to jail. The feds don't care if you're Bernie Madoff. The government doesn't care if you're Ron Blagojevich. You're the governor of Alabama, the governor of Illinois. You're going to jail. The government don't want to hear nothing. You're going to jail, buddy. Don't mess with the feds. Everybody knows that. They say, oh, well, you conditionally accept their offer. I said, you're crazy. The only thing that might help you in federal court is move it over to the district court of the United States, because somebody said that to me. Well, they didn't say it to me. They said it on Rod Class's show. He says, hey, did anybody notice that the indictment was moved through the United States District Court? And did you notice that did you notice that Tim Turner was found guilty through the District Court of the United States, not the United States District Court, who originally indicted him? I said, yeah, does anybody understand the difference between going from an administrative court to a judicial court? Did anybody notice that little shift in jurisdiction there? No? None of you noticed that, did you? When are you guys going to notice? The United States District Court is an administrative court. The District Court of the United States handles judiciary matters. Two different, separate, total different entities. And they just started talking about some crazy Title 42. Rod Class couldn't even figure out how to get out of a blue light on his Jeep traffic ticket. He was found guilty of that. He tried all this crazy nonsense, and the judge just said, "You're guilty." All Rod Class had to do is say, "This is the original equipment that came with the Jeep. This blue light came originally to me. This is the original equipment that was attached to the Jeep." And they could bring all the evidence in the court and say, "Jeep never fucking made this, blah, 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 blah." It's like, look, when I originally got it yesterday, it had a blue light on it. As far as I'm concerned, it's the original equipment that came with the vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
You have to say? Can anybody say that this is not how I originally got it? Well, Jeep never manufactured with. Like, how do I know? You think I'm going to find a bankrupt company? It was Chrysler, and now I think Jeep is owned by Mercedes, or then it's owned by Isuzu. Do you think I'm actually going to find the president of the CEO of Jeep, International Harvester, whatever they used to be, and ask him, "Hey, did you ever put a blue light on one of these things?" I don't care. You know what? That's the reason why I bought the damn thing. It's like, hey, look, I got a really cool blue light. That's all you had to say. Can anybody say that it did not come that way when I bought it? No. So as far as I'm concerned, that's original. That's the only argument he had to bring. He brought all this other silly stuff. He couldn't even beat traffic call for a blue light on his truck.
Mm-hmm.
This stuff is too simple.
Well, and yeah, we have to bring it down to a very simple. People have just been trying to find the one item out of the mulligan stew, and all I got to do is, take all the items out of the mulligan stew and end up with water.
That's it. I mean, it's hysterical. I mean, if I did Rod Class's thing, the court, I'm telling you, every time I go to court, the judges love me. They try to keep them laughing. Think of like that one. I remember the one judge in Las Vegas said that I've been doing this since 1968. He said that was the best legal argument I ever heard in my life. I said, well, it was lawful, and I argued it. It was not an argument, but I know what you're saying, Judge. He says, I'm telling you what, if I ever hear that argument or argue the law again like that in my court, oh, I know where it came from. And if you ever appear in this court again, in my county, in Clark County, because I'm telling you, I will have your license revoked, and you will never have a driver's license in the state of Nevada ever again. I said, whoa, you just threatened me in open court in front of all these witnesses. He says, who's going to testify on your behalf? He says, I'm telling you, buddy, I ever hear that legal bullshit come to my court again, I'll have your license. He says, I know people in Carson City. You ain't getting a license. I said, whoa. I said, well, then I guess I'm not guilty then, right? He said, oh, no, you're guilty. I said, wait a second. I said, look, okay, you know what? I'll take the guilty if we drop it down to like $10. He said, we'll make it 20. I said, no points on my license? And no points. I said, okay, that's cool by me. It was funny as hell. And then the prosecutor ran out in the hallway and said, look, if you ever get another ticket, just give it to me and I'll make it go away. I don't ever want to go through something like that again, ever again in the court. Because the guy who gave me a ticket was the assistant chief. So the assistant chief, I had on the witness stand. It was so cool. This big guy, he only let me see that he was giving me the thumbs up from the witness stand. Nobody else in the courtroom could see that. He's like, damn, that's a good question. Damn, that's good. Damn, that's good. He was giving me that thumbs up. Because he's like, I can't answer that. That's good. That's probably not the best bullshit I've ever heard in my life. It's so funny. The guy who gave me the ticket was trying to keep from laughing. So when somebody said that to me on one of the talk shows, I said to the person, I said, how do you people perceive me? They said, well, we've been listening to this stuff since the 90s or the 2000s, and, a lot of people are bitter and angry. They said, it sounds like you're having an awful lot of fun. I said, yeah, that's the only way you can go at these people. You got to laugh about it. You got to have fun. I said, because you can't take this stuff so serious. You only got one life to live. You might as well just try to figure it out, cut a deal, and see what the best you can do. And you say, look, I didn't hurt nobody. Come on, honestly. Did I hurt anybody? Nah, come on. Cut me some slack here. What do you want? What do you want from me? How are we going to work this out? Because that's what I told the Las Vegas judge. I said, I'm going to win on appeals. He said, oh, you ain't thinking about appealing this. I said, no, I was just messing with you. I'll just pay you $20. So it ain't going to break my heart. Because I knew what I did was dead wrong. I shouldn't. Legally, it was dead wrong. Lawfully, yeah, sure. I could do 900 miles an hour. There's nothing you could do about it. But technically, yeah, I don't want some clown going down my street 900 miles an hour. So, yeah, you're busting me. No big deal. That cause no harm. I'll pay a little bit. That's okay. Keep society under control. That's okay. I'm cool with that. But I ain't going to pay you no $200.
Well, I had another lady call me, I think it was the end of last week. She says, well, Maria, they keep suspending my license, but they won't give me a license.
Okay.
And every time I go to apply for a license, they say, oh, well, you've got 10 driving while license suspended, and you've got to pay every one of those times before you can get a license.
Oh, so that's good. What you got to do then, that'd be even better if they deny you something. That's sweet. All you would do then is, you just send it to the Department of Motor Vehicles. It's like I went to one of your local field offices and I requested that that I be given a driver's license, and they told me until I do X, Y, and Z that they're not going to give me one. They say, can you please give me, you could say, can you please give me like the findings and facts and conclusion of law which you folks are relying upon or basing your beliefs on, or what you're basing your facts on, and let them write you a nice little letter. They say, well, there's a ticket here, ticket here, ticket here, ticket here, ticket here, and until you pay them off, we can't give you a license. So there you go. So when you get stopped the next time for driving without the license, present that to the court. So I did everything I could to try to get a license back, but honestly, at this time, I just don't have that money. Believe me, if I win the lottery, or if my name was Donald Trump, I would have wrote the lady out a check and went on my way. But this is the best I can do with what I got. You can't get blood from a stone. And I tried to make him an offer. I tried to pay him $1 a week to pay off the debt, and they told me to go stick it. It's like, they told you to stick it. Yeah, I told them, I said, look, I closed the letter, said the best I could do to pay off this thing is like I really need a license, and I need it today. The best I could do is pay you $1. Will you give me a license on $1 a day for the next 5,000 days? And they said, no. So what more do you want me to do, Judge? See, in this country, we don't have debt as prison. This is a nation of common law. This is a nation of forgive and forget. This isn't merry old England. They can't ship you off to Australia because you can't pay a debt. Believe me, they wish they could, but they can't. They're going to try to make it that if you don't pay a debt in this country soon enough that you're going to go off to debtor's prison. Like if you don't pay your student loan, you're going to go to debtor's prison. Oh, you better believe it. They're going to try to get people convinced of that. But right now, we still live under these rules. So while we still have these to our disposal, I still use them. That you have to set off my debt if I ask you to. You don't have a choice. You have to.
Why do they have to?
It's the law of the land. They have no choice.
If you make an offer to set off the debt and request the debt be set off.
Yeah, but not by being silly and saying like, well, I requested that to be set off, and you don't put a dollar amount in. I don't want to get in those silly conversations about Federal Reserve notes aren't true notes, and I don't want to say
right. You say I request that this debt be settled, closed, and set off.
Yeah.
And they say no. You appear in court months from now.
You got proof.
So
then you move on.
Then you move under common law to say, look, I gave an offer. You rejected it, so therefore I guess it's all taken care of.
By saying no, the person who says no is operating under bad faith, and they brought the controversy into the public. It's like, who started the fight? Who punched who in the nose? Whoever said no is the one going to jail. Who said no? Whoever said no is the one that's going to be punished. Who said no? So like I said, believe me, you could go around with the cops on the side of the road as long as you wish. As soon as you say one word that is some form of a negative or a matter of controversy in the public, they will bash in your windows. You could keep working them. Oh, I've seen people on YouTube videos keep these poor cops going for hours. Because I was just laughing. I said, this kid has got it right. This kid's got it right. Keep making the guy an offer. Keep saying, yes, I'll be glad to do that, and yes, I'll be glad to do that, and yes, and yes, and yes. Mm-hmm. Just keep, yes. But the first time you use the word no, your window's getting bashed out, you're getting tased, you're getting beaten up, you're getting dragged off to jail. The first time you bring a matter of controversy into the public, it's like who started the fight? Who punched who in the nose? Who's the one who hit first? You're going to jail.
Okay, so if you make a statement like, I'm not refusing to give you what you asked for. I'm just asking you to tell me if there's a man here that's making a claim against me.
Yeah, he could say, well, he could say that you could take that up with the judge, ma'am. All I need to know is your driver's license. All I need to do is see your name, your driver's license, address. That's all I need to see, ma'am.
Yeah, well, that's where the individual made the mistake. Where he said, I don't have a driver's license. I don't have any insurance. And the registration, or give them an identification information of name, address, phone number, all that stuff on it, because it wasn't in the system. The piece of iron, the automobile, or the person, they couldn't find anything in the system Then they chose, even though a request was made, sometimes just give me the ticket, I'll go on my way.
Yeah.
No, they chose to smash the window.
Well, like I said, if some cop stopped me on the side of the road and I didn't have a driver's license, no tags, no ID, or ID that he does not recognize, and he says to me, well, you know what, I'm going to have to take you in. I'll say, okay, you can take me in, take me straight to the magistrate. You say, well, we're going to go to a booking station first. I say, well, no, I have the right. This is the common law country. I'm more than glad to go with you. But you're going to take me straight to the magistrate. No pit stops, no bathroom, no donut breaks, straight to the magistrate. The magistrate is available 24 hours, 7 days a week. And I know the court is always open. Please bring me straight to the magistrate. Then I'll bring you straight to the magistrate. Tell the magistrate, what kind of nation do we live here? Is this a common law adversarial country? Yes. Is there anybody file a claim against me for causing them harm or injury? No. Well, then I didn't break the law, did I? No. I violated a code. Oh, I massively pummelated codes, didn't I? I broke every freaking code in the book, didn't I? Yeah. Well, what's the highest jurisdiction in this land? Common law contract, right? Basically, contract or common law. Do I have a contract with this man? No. Okay. So did I break the law? Is there any claim before the magistrate at this time? No. There's plenty of citations, but a citation is not a claim. So am I free to leave? And she's going to have to say, or he's going to have to say yes. If there's no claim before, you got to let me go. And you can tell the cop, is like, look, would you like to just drive me back to my truck and I'll be on my way? Or if you're going to say, well, I can't hear you anymore, I'm going to sue you. How do you want to go with this? Now, do you want to just be nice and bring me back and give everybody else fair warning in your little county? Like, that's what I did when I got the ticket. I told the court enforcement officer after the trial. I said, oh, since we're here on the hallway, he ran out and he said, oh, my God, how did you do that? I've never lost a court, blah, 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 blah. He said, that was amazing. What just happened in there? What did I just witness? I said, oh, good. Well, we're out here in the hallway. I said, I'm giving you fair warning. The next time you see me come through your county and I'm doing 90 miles an hour, I said, no, 900 miles an hour. And I'm doing it in reverse. And I'm zigzagging all over the road. And I'm flipping my car from one end of the county line to the other end of the county line. You cannot interfere with my right to travel. Or I will have your pension. You will work for me for the rest of your life. I will garnish your paycheck. And I'm going to sue this county for everything it's got. Okay? He says, how are you going to do that? I said, did I just beat you in court? Yeah. Did you ever lose before? No. I said, you don't think I can do it again? Watch me. I said, and give all your buddies down in the county office a fair warning as well. He's like, I still don't know how you did what you did. I said, well, go learn the law. He said, I'm a code enforcement officer. I said, yeah, I heard about all your good merit badges and President Award seals and how long you've been doing this. Yeah, you don't know law. I'm a lawman. You're a code enforcement policy officer. That's what you are. I'm a man of the law. I know law. You don't, obviously. So funny, like I said to folks, I was a little pissed when I last saw the man, but it was funny. We went down there about 2-3 months later to the sheriff's department. My sister had to get paperwork to transfer from the school for the deaf and blind here in Virginia to a local county school, high school that she was going to work at. And we happened to run into the sheriff, the deputy man just happened to see us at the window. He ran out and said, he said, I'll take care of these folks. So he said to me, he says, I still can't figure out what you did. He said, a couple of months went by, and we're still trying to figure out what you did. I said, all I did was I called the court. I said, look, officer, sir, I could sit here until I'm 90 years old, until you're 100 years old. We could sit here for the rest of your life, and you will never understand the difference between a law and a code, because you have it so drilled in your brain that the code is the law. It is not. It is too completely...
Yeah, that's exactly what was said to this other person. Where's the law? And I said, the law is the code.
But what I'm saying is, what happened to me, the judge had to actually read it right out of his own code book. And when he read it, he's like, oh my God, like all these years I've been breaking the law. I was like, yeah, Judge, you've been passing down unlawful orders. Yeah, you see what's so clearly in front of you now, Judge? Because, like I said, their code is written in nice big 12 font. The law is written like 4 font at the bottom of a footnote. The judge doesn't even see it. I had to tell him. I said, what do you want to let me bring the law to the court? He's like, what law? Your law. What law? Your law. I said, no Freeman nonsense. Your law. I'm not going to use some Jesus stuff or some constitutional nonsense. I don't have to rely upon that. I'm going to bring your own damn code into it. Because for everything that's written legally in that book, you also have the lawful. There's a legal solution in there, and there's a lawful solution in there. The people who wrote that code book are incredibly intelligent people. There's always a way out. Everything is always legal, and at the same time it's always illegal. But law is always the same. The law never changes. The law is black and white. Legal? Today it's colorful. Today you can smoke pot. 50 years from now you can't. Tomorrow you can, tomorrow you can't. It all depends. That's legal. But the law never changes. You can smoke pot as long as you don't hurt nobody. That's the law. I can have 10,000 pounds of pot in my car as long as I don't hurt nobody. That's the law. I can transport pot from my house to my neighbor's house as long as I don't hurt nobody while I'm doing it. That's the law. Is it legal? Oh, you betcha. But maybe 100 years ago, transporting pot was legal. Now it's illegal. Now watch this, tomorrow it's legal. Now watch this, tomorrow it's illegal. It all depends what society believes in at that point in time. But as long as I'm not harming anybody, I'm going to drag the law before the court. I said, show me in the law where I caused any harm. You didn't. Well, I'm going home. People will start to understand soon enough because people are just getting overwhelmed by code. People are just getting pummeled by code. So people don't understand what I see so clearly. People are going to start to get it when their traffic tickets are no longer $50 and they're $500, $600, $700. People are going to say, wow, you know, I'm not going to pay that. Is there a guy online on YouTube I could watch to show me how to get out of traffic tickets? Because I can't just afford to pay, $40, $50 anymore. These guys want $500, $600.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
well, their big buzzwords now are you didn't cooperate with the guy on the road, and even though you're given offers, and they were denying the offers completely, with witnesses to be able to collaborate that.
Like all I said was, I don't have the paperwork at this time in which you demand of me, that you order of me. I don't have that paperwork at this time. Is there anything else I could help you with today, sir? And they say, well, you're going to have to do this. And say, is that an order? And you say, oh, I'll be glad to carry out that order. Because he knows ignorance of law is no excuse. When one man orders another man to do something, the other man has the right to claim compensation, to be ordered about, to perform. Put my hands on the car. Oh, is that an order? Oh, absolutely. I love carrying out orders. Is there anything else you'd like me to do today, if you say? Yeah, spin around. Okay, how many times do you want me to spin around? Just once, but just half a spin. Oh, okay. He knows it's going to cost. He's just racking up the bill. He's going to bill when he gets it. He's going to be like, hey, what the hell is this all about? I'm certainly not going to hand the bill on the side of the road so you can put a bullet in my head and kill me. He's like, hey, that's one of those wise guys who think they know the law. I'm going to put a bullet in his head and I'm going to put a .22 in his boot and I'm going to say he was reaching for a gun. I'm not crazy. I'm not a guy with a gun. I'm not stupid. I'm just going to remember everything he ordered me to do. It's just like if you went to a fancy Italian restaurant and you say to the waitress, hey, give me a bottle of wine, give me a bottle of Chardonnay, give me a bottle of this, give me a bottle. She's not writing it down. This waitress is like, okay, give me a plate of scampi, give me a plate of this, give me a plate of lasagna, give me a plate. She's not writing it down. Next thing you know, she makes the magic happen. She brings you back all your stuff. She does everything you ordered her to do. An hour or two, she's going to give you a bill.
Yeah.
That's all.
That's right.
And then you think you're going to argue with her and say, I didn't order the scampi. It's like, well, yes, you did, sir. And, well, it's all gone. Prove it. Oh, please, you want to play that game with me? You can say to the judge, did I not cooperate? Did I not put my hands on the car? Yeah. Did I not put my hands behind my back? Did I not sit behind the seat like you told me to? Did I not get out of the car? Did I not do this? Well, yes, you did. Yes, you did. Well, there's $50 for this, $100 for that, $300 for that, $500 for that, $20 for that. I gave you a discount because you asked me to do it twice. So that one, I only gave you $5 on that one. Now pay me. What do I got to tell your boss? Who's going to pay this thing? Who's liable for this guy? Like I said, there's a great video. There's a great video on YouTube. I'll try to see if I can put the link on it. From an old man, like 60, 70 years old, in England. The magistrate told the bailiff, remove that man from my court. The man told the bailiff, if you touch me, I'm going to own you. He's like, what? I am going to sue you. I'm going to garnish your paycheck and I want to take your pension. Do not touch me. So the bailiff looked at the judge and said, can this man sue me? Magistrate didn't say a freaking word. He looked back at the judge. No, sir, I'm asking you a question. Did this man just tell me, can he sue me? Can he take my pension? I'm like, magistrate, answer me. And the magistrate wouldn't answer the bailiff. And the bailiff just walked away from the old man and said, old man, you're on your own. I ain't touching you. And the crowd went wild. Just because the judge or magistrate says, take that old man and throw him off the building, you can't just grab a man and throw him off a building. Well, the magistrate, the judge did it. I don't care. You can't throw the man off the building. You're going to jail. Well, the judge told me to. You're going to jail. You can't just order somebody to do something. You're going to jail. You can't just.
And that's what they do. whether you have any time, they just touch you and grab you and whatever, and pull you out of cars and stomp on your body. Big men stomping on women.
Hand him a bill.
It is out of control.
Hand him a bill. He knows the law. He knows he can't cause harm to a man. I don't care what the code says, how he can enforce his code. He can enforce his code by putting 3 bullets in your spine. That still means he's breaking the law. Just because he's enforcing a code doesn't give him the right to break the law. The law is simple. Cause no harm to man. Did you cause harm to man? Yes. I don't care what hat you were wearing. I don't care if you're a judge. I don't care if you're a bailiff. I don't care if you're a cop. Did you harm a man? Yes. You don't think the Germans said that after World War II? Well, Hitler told us we could kill all these Jewish women and children. I don't give a damn what you can do. You can't cause harm. Everybody knows. It's like, oh, Hitler told you to kill your mom and your daughter. Would you have done it? Well, no. Well, what made you think somebody else's mom or somebody else's daughter you killed? She's somebody.
That's right. And all those individuals got executed.
That's right. Everybody understands the simple nonsense. Just because you believe that, well, the cops do it anyway, give them a bill. They understand what a bill is. They know how to pay a bill. They're all insured. All the clerks of court, everybody in the court building is insured. They know how to pay a bill. They pay the bill. They're like, hey, you know what? We just lost this suit to this lady for $2 million. We're going to have to dip into the insurance fund. Just like a major law firm. If one lawyer does something wrong, the whole law firm puts in a pool for an insurance claim, and all the lawyers chip in for legal fees or insurance compensation, insurance policy. They all chip in. Same thing with the courts. I'm sure it just comes right out of their paycheck. They're like, well, you know what, everybody, we put in $5 a month off paycheck. Get this insurance policy in case we get sued. They're all insured. They're all insured. They're all indemnified. They know if they cause any harm to a man's constitutional, statutory, or common law rights, that they're liable for a suit. They all know that. I pulled it off the federal website. That clearly says that. If you violate somebody's constitutional, common law, statutory rights, you're setting yourself and you're liable for a suit. We here at the Federal District Court provide insurance. If you'd like to provide some more personal insurance, if you don't believe that we're going to provide enough for you, feel free to go buy private insurance. That's exactly what it says. They said, but please, if you find private insurance, do not go around the courthouse and try to tell everybody else about the insurance you found during business hours. Tell the other court officers or court personnel the insurance you found on your private time. There's like a memo that went around the federal court saying, please don't try to sell private insurance policy in court during business hours. We provide insurance for you, but if you don't believe you have enough, well, fine. You find a private insurer, that's fine. You can't interfere with people's rights, that's fine. Common law, statutory, or constitutional rights. But please don't sell insurance during business hours. So why would they be bothering to get insurance to clerks in the court? Be bothering to get insurance if they're going to get sued.
I currently have a current passport, and I've been trying to figure out how I can get back in there and change my status, and,
okay.
I might as well be looking for, gold at the end of the rainbow.
Yeah, see, I guess that's one good thing is I've lived, and I'm getting old, so it was funny. I had a funny experience. I drove a tractor trailer for a while, and my wife parked on Liberty Park, if anybody knows where that is, in El Paso, Texas. So you cross over the Rainbow Bridge, and you wind up on Lincoln Avenue, believe it or not, in Mexico, in Juarez. They got a huge mall down there with an ice skating rink. So my wife, I wanted to show her what it was like. So she never seen a mall with an ice skating rink. So as we were walking back over the bridge, the Border Patrol said, obviously he realized I was from America, he could tell. He says, sir, so where are you from? I said, where am I from? I said, well, I was from there, but now I'm here. He's like, yeah, okay, that's funny, but where are you from? I said, well, I'm going over there. Do you see that brown truck sitting out there in the parking lot, that tractor trailer? Yeah, that's my rig. I'm going to go back to work. He says, yes, sir, where are you from? And he's like, and he was playing 20 questions with me. He just kept saying, where are you from? So I said, well, before that, we were in Las Vegas, and before that, we were in Virginia. Before that, I lived in New York. I said, where are we going with this? How much do you really want to know from me? He says, sir, where are you from? And I started getting worried because the gate wasn't moving up. So I said to him, I'm from my mom, but then my dad. I was from my dad, but their dad came from Germany. And where are we going with this, sir? Open the gate. I want to get back over the border. He says, where are you from? I said, can you give me a hint? He says, where are you from? So it's like, what's going on here? And I started getting worried. Like, he wasn't going to let me back over. Like, what they run my, what do they think of me? And I was like, I don't know. So as soon as, until I said, United States, he says, welcome home, sir. So it's like, And this is what you people have got to be careful of, people. So you hear all these people spouting about on this radio, on these shows. A citizen is literally, if you want to know the literal meaning of citizen in Roman times, it was a member of a family. That's what it is. It's a member of a family. So you see the Gambino crime family, or the Scrooge crime family, or the Gotti crime family. They're citizens. They all have certain duties to each other's. So I am Karl Lentz, the family of Lentz. I have certain duties and obligations. I don't have pure rights within this family. I know as a dad, I know as a father, I know as a husband, as a brother, as a cousin, as a nephew. I have certain duties and obligations, responsibility that a lot of people depend on me to act accordingly to a certain manner. So this word citizen, I don't know how they twisted it. Maybe they twisted it to sell books, or to get you guys into seminars, or to get you guys to just hate the word citizen. But the word citizen is a member of a family. And unless you come from Venus or Mars or Martian, maybe they came out of a rock, and they don't want to claim that they came from a rock. But I'm very proud to claim that I came from the Lentzes and the Garnets. I'm very proud of that fact that I'm a member of a family. Now, if I'm a citizen of my community, am I proud of my community? Well, yeah, sure. Do I have a certain social contract with my fellow beings when I walk out into the public, when I leave my domestic authority, and I enter into the public realm? Sure. I believe I should wear clothes. I believe I should not drive 900 miles an hour and give little old ladies heart attacks. I believe I should not cause harm. I believe there's certain, understanding that there's other people on this planet other than me. So you guys got to stop being afraid of this word citizen and stop being afraid of saying that you're a U.S. citizen, because it's almost like, well, thank you for including me into your family. But right now I have an awful lot of family obligations. I got the Lentz family to take care of. I got the Garner family to take care of. Well, heck, I got the Virginia people to take care of. I got Rockbridge County. This is just too much of a burden. See, so you have the right that you could exercise to be a U.S. citizen. So this is what everybody has to realize. You have the right to exercise. You have certain rights that you could exercise. You don't have to always exercise your left leg. You don't always have to exercise your right leg. If you choose not to exercise your legs, because at this time it would not be any benefit. Because if I'm exercising my leg right now, some crazy lion's going to see me and eat me. So you know what? I better stand still. Because it would not be a benefit to me to claim, well, I got the right to move my leg, and that lion's got no right to eat me. Well, guess what? He's going to eat you. So if you see there's certain things that where it would not be a benefit to claim being a U.S. citizen, well, then don't claim it. Like you said, it's really not nice to say that, well, can you do that with the IRS? Yeah, if you really don't believe there's a benefit. If you can't see the benefit, then you don't have to accept the benefit. If you believe, it's like, well, like my mom would say, well, who's going to pay for the little old ladies? Who's going to pay for the schools? Who's going to pay for the roads? If you don't join in and be a member of the United States family, who's going to help pay for all these wonderful, glorious things? Now, that's how she got through the day as being an IRS agent. That's how she was able to put her head on a pillow at night and go to sleep and think she did a good job for the day. If you want to be a member of this family, United States citizen family, well, then put in your 2 cents and pay for the national debt. If you don't want to be a United States citizen, well, you know what? We can't force you. That's why I sent a YouTube video to everybody, that little 4-minute video where Harry Reid said, IRS is voluntary. He said it about 10 times to this poor guy, just a nice man like you, Mike, who just kept saying, well, wait a second. You'll put me in jail, you do this. And Harry Reid kept saying, it's voluntary. He said, could you do this? And he says, and Harry Reid's just like, yes, if you don't pay your taxes, you will go to jail. And then he said, but he said, it's voluntary. It is voluntary. Paying the IRS taxes is voluntary. And he couldn't understand that little magic in the word that was missing there. So when you folks watch that video a couple of times, like I said, hopefully, God willing, I'll be around for a while, and I'll tell you exactly what that man was missing. Because it's fun watching Harry Reid. It's like a magician. It's like, you guys have like seen a rabbit come out. The magician put a hat on the table. You seen it was an empty hat. All of a sudden, he pulls a rabbit out. And you know there's no physical way he's going to shove a rabbit through that wooden table and pop it out of that hat. But you know you witnessed it. Like, damn, that's true. And then it's like somebody like me or Harry Reid's like, Carl, why are you showing the guy the trick? Let them experience the ride. Let them be amazed by, how did I get that rabbit out of the hat? How does Harry Reid say in one breath, if you don't pay your taxes, you're going to jail, and in the very next breath say taxes are voluntary? All IRS taxes are voluntary in this country. How does he say that? It's not doublespeak. It's you're not listening. You're not listening. That's the whole thing, a sleight of hand with the magician. You're not watching what he's doing. You're watching over here, he's misdirecting you. But what was his other hand doing? And then when they do it on a slow motion camera and Harry Reid shows you, here was the rabbit where I got the rabbit from, like, oh, you little trickster. You got me. All this is a learning experience for you guys. I'm just throwing you some simple things like write exempt, because you do have that option and they make it clearly established on the form. This is if you believe you're exempt, claim exempt. Okay, claim exempt. And when I tell folks when you claim exempt, make sure you make 2 copies. You keep the original and send off the copy. So then that way when you keep the original, yeah, you can get both of them notarized. So that way there's no doubt about it that you weren't playing hanky-panky and then you just came back later on and created your own new document. Create 2 documents on a W-4. When the boss asks you, hey, why do you want to modify your W-4 form? It's like, I want to change my dependency status. So, oh, okay. Get a copy or get 2 copies or make one and then make the original copy. Highlight it in yellow where you wrote the word exempt, initial it, notarize it, and send it back to your boss. And the payroll department will then no longer deduct, money. What do you folks want to call money? Out of your checks. It's really just credits off your check, but you know what I mean. I'm not going to get into semantics. You guys all get paid credits. It goes into an account which is credited, and you use a debit credit card, and then you buy goods and services. Nobody ever sees green paper anymore, but I don't want to get into that silly nonsense. It's all silly. It's a lovely system. It keeps the economy flowing. Instead of people carrying 10 tons of gold in their back pocket or 10 tons of silver, I'd rather have a piece of plastic and just swipe and get on my day. So, but the citizen status with the passport, like I said, I gave that on an example on Angela's show. If the Palestinians took over Al Jazeera Airlines, and all of a sudden they said, all Americans come forward so we could kill you, of course you're going to see there's no benefit of showing you the U.S. passport, and you're going to start speaking French and say, parlez-vous français, or, je suis besoin de votre country. You're going to go off on them in French somewhere. You're not going to speak English. You're not going to be claiming your United States citizen status at that point in time. But I'm telling you, if all of a sudden you were in a foreign country and you were right next to the U.S. Embassy and all these crazy bastards start slaughtering all of their citizens, all the Syrian citizens or Libyan citizens going down the street, you're going to be pounding on the U.S. Embassy door and say, let me in, let me in. You say, nope, all the U.S. citizens. Well, here's my U.S. citizen card. Now it's a benefit. I'm coming on in. You'll say, well, welcome home, sir. We'll protect you. You're our family. So you got to stop. You got to understand, a citizen just means a member of a family. It doesn't mean some sort of zombie. You could just say at any time when somebody says, are you a U.S. citizen, if you don't feel it's a benefit at that time, just say, no. You say, you will feel like exercising your right to move your left leg at this time. No, I don't feel like exercising. Did you just lie because you said, do you feel like exercising your left leg? No, I don't feel like exercising my left leg. Do I feel like exercising the right to claim to be a U.S. citizen at this time? No. That's it. You didn't lie. It's the trick of the words. It's what Harry Reid said. And I'm not going to just give you guys that riddle, man. It's simple. You just got to watch the words. If you can't actually visualize the words, like when I talked to Dean Clifford one time, and I said, look, Dean, you have to stop using their codes. You have to stop relying upon their cases and their rules and their precedent to establish your rights and your claim. You're using somebody else's property, and you're trying to claim it as yours. You can compare your claim to things that they've seen and they've related to in the past, in which they're consciously aware of that exist, to establish the fact of your claim. And that's what I'm trying to say to you folks. It's all in the words. So when you can actually start seeing the words and not just hearing the words, it'll all make a lot more sense. So why would you want to change the status of a passport when at one time it would be a benefit to use it? It's the same thing with getting a driver's license and a traffic ticket. So the court is presuming and assuming that you were operating under a driver's license at the time that a man was traveling across the planet. They presumed you were operating under that title. They presumed you were operating underneath that status. That's a bad presumption on their part, and an assumption, because an assumption is going to cost them. A presumption is just an error in guessing something. Assumption is now they're going to be held liable for monetary damages. So that's when I correct people on assumption and presumption. One costs you money, and one is just a boo-boo. When they assume something improperly, well, I'm going to claim damages. So most time I just say to them, okay, you just presumed it. I don't say, okay, now you presumed and assumed. because now I'm going to hold you liable for that mistake. But you just dragged my ass in the court one more time, and you just took my truck one more time, and I had enough of this nonsense. You presumed that I was operating underneath this driver's license. No. I was traveling across the planet in any conveyance as long as I caused no harm to any man. Is any woman coming here saying I was doing 90 miles an hour and gave her a heart attack? No. Do you have any verifiable claim now before this court? No. So you invoke the common law to defend yourself. If we lived in France, I say to people a million times, some lady from Canada called me up the other day. I said, what province are you in? And as soon as she told me that she was in New Brunswick, I said, good. I said, you're not in Quebec, right? I said, because this nonsense I'm saying is not going to work in Quebec. I said, but it will work. And I said, do you have a high court there, or do you have a Queen's bench there, and do you have Chancery? Which one? She says, okay, we have the Queen's bench and Chancery, but not the high court. I said, okay, so you're not operating like the Irish and in a republic. You're operating still through the English common law. And she said, yes. I said, good. This is what you need to do. So when people heard me answering, I was telling him, they have forms and fill out these forms. And they're like, well, Carl, that's completely opposite what you tell Americans. It's like, that's right. We don't have to go by their forms. That's their administrative code policy. But when you're under English common law, the English common law has things called like rebuttals, and they have things called you make a rebuttal to somebody, and then they come back and they're like a tea party. They're like, let's volley this over here, and they'll make a demur. They'll make a demur, then there's another rebuttal, another demur. It's very lovely and cordial. Here, it's done like lightning. You make a claim and you're done. So she said they really don't want to accept the American process here in New Brunswick. I said, that's right, ma'am. I understand. So fill out their forms, but put it on there that you are submitting to their forms, you're like a slave to their forms for ease of the clerk of court's filing practices only, and that you want to move your claim before the jury. I said, because in England and Canada, the jury people, that's the judges. The people in the black robes are the magistrates up there. See, for some reason, we call the folks in the black robes judges here. In the rest of the common law world, they're called magistrates. For some reason, we call them judges. I think they just did that to be funny to us. In the rest of the English common law world, the folks sitting in the jury, they're the judges. So when you always hear this phrase, only God and jury judges me, I'm only judged by God and country. Well, country means the jury. Country means the people, the land, because that's where the people come from. The people come from the land. I come from the land. My mom had to eat fruits and vegetables that were grown from the earth, that were grown from this land. When my mom ate the fruits and vegetables, she produced me. My mom and dad joined together in a merger. When they incorporated, the product was me. So if you want to talk about a man as a corporation, well, you betcha. He's a full and complete body. You better believe it. Was there a merger between two consenting individuals, persons? Yeah. So in theory, really, like these people say, corporation's an ugly, evil word. No. If you look at it technically, it's actually what your mom and dad did. So like I said, when you eat from the ground, when you eat the food, you are part of the land. We did not come from sprinkled fairy dust. We did not come from stardust. We came from what our parents found on the ground, and they ate it. So without the ground producing us or producing food for our parents to eat, we come from the ground. We are the land. So all these King Arthur movies you see where they're saying, the king and the land are one. It's not the king and the green grass. It's the king and his people are one. And the king or the queen of England is supposed to be the representative of all what is good and great in man. That's why they put on all these costumes on their kings and queens, because they want to show that's what's all regal and good in the nature of man. Because the queen is supposed to be subject to her subjects, and the subjects are supposed to provide for their king or queen. It's like, wow, we get to take care of a queen. Yay, we get to take care of a king. Hooray. That's the reflection of the people, how proud we are, how strong we are, how mighty we are. So it's a good balance they got over there. So I have no problem talking to folks from Ireland or England or Australia and Canada, and I have no problem dealing with Americans. So like I said, this man was trying to tell you to get rid of the status of the passport. Why? When it's such a beneficial thing, and it's not going to be able to trap you in this country under any sort of code or regulation or anything, because when all you have to do is throw the Trump card out of them and say, well, you know what? I'm going to have to throw the common law card down, and I'm going to have to declare this a court of record. And I'm telling you, if you go to any federal district court, they will tell you that this is a court of record. Now, the clerk behind the window, she just works for $5 an hour. She don't really know what a court of record is. You could whip out any book, and it says Black's Law Dictionary, 2004. This isn't from 1776. This is 2004. Clearly says only moves under the common law. So the lady at the window just told you, yes, this is a court of record. So, oh, good, lovely. And you know you're only in a common law court. And there you go. Now, the person who's prosecuting the claim on behalf of the prosecutor of the United States government, they probably don't know what a court of record is. I'm telling you, but the judge does. The judges do. And you just got to know how to hold your own in court. And you'll do all right. So, was that pretty good for you, Mr. Mike? Hello, Mike. Well, let me give you the destries here.
Hey, yeah. I've been listening for a while. I've got a little different approach I've been using. I've been using either international venue or I'll shut down the court. In fact, I made a judge run right out of the courtroom by using the IRS manual 21.7.13.3.2.2. What that is it shows the requirement for the estate is the Social Security number of the decedent. Now, in that same section, it states that an infant is a decedent until it receives a Social Security number. Now, that means if I combine the name and the number that vests within the infant, is it any longer a decedent? No. Article 55 of the Hague granted the occupying army called the Bar jurisdiction over the paper world only back in 1776. They have been allowing their paper world to spill over into the real world, causing us real world injury. This is what's going on today. We're all under a presumption of being dead. If we were to remove that presumption, this entire de facto system that is in place would be perfectly fine because it would have no jurisdiction over anybody that walks on the land. I brought that up in front of a judge here in the county I live in. He ran out of the courtroom, and I was mailed a letter to never enter that courthouse again.
Okay, well, are you complaining that they don't want you to enter back in, so they're interfering with your right to access the court, or are you just glad you never have to go again?
I just ignored the letter. I'll go in there and make a mess out of his court every time something's going on I don't like.
Yeah, see, because people don't understand is when you go into that court, nobody can tell you they can or cannot do it. It's like going into a public library. Just because you're in a shower and shave and you smell like a possum doesn't mean that.
Yeah, I am the superior court. Bottom line.
Well, what do you mean by superior court?
I am a king in my Creator's image. There is nobody between me and him.
Okay.
That makes me the superior court.
Okay. And why were you in that court in the first place? I mean, were you charged with a crime or something? What was the reason why you were there?
Actually, it was for a show cause, for a reason why I didn't show up to a parenting class over a divorce.
I'm saying, what were you charged with? What was the reason that having intercourse with these folks at all? What was the purpose? Why did they do it? Why were you there?
I was not charged. I had went through a divorce. I filed a certificate of divorce on my ex into their record, so they opened up a divorce case over it.
Okay, and did you already have a prior judgment from another court?
No.
So this was the initial filing of a divorce?
Yes, it was to be entered into record, and they turned it into a court case.
Okay, and was there some sort of a filing fee?
No.
Okay, so what was it, a county court, state court? What kind of court was it? I mean, give me a little work here. How did this thing work? I just want to tell people just run in there and start screaming what you just said. They need to know a little more background. So you got the floor, believe me, buddy. I got enough talking in one day for me. So,
let me lead up to that one. Every court you know of is nothing but a probate court. They may say circuit, they may say district, but they're nothing but a probate court. Like I said, they're granted jurisdiction in the paper world only. They only have power over the dead.
Okay, well, can we concentrate on what actually worked for you? Like, what court did you actually go to? Like, can you tell us the county and the name? Can you tell us what you did so we can try to follow along?
It was my county, Crawford County, and it was a district court.
Okay, and it was just a local district court. Did they have the capacity to see the jury there?
Oh, yes.
Okay, I don't know, because down here where I live, you got to go to circuit court upstairs to seat the jury. So some district courts are just for minor, where you just go talk to the magistrate or a judge, and then if you have major issue and you actually want to go before a jury, you have to take it over the circuit upstairs or downstairs. So your district court encapsulates both capacities of holding a jury trial if you wished.
Yes.
Good. Okay. So that's making it clear for me. Okay, what were you in? So what did you file before the clerk court? What did you hand her?
I handed her a common law certificate of divorce that I handed my ex.
Okay, where did you find this common law court certificate?
I created it.
Okay, and what did it basically say?
It says that any and all ties to divorce are dissolved, and I threw in the Catholic New Advent, where it states in there that when a spouse creates adultery, that she is automatically forfeits any and all rights to claim and property and children.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, some guys might actually enjoy their wife committing adultery, but you didn't. Okay, that's fine. That makes sense. So what I'm trying to say is, did you send this letter now? You're saying you sent this letter to the ex-wife or the ex-wife to be, right?
Yeah, as it states in the Bible, to hand a certificate of divorce to your wife.
Okay, that's fine. No, I got no problem. Whatever works for you, that's fine. And then but you did send it to her registered or certified. How did you have proof of service to her? Did you have somebody hand it to her? Did she acknowledge the delivery of the document?
I just hand delivered it.
Okay, and would you have any third-party impartial witness that you brought along with you that could verify in open court under oath of affirmation that she was duly served?
Oh, I had two witnesses.
Hey, Charles, Greg.
Good. Hey, Greg, how you doing? This is Mr.
I'm
Chicago.
okay. This thing keeps muting me.
Oh, yeah. I'll mute you for 2 seconds there, Greg. This guy's telling a good story. I finally got a good guy who's going around and explaining things. I like this. I don't like to be the guy explaining everything. So here, Greg, let me just mute you out a second there, buddy. I don't mean to do that, but let me let this guy get going, just in case you have an event in your house. So yeah, Mr. Destry. Hey, what's your name, Mr. Destry?
Destry, that's my first name.
Oh, okay. My name's Carl, and good talking to you, man. I'm glad when somebody can go around. But this is what I want to say. I want to take it slow because we got plenty of time. So and I got plenty of minutes on these. These shoes are free. So I want people to see exactly what you did, which sounds really good right now. I really like it. So you had witnesses along with you, see, so that's why I brought that up, because you failed to mention it, which is very important. When you want to properly serve somebody, it's good to bring a third-party impartial witness. It's not really good to bring your brother and your sister. It's better to serve somebody out in the open public, like at a Burger King or something like that. Says, hey, you've been served. And you say to the lady behind the counter, what's your name? Susie? Okay, Susie, do you see me just hand that person? Yeah, okay, thank you. Just in case I need you for court one day. That makes it a third-party impartial witness.
Yeah.
Because it's better than bringing your brothers and sisters, believe me. Because if you don't have a third-party impartial witness, like at the O.J. Simpson trial, they can't prove that he did anything wrong. So Marshall Clark's $10 billion worth of evidence all went up in smoke because there wasn't a third-party impartial witness. That's what I'm trying to tell folks. Your method is good so far. I like it. Make sure you bring it. But you forgot to tell them, bring a third-party impartial witness. So you served this upon this lady. Okay, I like that. And then where did you go with your documents? How many copies did you make?
Oh, I had myself a copy for the public record, a copy for her. That's all I needed. I'm not operating under de facto rules. I operate under the common law.
What public document? Where were you going to place this public document?
That would be in county courthouse, the register of deeds office, and have a Lieber number and a page number attached to it.
Okay. Was there a reason why you didn't also make a copy go over to vital statistics?
I don't have contracts with vital statistics.
Okay, let me. I'm thinking where I'm living. Where you live, where do they keep the records of the marriage licenses?
That would be in the register of deeds office.
There you go. That's all I'm trying to say. So sorry about saying vital statistics, because that might be your branch of vital statistics. They call it the deeds office. So you sent it to the proper people that were holding that license. That you sent it at the proper place. You're saying, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Why in the world, then, did you believe that you had to go to a district court if you hadn't already perfected your process?
Well, this private company, Pirateer Court, decided they wanted to make some money off this deal, so they yanked it out of the public record and created a divorce case over it.
Okay, who was the moving party?
They listed me as plaintiff.
Okay, well, who filed a claim on your behalf?
The judge.
The judge is named Bob?
Yep.
Okay, I'm just throwing a name, Bob. So Bob did something without your consent.
Yes, he represented me behind the bench.
Okay, not represented you. No, not represent you. Bob did something with your property.
Yeah, without or contract.
They decided to take your property and convert it to something for her benefit.
Yeah.
Did you send her basically a letter that says, please cease and desist and put that right back where you found it, and please do not ever touch it again and engage and interfere with the intercourse between me and anything else within this universe?
Yeah, something like that. It was called a challenge of jurisdiction. That was quite a few pages long.
You could have just done it based on one sentence. If you're trying to administrate my property, you have no right. If you claim you have such right, please state it. If you fail to state it, and you continue to move without my consent, I'm going to demand compensation of you, Susie, who's also a woman, who just happens to be a judge, for administrating my property without right. I'm going to demand compensation of $10,000 if I hear any more of this matter in the public. I'm trying to get everybody down to one page, one sentence, done, and get these clowns off our backs. But I liked everything you did, except that you said it was a couple of pages. Everything can be done in one sentence or two sentences. But you watch all these trials on TV, and the judge always says, guilty, 15 to 20 years, take him away. That's it. He made his order in one sentence. You go to McDonald's, you make your order in one sentence. You don't give the guy at McDonald's a 2-page sonnet about, what it takes for a quality hamburger and that you'll accept, and you got to hold the pickle.
Yeah, it's like my class says, keep it simple, stupid.
Right, keep it super simple. And I know a lot of classes stuff, and a lot of classes where I was a couple of years ago with this silly 1983 claim nonsense. I recognize your voice now. That's right. Hey, how you doing? Are you in North Carolina too?
Michigan.
Oh, Michigan. Okay.
I'm up here with Karl Miller.
Yeah, because Rod, I believe, is in North Carolina. So, I heard he was doing a traffic court case with a blue light, and boy, he sure put some ton of documents, and it was a very simple case. All he had to say, let's just do Rod Class for fun. And you don't even have to use Rod Class's name. It's just anybody. Somebody's making a claim that I got a purple light, red light, blue light, whatever the hell I got in my Jeep. And so I get stopped because I got a tail light that's out. So a policeman sees that I got a light on my dashboard that does not comply with his little funny code book. He says, hey, only policemen can have that blue light on dashboards. What are you doing with it? There's a light dashboard. I always wondered what that thing was. I don't know. That's part of the manufacturer's original equipment. He's like, no, it wasn't. You put it there. It's like, did you see me? Did you see me put it on the dashboard? Do you have any third-party impartial competent witness who will verify in open court on the oath of affirmation that didn't come originally with the Jeep when I bought it? Hell, I always thought it was part of the dashboard. Hell, I didn't know. This is the first time I bought a Jeep. I thought all Jeeps had them. There you go. Now, is anybody claiming that by me having this light on my dashboard is causing any direct harm? No. Well, when that claim comes forward, I'll be more than glad to compensate the man for causing a harm and doing him any wrong. Now, I could do that all boom, 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 that fast in less than one page. I'm sure when he went to that traffic court the other day, he put in 10,000 documents, and the judge said, denied. You're guilty. Next case. Pay the $50. Next case.
One way to keep it simple, stupid, doing up a document. I haven't done it yet, but I'm planning on it here shortly. Is all you got to do is to put on this document under IRS Manual 21.7.13.3.2.2. The infant has a Social Security number and a name vested within. With this, how the hell can you hold a maritime lien against the estate?
Did you hear?
You are in violation of contract under Article 55 of the Hague and Libra Codes 2 through 38. This needs to be immediately dismissed, and that's all your paper needs to show.
Did you hear what I said just a little while ago when I did that in court? I had this beautiful, beautiful motion before the court. All these wonderful codes, Alabama codes I was using. All these wonderful, and they were all giggling. And they were like, yeah, we all read your code, and we'd seen it coming, so you know what? Honestly, we flipped all the codes around. We just enacted an amendment to the code. And what you just described is that you have a venereal disease based upon Agent Oris, and now you can't copulate with your wife anymore, and you're claiming damages. It's like, what? That's what Alabama Code 36.1, this 1-5 or this 1 subsection EF means? Yeah. We knew you were coming. We just did that for a laugh because you were going to sue us for $1 gazillion. I said, wait a second. That's not what I read. When I wrote this thing, I said we amended it on January 1st. It's stroke of midnight. Ha-ha, now you look like a clown. So if you want to come in, you got to understand they're allowed to modify and amend their codes at will. So you can come in screaming this stuff, and they changed it on you. You know this is the year that the federal rules of civil procedure get changed, right? You know every 7 years they get changed, right?
Well, yeah, they have copyright on it. They can do whatever they want with it.
So that all the federal rules of civil procedure are being changed this year. Now they could take rule number 5, where all parties must have documents under Rule 5A, where all parties must have access to the court and must have all the paper within the docket, in the case file before the docket, and they could switch that to be a Rule 12, where Rule 12 basically says how you answer a claim. So now you're screaming 5A, 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 and they're like, whoa, dude, we moved those over to 12. But they're not going to tell you they moved them over to 12. You're just going to look silly. So I say to people, there is nothing wrong with just going into a court and just saying, you had no right to administrate my property, and by doing so, you've caused me harm. And I want compensation, or you leave my property as it be, as it lies. Don't pick it up and don't touch it. It has nothing to do with you. Don't cause a controversy in the public where one did not exist. I settle this on a private matter, I'm done. I already got a foreign jurisdiction, the judgment in a foreign jurisdiction established. I don't need it in a public venue. Thank you anyway. And be done. Now, can you scream this, the leave a code that 17 and say, oh, yeah, it's fun hearing what you did, and if you want to say it again, really slow. So if somebody wants to listen to the show, please go right ahead and do it again. The people who might like your belief and style, and just please just say it really slow, and go ahead. You got the floor. Do it.
Yeah. These courts are operating under the IRS master file. If you ask them if they're a private company, they say, yes, they are. Now that they're operating under a private company, they're under the IRS master file. In that IRS master file, that whole book has nothing to do with human beings except for one little section that is states for vaccines. The rest of it is all about the decedent. Use that code against them. That's in their book. To prove you are alive.
Tell them what a decedent is.
Oh, a decedent is an infant that does not have a Social Security number.
Okay.
So when you combine that Social Security number and your name, what do you get? You get a driver's license. That driver's license, by all means, should be a card that says, do not mess with me, I'm alive.
Okay, can you give everybody that code that you were relying upon, that really fast code? You whipped that at the end?
21.7.13.2.2.
There you go. And where could they find that? Like under what act?
You can go right into IRS website, right into their manual.
IRS.gov, IRS.org?
IRS.gov.
Okay, that's fine. Well, people who are really interested in that might help them a little bit. Like I said, you folks have to, well, I don't have to. I'm saying you folks have to learn like what this man is saying, and it's nice to know advocacy law. It's nice to know the merchant law. I went around with Mark Stevens on his show about statute staples, because he was claiming that under the common law, you have to settle a tax debt first. I said, no, that's merchant law statute staple. I said, you're confusing them. Under the common law, you do not have to settle your debt. You bring it before a jury, and you let the jury determine whether or not there's a debt due, and they will give you due process, and they will process your debt. They will tell you what is due, what you are due. That's due process. So, no, that's good. Like I said, this is how I learned. This is how I got to be where I am, by learning what you've learned. And I just put all these pieces of the puzzle together, and I said, what works for me? Now, I know what works for me is 1-2 sentences, and I'm done. If this works for you, well, God bless you. And like I said, if it seems like it's not working for you, all I'm trying to say is, well, I remember what that guy Karl said. And I just tried this IRS thing on this judge, and he's not jumping off the bench. You know what? I think I'm going to throw the old Trump card down and see if Karl's nonsense works. That's all I'm doing for you folks. You guys do it the way you're comfortable with and the way you've been doing for 10, 20, 30 years. And you say, you know, this ain't working. You know what? I'm going to throw the old Trump card down, and I'm going to claim I'm a man. And I'm going to move this court to the right side of the court. And I'm going to say, you know what? Is this still the United States of America? Yeah, good. I'm going to have to convert this court into a common law court and drag it over to the right side of the court so a man can be heard. And there you go. And then the judge was like, damn, he threw the old Trump card down. Damn, we're having so much fun with this guy. But no, keep going up the way you guys going. It's fine. But like I said, if your back's up against the wall and the way you tried it didn't work, You just come in, and like I say, the people say, like I told about the little old lady revoking her agreement with the IRS and just send her rescinding the contract because it's no longer beneficial to intercourse in this manner because I don't see any benefit on my behalf. And in my best interest, I'm going to have to withdraw my consent to this agreement and contract that we had together for 40, 50 years. I'm sorry, but it is no longer being beneficial. Actually, it's causing me great stress and harm. And I know you good, lovely government people weren't created to be this cause of stress or harm to any man. Now, were you? There you go. Now, please leave me be.
For those out there who are more interested in this, I own MichiganCommonLaw.com. Michigan Common Law is one word. And right on the front page, I've got the 4 videos that describe everything about the infant status.
Okay, that's great. Because I just started to laugh a little bit because this is a great point. Everybody just heard you say IRS code, blah, 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 and common law in the same breath. And this is great that you said that because this is what I try to tell everybody. The IRS is common law. Traffic court is common law. It's common to those people that practice it every day. This is what they do. This is common to them, to their organization, to their monster, to their creation, to their agency, to their corporation. This is what's common beliefs to them. So when you're walking into their courtroom and you're trying to use what you believe is your common beliefs, and they have their set of rules and what they believe is the common every day-to-day process, you're throwing a monkey wrench into their works. And they're like, hey, what's this guy doing? We don't commonly do this every day, do we, folks? No. How's this guy pulling? Can't you just do what everybody else is doing? And when you're the defendant, you have to do what the rules are established for your role as the defendant in their play, in their procedure, in their code. You're taking on a role. So you could say, well, you know what? Honestly, I don't want to be the defendant. Honestly, you know what? I want to establish my own claim. I'm going to move my own court into this public building. It's public. Yes, I know. 9 to 5. It's controlled by a private monopoly bar association of society. You are monopolizing this space of this public building that my great-grandfather built and your grandparents built and my dad built and her dad built. It's a public building, like a public library. This is not a private building. You do not build this with private funds. This is public. I'm allowed to access this court, put any paper before this court, and have this heard within the people of my community at any time because court is open 24 hours, 7 days a week. So people have to realize just because they try to keep the bar members only accessing that public court, it's the same thing they would try to do in public libraries. They would rather see their public library filled with people with suit and ties and dresses and high heels and slacks than bums and homeless people and people from the shelters just taken into the air conditioning in the summertime or the heat in the wintertime. They don't want the common scrounge people in a public library. And they try to discourage the homeless people as best as they can from accessing that public building. But the homeless have just as much right to be in that public library as anybody who's wearing a 3-piece suit and a tie. And this is what Tom Murphy, yes, you guys might not like what he talks about in the Clean Water Act, that's fine. But Tom Murphy and that Janet Marie folks, they got a good thing going. I'm trying to get them stepped up a gear. You folks are going to have to go to your county commissioners and say, we're going to need access to this public court building for 1 hour a week. We're not getting our common law matters heard. They're starting to stack up. We're getting a lot of people who need a common law remedy, and these bar members are not providing one, allowing us to conduct business here in this public building. So Janet Marie said, well, my local county court closes from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock every day for lunch. I said, well, good. Make a proposal to the county commissioner that from 12:15 to 12:45, you're going to have common law hearings or procedures or trials, and then at 1 o'clock, when the court clerk comes back, you're going to hand her rulings to put in the vault, placed on a public record for you. So try that. You guys got to get your foot in the door and just maybe get a half an hour of access to a public building. That way the county commissioner can't cry, oh, well, look at all the expenses for air conditioning and lighting, and, oh, all the heating expenses. Oh, we can't keep that building open 24/7. Well, like certain cities like New York, night court goes on 24 hours, 7 days a week. They never shut the courts down. So I say to them, well, then just your little county court, just see if you can establish a common law proceedings, because for some reason the man in the black robe doesn't want to hear common law. For some reason he's so gung-ho on administrative law. He doesn't want to deal with anything other than the code of Florida, the code of Michigan, the code of Virginia. He doesn't want to deal with anything else other than that.
I got something to add to that about the man in the black robe.
Yeah, go for it.
Whether most people realize it or not, but that man in the black robe has taken a secret Jesuit oath. He is a Jesuit priest. That's why he wears robes drenched in the blood of his victims. Now, for guess number two says there's nowhere it says that an infant is a decedent. If you go down in that section that I put out there, part 2, at the second point, it says an infant is a decedent of an estate or grantor, owner, or truster of a trust, guardianship, receivership, or custodianship that has yet to receive a Social Security number.
And we could find this in a code, or we could find this in an act, or we can find this in an administrative policy. Well, where are we finding this now that you're uttering this from?
You can go right into irs.gov and get it right out of their site, and I also got the page copied over into my website.
Okay, and this is good. I'm glad I finally got somebody who goes in an opposite direction with me because I like it, because we're getting along and nobody's cursing at nobody. But listen, this is what I try to say, folks. If you're really interested in this man's got to say, it sounds like a lot of lovely information, and he did a lot of research, and go for it. Read it and study it, because my solution to that would be I did not write that code. You cannot bind me by that code. I have no idea what the word infant means to you in that definition, because you're not the creator of that code. I'm not the creator of the code, and we're only guessing what the word infant means in that sentence. So until we have the creator of that code standing here in open court under oath of affirmation telling us what that word infant truly means, there's no way to judge it, because we don't have the capacity to interpret something that somebody has created. So like I said, that's why our public laws are codified by a Canadian publishing company. That way, if the code is in error, who are we going to sue? We're going to go find a publishing company up in Canada and say, that's not what the public law says. Holy cow, how did you get it so wrong? Do you understand what kind of damage that codification of the code, your interpretation of the public law, what kind of harm and damage has caused in my life? And what do you think the Canadian publishing company is going to say? Sue us. Where am I going to sue them? In the UN? Where am I going to sue them? They're not stupid. They know exactly that the long arm of the law can't reach and get them. So, but thank you. What was your name? Destry?
Yeah, Destry. I got a little more something else on a different venue there that I go after them sometimes on. I have removed my UCC legal entity into a trust in Belize, and I can operate an international venue and literally go through the American consulate to deal with these courts. I've done that on one ticket, and I shut them right down. I had the Bay County Corporation Council. The courts couldn't handle the paperwork I turned in on the international venue. They turned it over to their corporation council, and I had wrote them a real nice get lost letter through the international venue, and that thing disappeared like a fart in the wind.
Okay, again, like I said, that's great. I mean, if this works for you, I mean, if you want to, we'll do this another day, man. If my email, can you read the board? I'll give you my email address. And if you really think, we'll do an episode on UCC. Me, it's private law. Me, I have no right to use it or interpret it for any of my processes. But if it just worked for you, well, hell, that's great. So that'd be a good show just to go around and around with the UCC. I love the UCC. It's all based on merchant law. It's all based on the Bible, the Old Testament stuff. I'm down with it. So
you're absolutely right, though, about not wanting to use it, because any of the statutes, rules, and regulations that you do use, they can come back onto you for a trespass.
Oh, yeah, because it's all trademarked, incorporated, registered, and everything. We have no right. So what I tell people, this is what I do. I create my document, and then I use that little CF, which means compare that with, and I put in the four-corner brackets, compare that with UCC 3501, 503, and 507, dishonorment of, proposal, offer, dishonor, fail to, honor the presentment, blah, blah, blah. But you compare your stuff with their stuff, but you put it in a box. You isolate it from the rest of your documents, so that way it has no, they can't bind you to it like, oh, you just incorporated our stuff, and we're going to get you for incorporating a trademark and regulated and all this other nonsense. So when you write your documents, make sure when you put your simple belief, say, I made this man an offer. This man did not respond back to me in an acceptable amount of time. I believe that this man is dishonoring my presentment, and I believe that he's going to try to stick me with the bill, and he's not going to tender payment. in which he knows is due. And that at this time, I'm going to claim that the debt is due, and I don't want to hear no more further on this matter, and I'm going to lien his property. I'm going to go to the county recorder. You register with the county recorder. The man's going to be given due notice that his property is going to be liened. He's got 21 days to come to a public court and make a claim that his property should not be liened and that you have filed a false claim against a debt that's due.
Yeah, that would be you generating a contract and forcing him to adhere to it.
What you could do then is you say, see Exhibit A, and then you could attach UCC 3-501, 503, and 507. There you go. And say, this is the process in which I'm relying upon. But you put it in your simple terms because every case is case-specific and every case is not case-specific. Every case could you have your own problems with a certain party, but it's been heard millions of times. This isn't nothing new. So what you're doing is you're making your case-specific claim, and you're relying upon a certain established practice, UCC 3-501, 503, 507, to support your claim. You see what I'm saying? You just don't go UCC. You just don't start mixing your paperwork up with all kinds of crazy codes. And now I'm going to put a little merchant code here. Now I'm going to put a little UCC code. Now I'm going to put a little IRS tax code, and I'm going to put it all on a piece of paper. No, you make your simple common law claim, and you attach UCC as Exhibit A. You use the IRS code Exhibit B. You use Admiralty code Exhibit C. That way, if your exhibits fail, or the judge just laughs at you and you say, well, you can't support that, it's just an exhibit. Your whole document doesn't collapse. Your claim is always going to stand true. But your exhibits might fall on their face. They could change the code on you tomorrow. UCC 3-501 switches over to, it goes over to negotiable insurance to securities. You could go over to UCC under Title IX. Then what do you do?
There isn't a way around all that except going all that route. When you receive a citation or summons, whatever, you just take your paperwork right down to the closest railroad, find out who their insurance company is, and file a claim with their insurance, because all the railroads own all the land, the rights to it, within 20 miles of the rail. They're the ones that installed all the towns, installed all the courts, all the sheriffs, and the purpose of that was to keep firewood, water, all handy for the trains when they come through. 6 major railroad families own everything. They own the mineral rights in your car.
Well, see, that's what's good about you calling up, Mr. Destry, is because you are throwing a whole new spin on this that nobody's ever heard of. I've never heard that. I mean, I know how the railroads had 20 miles of here and there, but there's many counties that have no tracks, and federal jurisdiction has to be in a county that has a railroad track or a municipal airport or an interstate highway, or the feds have no authority within that county. That I know. There's a very few counties in this country that don't have either railroad tracks or an interstate going through it, or a municipal airport. So that's good that you threw that out there if people want to look at it that way. But like I said, if all the stuff is nice that we talk about, UCC, negotiable instruments, security instruments, and all that other stuff, securities, securitization of debt, that's fun. But like I said, when you guys get into a pickle and you realize, well, God bless America, we still live in America, thank God for the common law. Hell, I'm just dragging this shit over to the common law. I'm done. But you have to master all these other things. It's fun. It's better than watching Dancing with the Stars. You know, what you're saying, Mr. Destry, that's great. I can see that you're actually spending time researching stuff. Now, whether you're right or wrong, who gives a bit? Who cares? At least you're doing something other than just watching Dancing with the Stars getting drunk.
If you go back into 1975, or 1795, Cruden versus Neal, Supreme Court unanimous ruling stated that every man is independent of all laws and not bound by any institutions formed by his fellow men without his consent.
Okay, I'm glad you brought that up, see, because we're doing point counterpoint. This is what I talked to Mr. Constitution Man back in August. I said, clearly, Barack Obama is going to win in November. What's going to happen is there is 5 Catholics and 4 Jewish people on the Supreme Court. 2 of the Catholics are going to retire. He's going to put 2 more liberals on the bench, or a Catholic liberal, like that last Spanish lady he put on. So what's going to happen is there's a great case that you decided 1795. What's going to happen, if the court chooses, they could hear every major case over the last 230, 40 years of this United States government's history, and they could overturn them all. So everything that we're using as precedent is going to be no. We're going to put it all in our documents and paperwork. And Mr. Constitution Man said, you know what, we need you to go to the Supreme Court and fight for us then. I said, no way. Because the Supreme Court is just the Supreme Court of the United States government. not of the people that inhabit the land. It is the checks and balance of if the president steps out of line or the Congress steps out of line, the Supreme Court is supposed to have a happy balance between those two fighting families, the two fighting parties. The Supreme Court is not battling us, the people. It's keeping the executive branch from stepping on the legislative branch and the legislative from stepping on the executive branch. It's the court of the government of the United States. It's United States Supreme Court. There you go. So you folks have to realize the United States Supreme Court makes the rulings how the government should operate, not how man should operate. There you go.
Now,
so
here's another one. This is not from Supreme Court of the United States Supreme Court. This is from the Supreme Court of the United States, separate court. This one's from 1795, Penhallow versus Owens Administrators. Defines governments. Governments are corporations. As much as every government is an artificial person, an abstraction, and a creature of the mind only, a government can only interface with other artificial persons.
Okay, that's good. I'm glad you brought that up because, again, you're giving me an opinion of some Supreme Court justices that lived in 1795. The only problem with that is because we like how that was read. We actually like that person who wrote it. What happened by the time Barack Obama leaves, he puts 2 Hillary Clintons on the United States Supreme Court. And now she's going to make the rulings for the Supreme Court for all time how the United States people are supposed to live. How are we going to feel citing her? Do you think I want to cite an opinion by Hillary Clinton on how I should carry out eugenics with injured child in my family because they said, well, he's 3 years old and he still doesn't know how to talk, so, we declared that, he used to be, euthanized. Like, hey, well, grandma's got a broken hip and she's 80 and we don't want to pay for it no more, so Obamacare claims that it's the supreme law of the land and everybody gets, euthanized. So like I said, just because this was a beautiful opinion that we just happen to love, it sounds really Yankee Doodle and patriotic and rah-rah-rah. When they throw the Hillary Clintons in charge and making our opinions, are we going to still say rah-rah-rah for the Supreme Court rulings? So this is what I'm saying. It's nice that these folks give us a roadmap to show us, wow, these were some really good people, and I wish I could be as great as that person who wrote that thing in 1795. What an inspiration. I'm going to try to live my life to those ethics and ideals that's incorporated in that document, preserved for all time. What a glorious piece of paper. That's right. What we have to do with what we got at this point in time. So we might have to adapt to it. And we might have to say, look, that was great for what happened here, but do you realize we got like the UN knocking on our door? Do you realize we got like the Chinese who are going to come in with the North Koreans or something? Do you realize we got like Mexicans flooding our border? These people weren't dealing with this. They were dealing with cowboys and Indians, or they were dealing with, the French coming over. They fought a different style. They came right at you or whatever. The Indians fought a different way. We're in a different battle in 2013. So it's nice to look at the game plan and see how they organized their societies and what worked and what didn't work for them. God bless them that they put it down in writing so we could refer back to it. But like I said, can we hold it as and force somebody else to believe it, like force the judge to believe it or force the government to believe it? No. So we make a claim when they step across the line and trespass upon our rights and trespass upon our property. And that's the only thing we could do. We got to get them before a trial by jury. And that's why I said that, Tom. And I hope a lot more people try to understand. We have to get a court established in local counties, not federal courts, not international courts, not courts of the galaxy, but local county courts, because everybody in this shoe knows that the highest officer in this land is the sheriff's, and he can execute any judgment coming from a court. So all you folks have to do is don't establish common law courts in a trailer in the middle of the woods somewhere. You got a public building. It's called the courthouse downtown. Make a claim for the court that you're going to use it a half an hour a week, 15, 20 minutes a week. You make a claim for it. Because there's a private organization occupying it now. Just because the Bar Association goes to the library at 8 o'clock in the morning, and they fill up that public library with lawyers and clerks and everybody else, and they take up every stinking seat in the library, and they're manipulating every freaking book and computer in that library, still doesn't mean that we don't have the right to access that public library. So, like I said to Jan Marie, they leave for lunch, take over the computers, take over the desks, bring all your buddies in, take it all in, and occupy it. But do it in a lawful manner. It's a public building. They can't tell you.
Yeah, I've got another point on that. A common law court session can be held at a fence post under a tree, can be held in a grocery store, can be held at a sidewalk. It doesn't have to be in a building.
Well, when our common law courts run overtime at 12:45, and so we're going to be probably busy with this case until 1, 2 o'clock. Mr. Bar Association guys, why don't you go outside behind the picnic table, behind a tree, and conduct your statute courts out there for a little while. We're going to be occupied here for a little while. Sorry that we're running on a little long, but you know how it goes. You can take your private organization, your private club, and you can take your private club out of this public building, and you could do it in a parking lot somewhere. We're busy here. We're conducting the public's business in a public building. You want to conduct your private business elsewhere? God bless you. I know you make tons of money. There's an empty warehouse down the street. Call it a court. We don't care what you call it. But this is a public building, and we're accessing it. And we're going to use it to the fullest benefits of the people of this community find that it's necessary and proper to conduct the affairs of the people. There you go. Don't let them run you out of a public building. There's some lawyer making tons of money being run out of public libraries because he won't take a bath. So when they run him out of the public libraries, he sues. He's making a living going around all the states in this country doing that. Just because you want to hold a court in a public building, you have every right to do that. They might not like it. Let them throw you out of the building. Soon.
Now, I've got another completely different view to look at this, too. Karl, you've never worked for Walmart, have you?
No, my wife did, but no, yeah, my ex-wife did, yeah.
You've never worked for Walmart. Does any of the rules and regulations in that Walmart employee handbook apply to you?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right. Now, is the United States a private company?
It could be and could not be. They run two sets of books.
A.K.A. Virginia Company.
They run two sets of books, just like you and I do. We run two sets of books. Everybody runs at least two sets of books.
Yeah. Now, the private company, State of Michigan, or the private company, County of Crawford, their rules, regulations, employee handbook does not apply to me no more than Walmart's does. Why do their policy enforcers come after me, and why do I consent to them? The only reason is it's fear of physical injury.
Well, either that or you believe there's like a Hobbesian belief that we have a social contract within a society that we agreed to join. If we didn't like it, we could go move on Gilligan's Island and start our own society and operate on our own rules and drive 900 miles an hour backwards on Gilligan's Island.
Oh, that would be inhabiting the land then, wouldn't it? Because the system that's in place now, Admiralty Maritime, is 2 inches above the land. That's the sea above the sea, the land above the land.
Well, this is what I'm trying to say. If we just go, like I said, we just make you're in Michigan, so this is really important. You can understand this simple concept. You could drive a couple of hours, and you go from common law to English common law to Napoleonic Code back to English common law in a couple-hour drive to the coast. If you take along Queens Highway, Queens Expressway up in Canada. You're moving through all different kinds of laws that are the supreme law of that land. So if you believe that you're stuck in some sort of Admiralty Maritime law, if you're in Michigan, well, it's common law. So if you want to believe that you're trapped in some sort of Admiralty Code world, you're not.
I actually had the United States Coast Guard attending a civil court case with me last year. I had approached them in Bay City, Michigan, at the U.S. Coast Guard station they got there. I went in there and I talked to one of the officers, and I asked him to assist me in arresting a maritime lien. Now, for them to show up to a civil court case, they would have to have orders from up high. They showed up. In fact, they showed up a couple times to this court case with me.
Where did you file the lien?
I handed all the infant status paperwork I've got over to the Coast Guard. I exposed the entire system of how these courts are operating to the Coast Guard. I asked them for assistance in arresting a maritime lien for being placed against my estate because I am not a decedent.
Okay, where did you file this lien?
Right at the Coast Guard station.
Okay, so you filed it at the Coast Guard station. And who did you file this lien against?
I filed it against the 74th District Court. And the only way the Coast Guard was able to show up is because it's all Admiralty Maritime law.
Okay, so you filed it against the United States, or you filed against a district court?
Yes, a private company.
Okay, and you had some sort of proof that they were a private company?
Yes.
And what did you establish the fact that they were a private company?
under the Article 55 of the Hague, 2 through 38 of the Labor Code.
Okay, I mean,
treaty. They're under treaty to occupy the paper world only. The Bar Association's under treaty.
okay, well, in the state, you would have to go through the Secretary of State's office to show where it was chartered to operate as a commercial entity or business.
That's under Public Acts 230 and 231.
Okay, regardless of numbers, because I don't whip out numbers, I tell folks, go down to the Secretary of State, and she will pull out a document and show you when that business was incorporated within that state's, jurisdiction, within the borders of that state.
It's using the same material that was used with Dr. Jack Kevorkian against the city of Pontiac under a quo warranto.
Okay, that's lovely. I mean, what I'm trying to say is this is very simple. You took a lien to the Coast Guard, and you said that this private corporation known as a district court had done you harm?
Yes.
Okay, what was the harm?
The harm was them holding a lien against my estate without me being a decedent.
Okay, so you believe that where was the lien? Wasn't the lien in the county recorder's office?
Yes, that was a summons that was mailed to me to appear in court with the charges listed on it.
Okay, a summons is just a right for just a court clerk granting somebody the right to force you physically to appear. That's all a summons is. So the clerk of the court believes whoever filed a lien on your property, you said?
Yes, against my estate. My estate includes everything that has to do with me.
That's what I'm trying to say. But some people include the estate means your physical carcass.
That could be my physical carcass. That could be my land. That could be the book I got sitting on a shelf next to my computer. It could be anything. That's all my estate.
That's right. That's what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say is you and I know estate actually means our carcass of flesh and blood. Some people might actually be thinking you're just talking about a house. So are you saying that they placed a lien on your tangible chattel property? Or are you talking also about your intangible property?
My tangible property.
Okay, so everything that they could acquire by, say, like a writ of attachment and put in a warehouse somewhere?
They applied a bond against me that could be turned into a warrant. That is a direct attachment to my estate.
Were they also claiming to attach your physical body and put it in a prison cell, jail cell somewhere? Were they also going for that?
Correct. That would be man stealing.
Okay, so that's what they were. That's okay.
Every violation of every state statute is nothing but a maritime lien of some kind or another. When one of the policy enforcers try to catch you not stopping at a stop sign, they write you a ticket for it, that's a maritime lien.
Okay, so they were trying to lien your estate, which actually means taking every single thing as far as you believe is proper to you and exclusive to you, including your body.
The $20 for my pocket is my estate.
Okay, so you went to the Coast Guard because you believe the Coast Guard operates under maritime law.
Correct.
Okay, so you believe that you could turn your estate over to the Coast Guard and trust them to do the proper thing.
No, I did not. The Coast Guard enforces laws against piracy in Admiralty Maritime jurisdiction.
When you go before a court, I'm taking my claim and I'm turning it over to the jury, right? And I want the jury to hear the matter, and I want the jury to decide the matter, and I want the jury to make a determination what is proper to do with my claim, right?
Yes, you are making the jury the trustee over your estate.
So I am turning my estate over to the jury.
That is correct.
That's right. So what I'm saying is, how do you believe that when you made a claim that somebody was doing you wrong, that you were not transferring your estate over to the Coast Guard?
Coast Guard was not making a decision for me on any of my finances, my estate, or nothing. What
I'm saying is you were asking for their assistance. You were requesting, or you were pleading, or you were begging to them to aid you, right?
I asked them for aid to stop pirates from attacking me.
There you go. So you're at the mercy of the Coast Guard.
Oh, I can take it into my own hands, but I'm going through proper channels allowing them to do it.
Right, but you were at their goodwill or their good faith or bad faith. They could have helped you or not helped you.
Correct. But they couldn't from me.
Because you could not control what something else was doing to you, you went and sought aid from another source.
Yes.
Okay. So that's what I'm trying to say. Is when you, like I said, when you try to move in the common law, all you have to do is submit your claim, beg and plead to the jury. Or you could try to put your beliefs and faith in something called the Coast Guard. Or you could put your faith and trust and belief in something called a man in a black robe.
My point behind what I was doing was not on personal protection. The point behind what I was doing was an exposure.
Exposure? Exposure what? What are you talking about, exposure?
Exposure of how these courts are operating.
Okay, you're trying to expose how the courts operate. Okay, I thought you actually meant like a technical term. You just meant to bring it to light, to show that they were not with clean hands.
I had them so scared down in that courtroom that on my second appearance, when the Coast Guard attended, I didn't realize until afterward, but there was a Jesuit assassin that the judge brought in. His code name is R. Fisher. If you translate that over, that means man fisher.
Okay, so the only problem is, though, when you're bringing in admiralty court, you're bringing in an admiralty, you're trying to establish an admiralty court, you're saying, right?
No, the admiralty court's been there.
Okay, no, you're trying to move the Coast Guard because you believe they operate under admiralty law, right?
The Coast Guard's the ones that enforce laws against pirates, aren't they?
No, I'm not guessing, agreeing, nothing. I'm just saying you are trying to evoke a admiralty jurisdiction in that building, in that venue.
You could say that, yes.
Okay, this is what I'm trying to say. If we lived in a land where admiralty law was the supreme law of the land, that sounds wonderful. So what you're always trying to do is you're trying to trump the other guy's jurisdiction. So if you're saying that this guy was moving under Michigan jurisdiction or Michigan statutory code or your local county code, does admiralty trump Michigan statute code? Maybe. But what I'm saying, beyond a shadow of a doubt, there is no doubt in anybody's mind that when you look at uscourts.gov website and it says one sentence, all state courts are common law courts. It didn't say admiralty. It didn't say statute courts. It didn't say constitutional courts. It said common law courts. So when you look at this evil monster called the United States, which I think they're just fine, but most of you folks who listen think they're an evil, horrible monster. If these evil monsters put that one sentence on their website in big letters, all state courts are common law courts, guess what? I am going to master common law. If it said all state courts are admiralty courts, I'm going to master admiralty court. So when you folks are in Quebec or you folks are in France, it says all courts are Napoleonic courts. I'm going to master the Napoleonic code. I have family that lives over in Europe, in Germany and France. They're not all sitting in jail. They operate under pure statute code. They all know they're guilty until they can prove themselves innocent. It's completely backwards, like that Amanda Knox lady in Italy. Her family said this is upside down. My daughter has to prove she wasn't in that house that day, or in that apartment that day. She has to prove she didn't kill him. She has to prove, she has to find witnesses that could show that she was someplace else. They said this is obscene. No, it's code. You're working on the Napoleonic code world, and this is what their society believes is best. Thank God our society doesn't believe it's best. That's exactly what I said to the marshals. Thank God our society doesn't live under that ridiculous belief that we're presumed guilty until we can be proven innocent. Like when you go to traffic court, you're presumed guilty until you could prove innocent. They're working more under the Napoleonic code. They're working under the code. And this is the rules that they established for their traffic courts. Thank God we could always go back to the common law courts. If I could not find that simple sentence that said all state courts are common law courts, I would not be concentrating on common law courts.
You know what stops it from being a common law court?
What? Other than the contract, what?
When the judge goes to walk in, when that bailiff says, all rise, if you look up in Black's Law 5th edition, the court rises when business is done for the day. When all rise and the judge walks in, the common law court stops, the administrative court starts.
The only problem is that man in the black robe, when you submitted your claim before the court, you established the rules of the court, that man in the black robe is a magistrate, and a magistrate only. Now, I could jump up and down and do the hula hoops. It doesn't matter what this clown does, because I already established the rules of this court. And that's how it eliminated all this habeas corpus nonsense, because there's no such thing as habeas corpus nonsense, because every judge now has to wear a different hat, depending on what is the claim of the complaint brought before the court. He has to be able to flip hats, whether it's equity, common law, maritime, admiralty, UCC, merchant law, statute staple. He's got to flip hats like a magician. So as long as you establish that that is your court from 1 o'clock until 2 o'clock, and this is the matter that's before this court, the judge is going to say, okay, I read the claim or I read the complaint. I've seen you both been sworn in. Let me put on my common law hat here. Hang on, folks. I got one under the desk. Whoop. Here we go. Common law hat.
My driver's license expired, and I'm thinking about just not even getting it anymore and just starting to make a stand against these people and just not get a driver's license and, and start fighting them in court. And I need to know what to do when they eventually pull me over and give me a ticket, tow my car, so on and so forth. I mean, do I just file a claim against them? Or?
What I would do is if somebody, when they start this process with you, like I said, the judge, and some lady who called up at me and asked me that, I would just say if the policeman comes over and starts asking for all kinds of paperwork. I mean, you folks all know about a Terry stop and a Hibble stop. I don't know if you do or not. Do you know what that?
Yep.
You know what that is, right, John?
Yeah, Terry stop is where they detain you, but you're not under arrest, but you're not, free to go, but you're not under arrest.
They're free to search you, right, because they believe you're up to no good. And the Hibble stop just means you have to give them your name, okay? But, again, this just has to do with their statutes and their Supreme Court rulings. It really has nothing to do with you or me as a man. So when a policeman is talking to you, he is just another man talking to you. So what I always tell people, be beyond polite and courteous, because at times, man, I've traveled all over this country doing all kinds of fiber optics or satellite dishes and working for MasterCard and Visa. Those folks, American Express, everything goes through satellite dishes now. But at times I did not have any of my paperwork. I couldn't be bothered. I was like, I was filthy, and I just didn't want to be bothered with the guy. So I said, at this time I do not have the documents in which you desire, which you request. So then, like I said, usually if you just polite to the man and say, look, this is my name. See, this is a Hibble stop. This is my name, and this is my date of birth. And I say, just run it, and you'll see. Or I'll actually give him a Social Security number. I don't care. I just want to get back down on the road and be left the hell alone. And I know this man is just trying to do a job. He's like Sheriff Andy Taylor, Mayberry, whatever. He just wants to know who's coming through Mayberry. And he thinks you were speeding, or he thinks that you were doing something wrong. So he just wants his duties to protect the citizens of Mayberry. So if I tell him, hey, F you, Sheriff Andy Griffith, F you, he's not going to react to me other than beat me in the head with a baseball bat. So I understand, like I said, I showed everybody what I actually look like. I showed you folks what I look like. I could get very adamant with a police officer, and we'd probably have a good tangle. But I'm very polite and very cordial and very courtesy, which is courtesy. So I believe I'm holding court at all times in the public realm. So all I would tell them, man, I do not have those documents in which you request at this time. Is there anything else I could assist you with today? So like I said, you're just trying to be as polite as possible with these people. Like I said, when you know and I know, if you're out of state, they could actually haul you off into jail until they could verify who you are. They're not just going to let somebody travel. They could let a serial killer. It could be the Bundy guy. He's a cutie pie looking guy. They're not going to let people just float through their community, at will if they believe that they have probable cause. They're scared of you. They're scared of me. I'm a pretty goofy looking dude. And I drive a
They don't know if you just escaped from prison or what,
So I respect them. I respect that this is their job and their obligation, their duty. Like I said the last time in court, when it was all done, I looked at all the state troopers and said, God bless you all. I said, you might not have understood what just happened in court today, how I beat, this ticket. I said, because I know on my way home, if my truck flips, all you guys would be the first one to jump in my truck and pull me out of my burning truck. I said, even though it's against all kinds of policy and code, you guys are going to just go in there and save my life. I said, but you have to realize, just because that man in the black robe says to you it's a right to stop me and give me a ticket and harass me or say whatever I did something wrong, remember everything that he's saying is legal. But remember, when you interfere with a man's right to travel, what you're doing is breaking the law. That's how I beat this court today. I said, so God bless and Godspeed, I'll see you out on the road. And I left.
Well, what did you do in court, though?
What I did in court is I explained the difference between legal and lawful. And I actually showed him in the code of Virginia Code of 1950. Me and Greg's on the phone right now. Me and him were looking for the code that I was charged with. It's gone. It's gone from their books. Because the judge was like, holy cow. It's actually written in the code that what you did was lawful. Yes. So me and Greg were looking for the code the other day, about a week or two ago. We couldn't find it. Virginia was smart enough to yank that thing out of the code book, make that thing that they claimed was illegal, lawful. So that way I can't come back. Well, I can come back and sue them because they did me wrong, but now from now on, there is no body in the Commonwealth of Virginia who's ever going to get arrested for or get a ticket for doing 10, 20, 30, 100 miles an hour in reverse. I got a ticket for driving in reverse, going through stop signs and everything else like that.
Well, if you're not driving like an idiot, you're not harming anyone, right? I mean,
he believed I was driving like an idiot. He believed I was all over the road. He believed I was going through stop signs in reverse. He believed I shouldn't be doing what I was doing. That's what he believed. He also believes in the Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy. I totally agreed with everything that policeman said on the witness stand. And the judge was like, then why are you appealing the district court's ruling that you broke the law? I said, because I didn't break the law. I said, I violated a code. I'm not a lawbreaker. I violated a code. And I said, when I first walked in today, I said, I looked at you, I looked at you, I looked at you. I said, we're here to discuss the fact that you believe I broke the law, right? And the judge said yes, and the prosecutor said yes, and the policeman said yes. I said, good. I got you all under the common law jurisdiction. I didn't say that to them. I knew exactly what I did. As soon as I looked at them, I said, so you say I broke the law, you say I broke the law, and you say I broke the law, right? You say that? Mm-hmm. Only a man has the capacity to say anything. His radar detector can't say anything. His little dashboard cam can't say anything. That man has got the only capacity to move a court viva voce by his vocal cords to bring any court testimony or evidence to life before. So I said, so you're saying I broke the law? You saying we're here? I broke the law? You saying I broke the law? Good. Because I prove I didn't break the law, I'm going to get all of you making a false claim against my good name. I'm going to get this all for malicious prosecution, barratry, and I'm going to get this all. But I didn't say that to them in open court, obviously. I got this all on my skull. All I have to say is some simple words. So you say I broke the law? Yes. So you say we're here because I broke the law? Are you claiming I broke the law too? Yes. Good. I got you. And that's how simple it was. So it was so funny. I said to the judge, I said, now, can I bring the law before the court? He said, well, no, here we establish the facts and then we move over to the law. I said, why? I'm not disputing the facts. Every single thing that's coming out of that police officer's mouth or will come out of that police officer's mouth, not only do I agree with, and I say is 100% true, but everything that comes out of his mouth is what I want to use as my testimony before this court. I want what's coming out of his mouth to reflect the record as true as well. So the judge looked at the prosecutor. He's like, do you ever hear any of this nonsense? He said, I have no idea where this crazy guy's going. This is the most ridiculous nonsense I've ever heard. I said, can I please just bring the law before the court? So they made me go through all that nonsense of establishing facts. So what facts? I'm not here to argue that policeman believes in the tooth fairy. God bless him. You think I'm going to stand here and say there is no tooth fairy and make that man feel bad or call him a liar? That's not my job. I'm not here to bring controversy into this world. I'm not going to make that man feel bad. Whatever the facts are that he wants to bring before the world, hey, you know what? That's what he witnessed. God bless him. I'm not going to dispute what he saw. How can I know what he saw through his eyes? I'm not in his brain. I can't see what he sees. So whatever he has to say, I totally agree with. The problem is that he's trying to move a case or a claim before the court without establishing the law. So to move a case or claim before a court, there must be the law. There must be a contract. Like 99% of everything that we do on this planet is based on a contract. You gave your word to not to do something, you broke your word. That's the law. Bring that contract to the court. And everybody knows statutes and laws. It has to do with, like, certain things have to be written on documents, like a marriage, a contract that's going to last over a year, something that has to do with land, something that has to do with negotiable instruments, something that has to do with estates, and something that has to do with security instruments. That worth over $500, like sales of something worth over $500. That everybody understands in this land should be written on paper because paper is cheap, pen is cheap. There's no reason why you can't write up a marriage agreement between somebody or a sale over $500. Everybody understands it's called statutes at large. Everybody understands that simple concept that there should be a piece of paper that reflects the event that happened, and you should go down to your county recorder and you should put it on a public record. So that way, if there's any dispute between you and the other party, and the statutes at large is really simple to remember. It's my legs. It's marriage, year, land, equity, like estates. G is goods, services, sales, and security instruments. So it's my legs. That's how I remember it, that acronym. So all I'm saying is I established common law right from the get-go. That we're here, I say to the judge, we're here to establish the fact that I broke the law. Are you saying I broke the law? Yes. You saying I broke the law, Judge? Are we here to determine whether I broke the law or not? Yes. Good. Lovely. I got you. I didn't say we're here to discuss the fact that I violated a code. Did anybody hear me say that? No. We all agreed when we started that I broke the law? Yes. Wonderful. I got common law going. You just fucking lost your jurisdiction. I don't tell them that. I keep it under my hat. Because after I walk out of the court, the cop ran out in the hallway and said, what the hell just happened? I don't let the cat out of the bag. That way I could keep doing it for the rest of my life. The judge didn't know what I did. He's like, oh, my God. He said, it's lawful to drive in reverse in the Commonwealth of Virginia, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. He's like, oh, my God. Case dismissed. I said, no, case discharged, but I'm not going to go into semantics now between discharged and dismissed. I'm not going to explain securitizations of a debt instrument, and you could use this ticket to procure, any kind of funds that you want for your county, but I better not be dragged back into this courtroom with a claim of this before me again. I said, I'm going to sue you all. I said, right now I got bigger fish to fry, and I don't want to sue none of you. I said, just when I come through this county again, don't interfere with my right to travel. And that's when I looked at the state troopers and I explained to them, God bless you all. See, so when I leave the courthouse, they're all happy with me, like, holy crap, what the hell just happened here? I've never seen some moron like him walk out of here. The guy who gave me a ticket was the code enforcement officer for Augusta County. Don't remember me. I guarantee you say, hey, can I talk to the code enforcement officer of Augusta County and who teaches all the recruits, the administrative code policy of the Commonwealth of Virginia? They'll hook you right up to him. I said, did you remember going around with some long-haired guy in a white 69 Camaro driving backwards and he beat me in court? I said, oh, yeah, he's a good guy. He's a pretty funny guy. He's not going to say, oh, that mother SOB, blah, blah, blah. He's going to say, oh, yeah. Because I talked to him a couple of months later. Me and my sister went to get some paperwork from the sheriff's department. He came out and says, hey, I still don't know what the hell happened. What the hell did you do? I said, look, it's so ingrained in your brain that the code is law. I said, I could spend the rest of your life and my life here on the sidewalk explaining to you that you're breaking the law. You are a code enforcement policy officer. I am a lawman. I'm a lawman. You're a code enforcement policy officer. That's what you are. He said, but no, I do the law. I said, no, you're a master at code. You could bury me from morning to night citing code. And you will bury me if I go into a code court. And I will lose. There's no doubt in my mind I will never be able to keep up with you. You are fantastic. I said, but I'm a man of law. I caused no harm, no injury, no loss of property, and I had no contract with you how I could or could not drive that car that day. You had no man to come forward in open court and testify that I'd done him wrong. You had no law. I had the law on my side. You just didn't have the law on your side that day. You had the code on your side, but you had no law. So he's like, I still don't understand what he's saying. I said, sir, God bless you. You never will. Because you believe with all your mind, heart, and soul that the code and the law are one when they're 180 degrees apart.
I think a gentleman was asking about, he called in and he never got an answer with regards to his driver's license. You guys shipped it off, and so I was kind of like having a sidebar on that. And so I just wanted to verbalize this. If you are considering getting a driver's license or renewing a driver's license, it's a wonderful thing because from my perspective, I don't have a driver's license, I don't have a social security card, and I don't have a birth certificate. God didn't give me any of those, and my mother and father didn't either. There is this organization of people that surrounded my family at the time I was born that offered gifts, kind of like the Magi coming to the stable of Jesus, bringing gifts. And instead of gold, frankincense, and myrrh, they brought me a birth certificate, and they brought me a social security card, and they brought me a driver's license. Now, little did I know what those things meant because I had no idea who these strangers were from a faraway land, but they brought them to me and gave.
So they believe that they were giving you a benefit, and yet you believe that you can at times benefit by that benefit. It is to your best interest to use those gifts, and then other times to use those gifts would actually be self-destructive, you're saying.
Hey, Carl, I got cut off. So what I was trying to say, for those ladies and gentlemen that are considering getting a driver's license or renewing one, please keep in mind that the name on the card is not you, all right? That you have the distinct privilege and obligation, if you will, to act as the agent for the principal who's named on the card. Now, under the law of agency, an agent is never liable for the actions of a principal. Now, I know this personally because for the past 30 years, I have been an agent for several companies, and when shit hits the fan, guess what? I don't get sued. The principal does. All right, so I can speak to that from a commercial, professional kind of way.
Great.
So you can take that to the bank.
Great, but I'm saying the agent can't be sued, but if he operates outside of his agreement between him and the principal, he can be sued. The principal could turn around and sue the agent for acting outside of his
right. Yeah, that is true, but considering the fact that the principal is a person who you are the sole operator of, and nobody else can operate it except for you, it's really unlikely that you're going to sue yourself. All right? It's really, really unlikely. Unless you've lost your mind completely.
What happens if they could establish in court that you relinquish certain rights for certain obligations, and they're actually coming in as a power of attorney over you then? You claim
they would be coming in as power of attorney over your principal, not over you. And they would be saying that you were a naughty boy in the operation of your principal. No different than if you had started a company called Karl Lentz, Inc. And your stockholders got pissed off because you didn't handle it properly and you stole money or you were Bernie Madoff or something, you know. If you did some horrible, heinous thing, you know, that undermined the corporation, right? So as long as you operate your little tiny entity person in honor and you don't do anything to hurt anybody with it, then nobody has a claim or nobody has justification to jump in as power of attorney. Plus, here's the other bonus, as the sole authorized representative of your fictional person, you have the ability to fire all other trustees or alleged trustees or alleged claimants that want to operate that person's name.
But
so
who's the
you can fire, so you can just go there and fire them all and appoint yourself as anything. Or heck, gosh darn it, Carl, I could appoint you as my trustee for my name, and you could appoint me as trustee for your name, and we could even have arm's length, discrepancy on that, so that nobody could complain that it was an inside job, you know, and on and on and on. I mean, this is, if anybody's opened up their own little small business and had any time at all on the job, you can kind of start to see how easy this stuff is to work with. Now, let's go back to the driver's license really quickly because I want to explain this before I get cut off again. On the bottom of your driver's license application, when you get done with all this stuff, on the paper, you put the word by, capital B, small y, the colon, like not the colon in your stomach, but the two dots, the colon, all right? And then you sign your name. And then you put a comma. And then I recommend, if you don't know what you're doing, write the word agent or write the letters A/R to represent authorized representative. If you're more advanced, then we can talk about other jobs you can have. But the most important thing is the word by, the colon, your signature, comma, and some title. All right? Now, once you've done that on all the paperwork, if you have a camera phone, take a photograph of that document, the paper document, before you hand it back to the lady, because they will never, ever, ever give you a copy of it. All right? Now that you've done that, you go through the process, you get your driver's license, and in Illinois, they have you once again sign your name on this little digital thing with a digital pen, like at the credit card station at the grocery store. And so you have to do it again by colon, your name, comma, and your title. And that is how it is recorded in all the state documents for me, everywhere, plus my thing, plus my driver's license, plus my state ID. It's recorded just like that everywhere. Okay? So the Secretary of State of Illinois has acknowledged the fact that I am not the name on the document. I am the agent for the name on the document. Otherwise, it could not exist in that fashion. Do you understand the power of that? Do you understand I've gone to court, presented all this information, and walked out, handing him a birth certificate and saying, here's your principal, I'm the agent, leave me alone, and walked out and won. All right?
We're going to do that. That's great, Greg. What I'm thinking of, we're going to do UCC thing tonight. we're going to do what you just said, I said earlier, foreign judgments, and then you are trying to say you are going to show the different relationship between trustee, trustor, and beneficiary through the Secretary of State's office and the county recorder's office. So there you go.
Right.
There's three shows right there we could do just by talking tonight. I can see where the interest lies in this stuff.
But anyway, guys, hey, listen, man. One thing that we always want to stress to you, never hold court at the roadside. Never hold court at the roadside. Do not try to impress the constable with your knowledge. Be humble and be kind and be gentle. Give him all the paperwork. Make him happy so he goes home for his dinner with his wife and kids. And you can go talk to the judge and say, "Dear sir, I believe that one of your officers made an error. He mistook me for this man on this piece of paper." You know, do not bother the police.
Like I said, Greg, that's a good way to do it. That's what we'll do one night. One night, if you folks have an interest, we'll do foreign judgments. We'll do UCC. We'll do working through your Secretary of State in the county recorder's office. And then what was the last thing you just said now, Greg?
Do not hold court on the side of the road.
Definitely. Yeah, we'll show you how to handle a roadside stop. Yeah, there you go.
Exactly. How to walk away from a roadside stop with everybody happy.
Yeah, exactly. And not like Dean Cliff grabbing everybody and throwing them around and make the poor policeman cry, because that policeman's got a mama too and a wife and kids. So we got to respect they doing his job. We believe he's doing his job, and we believe he's a good kid because that's why he became a cop. He didn't become a cop. Maybe he did or maybe he didn't, but I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that he wanted to do it like Andy Griffith wanted to do it to save.
There's no 17-year-old kid out there going, "Wow, I could go to work for the city or the state and collect revenue."
Right. like I said, there could be an Andy Griffith mentality kind of cop out there, and you could have a Barney Fife standing right next to him who just wants to break your balls, and because he's a little clown, he just wants to harass you to no end. So you got to give him the benefit of the doubt. You're going to run into a nice Andy Griffith kind of guy, and you're going to run into a Barney. But when you run into Andy, you be nice, and good things will happen. You run into Barney, and you be nice, good things are going to happen. You be a prick to Andy, Andy's going to bust your head open. You be a prick to Barney, your head's going to be busted open. So there's no reason to do anything other than be nice. Don't conduct court on the side of the highway except for being courteous and being courteous. And allow them to stick their foot in their mouth. Like I said, I'm taping the episode of Mark Stevens and me now. And I come on a Mark Stevens show in about an hour, like probably about 4 o'clock Eastern time. And I think he lets me talk for half an hour, maybe 40 minutes on his show, which is pretty good. And he was trying to break my, he's trying to break my beliefs. And I'm trying to get the podcast to show you folks that when he was during commercial breaks, he got really ugly with me. And I just stayed courteous with him the whole entire time, even during the commercial breaks. And his little buddy, whoever JT is, starts jumping up and down like a little monkey during the commercial breaks trying to say all kinds of nonsense to me. And I'm just more than courteous. And that's what I'm trying to do on these calls. I'm trying to say nothing but more than courteous. I let that Mr. Destry talk. Boy, that was some interesting stuff, about railroads. They claiming all property, land. And that's fine, man. I love it. That's cool. I'd still like to see Mr. Railroad, not Mr. Destry. I'd like to see a railroad company come in open court under oath of affirmation, put their hand on the Bible and claim my land as his. I'd love to see that. So, like I said, like my dad said, I'm a little ended with that. It's like my dad was German, couldn't read or write English. He was basically in a reform school his whole life. Basically, he had a choice going to a federal penitentiary or going into the Navy. He decided that. When he was in the Navy, he got in trouble and had the option of going to Leavenworth or marrying my mom. So my dad was a really hardcore, blue-collar guy. Couldn't read or write, do anything. So what he did teach me is like kind of what Greg said. Keep him smiling. He did not know anything about endorphins. He didn't know anything about adrenaline. But he says, when you're smiling and happy, it makes the opponent keep his guard down. It keeps them susceptible to attack. And they don't know how to take your coming at them with a smile on your face. They don't know what the hell is your game plan. Don't tip your card. They say, my dad would say, when some guys aren't crack or on a PCP, you can hit him with a baseball bat, he doesn't feel it. So keep them smiling, keep them laughing, and keep their guard down. They'll make a lot of mistakes. If you want to drive your car around and around your house, 900 miles an hour, oh well. It's your house, your car, do what you want.
Right.
Once you go out into the public venue, that's different. I totally believe in a social contract with society, and don't cause harm to others, and be respectful and do the speed limit, because you know what, you do it on your own property, whatever you want. But when it's common property, common grounds, respect each other and act decent. And if you get caught, just say I'm sorry. Give a good reason. Sometimes the church just said, okay, don't do it again.
Right.
Act like a decent person. That's all. They're just looking to see for a decent person to pop up. But I think you have a pretty good game plan going on there. Try to get it down.
We're pretty sure we got a good game plan going on. At least we hope. It's getting better and better. Like they're getting closer to accepting our paperwork at least. Now, let's say they do take the habeas and whatnot, and they want to settle. Let's say we get our claim in there. Like our claim right now, we have it set for $1 per second per child. If they want to settle and say they want to pay certain damages, but it's not what's in our claim, and we accept that, does that enable them to come back at us for filing a false claim?
Well, that's what I warn people all the time, is when they want to make a settlement, and everybody heard about poor Mr. Gordon Hall, and me and him were like, oil and water, man. We did not mix. But I gave credit where credit is due, and he gave me a good thing to say. And he said to me, when I asked him, I said, well, look, if they want to make a proposal of a settlement, how do I not dishonor my own bill and my own belief, my own demands by accepting less?
Right.
And he simply said, even though I sued you for $10 million, I'll conditionally accept payment of $100 or $1,000 or $10,000 or $1 million at this time. And I will set off the other $9 million that you owe me to a later date, which we'll work out and we'll determine at a later date. We will come together in 30 days and come to some sort of agreement how the balance of the debt will be ended. Okay. That's lovely. I said, that's lovely. See, Mr. Gordon Hall, I used to bash him all the time on his shows. And he, like I said, he's a nice guy. Off the air, me and him, when we talk, it's fine. But when we're on a show, he's got his agenda, and he's got his shtick, and I got my agenda, and I got my shtick. So on the air, you hear him cursing at me like a drunk sailor. But when we talk off air, we're fine. He understands he's got his thing. He's trying to promote. I got my agenda. I'm trying to promote, trying to sell, trying to, this is what I'm trying to do.
Now, would it benefit us, Karl, benefit us or harm us in any way if we didn't go to the pretrial and didn't go to the trial? Like, can they compel us to go to these hearings?
Oh, no, because that's a perfect time to hand all the people summonses to appear. Oh, that's perfect. That's like, here, this is one for you, one for you, one for you, one for you, one for you. You've all been served. We'll see you answer this claim. You got 21 days to do it. 22 days. We'll meet downtown in front of a jury.
Now, that's provided we have that the court has accepted, the court clerk has accepted to file our claim at that point.
They don't accept anything. They just do it. There's no such thing as accept. The court clerk, all the court clerks, they don't care what's on it. I try to tell people like, look.
Once you sit here and read our paperwork and say, no, we're not going to, like they've given us the runaround for the last 4 months. It's the most impossible thing to file a claim.
I tell people, if you're having a hard time, write your claim in Chinese. And I'm done. The court can't do anything. All you can do is file it. So the other side will read it and understand it. If the other side doesn't read it and understand it, believe me, they'll ask me to send them a bill of particulars and to explain in a little more detail the claim that we got before the court.
I did go ahead and put the trespass upon claimant's rights, bad faith claim into the federal district court, and the clerk sent me a letter pretty much putting it into the wrong jurisdiction, made it a civil rights claim, even though when the clerk asked me if it was, I told her it was not. So I've made that correction, and I've not heard back from them.
Right. Well, hang on. Let me call a time out here a second. What you say is that you trespassed upon your rights. What you do, you got to listen. You don't have to listen, but on my series web page, series call page, they call it, I have an interview with Mark Stevens. I thought I emailed it to everybody. Did you hear it?
You did, and I listened to it. It was very helpful.
Okay, what is going on there is what you made a mistake again. You said it. I didn't bother expressing every little minute detail that Mark Stevens was saying because it was incredible how many mistakes he was making with the vernacular. But I didn't want. It was his show. I only had a half an hour. I said, you know, I'm just going to keep hitting him like a hammer, and I'm going to get the most important thing out. I'm not going to scrutinize every little minor detail. I'm just going to get the message out and be done. So, but what you said was, you claimed it as your right. I said to Mark when he said, well, man has no rights. I was like, I said, okay, does man have property? He said, well, yes, I believe the man has property. I said, okay, well, rights is just a subcategory within the definition of property. Because property is all in which you claim is proper to your person, exclusive to all others within society. To your right, to the exclusive enjoyment of property, said property, exclusive to all others within society. So I said, do you understand that? And he was like, yes. I said, well, that also means that you have a heartbeat, a pulse rate. People can't scare you for fun. You could sue them for assault because they're intimidating you. Because you have the right to maintain an 120/80 heartbeat or blood pressure. You have that right. That's your property. Nobody can mess with your, mind, your heart rate. I said, even though you can't, it's not tangible. You can't put it out on the table as an exhibit. Well, this is what the man did to me. The jury will understand, well, if somebody did that to me, keep kicking in my door at 4 in the morning, I guess I would be, my heart would jump out of my chest too. And even though the door really wasn't damaged, but more than $2 worth, I should get $1 million for doing that because, the lady doesn't have to prove her heart jumped out of her chest, but just people on the jury can visualize that, yes. So when you say you trespass, don't really say you trespass on your rights, trespass upon my property or trespass upon my person. That includes your rights. That includes everything. Trespass upon my person.
Okay.
So that's that little part that I wanted to say. So, in case anybody else is listening, when you stylize a claim, I like to make it broad like that. They trespass upon my person instead of trespass upon my rights, because then somebody say, okay, what do you believe is your rights? It's like, oh, here we go. He wants me to micromanage this. It's like, look, trespass on my person. Don't you worry about it. You get me in front of the jury, I'll convince the jury. So people like a Mark Stevens will say, well, technically you don't have rights. It's like, oh, you know what? Do you believe in property, Mark? Yes. Okay. Well, you trespassed upon my property? Yes. Okay. Property's all rights exclusive. It's all what I claim is property of my person, exclusive of all others. It's exclusively enjoyed to any other member of society? Yes. Good. So it's like, wow, okay. And I believe I have something called rights. And I believe that's part of my subcategory of property. So then go ahead. Look. Yeah.
Rights and property are equal, so to speak.
No. Property is all what you claim is proper to your person. Now, you believe that you have rights. Okay, that's property to your person. There you go. So, rights.
You're saying property is. That's an excellent definition.
Property means your person. It's your person. You have rights. You also have a heartbeat.
Enjoyment, obviously, yes. Okay.
Right, you have dreams, you have hopes, you have desires. You can't touch them. Like, you can't touch a right. You can't touch a hope or a dream or aspirations or goals. That's property of a person.
Property of a person, yes. Okay.
Yeah, intangible. It's an intangible.
I should redo the cover page. But in this particular case, we're talking about our land, and we don't want to call it property. We want to call it land. Because real property is a misnomer. It's land. We have it patented. And also we have, in this particular case, manufactured homes we have free and clear title to, which they broke the close on in doing the unlawful illegal eviction and had to break in because we would not open the door. We were trying to speak to them through the window. They did not have a proper, they just didn't have proper paperwork. And we had paid for a trial by jury, which essentially was denied us. So this is why the claim, we have to turn around and make the claim. And we have also put in an order for injunction against the wrongdoer respondents and any associates to cease and desist from any and all actions and claims to the private land and house homes commonly identified, and of course giving the location pending resolution of the claim. And the night after I talked to you, which was last Thursday, we had 6 sheriff's cars and people all over our land. And it was quite interesting. So they, of course, have violated the land patent and broke the close on our land as well. So I had to put a notice into the sheriff about that.
Like I said, you got to be careful because property encapsulates everything that you believe is proper to you for your exclusive enjoyment, denying all others, access to. That's property.
Yes.
Because if you really want to know what land is, you can just go to Webster's 1828 English Dictionary online. And land means the inhabitants of a region, a country, a nation, or people. So land is the inhabitants of a country. So if you ever heard the land and the king are one from like a King Arthur movie, the Knights of the Round Table, the king and the queen or the king and the land are one. Is the people and the men and the women of the kingdom and the king are one. They're one and the same. The king represents what's all best in man or woman. So land technically is the inhabitants. It's not the dirt or the ground. See, we call it dirt and ground. But technically, the land and the people are one. So it's the same thing. And the king and the land are one. So it doesn't literally mean the dirt. See, because like I explained to people is, your mom and your dad got together and started to produce you. Right. Where did you come from? You came from your mom. Okay, technically, your mom didn't eat stardust or pixie dust. Your mom ate from the land.
Right.
So without the land nourishing your mom, you could not be produced. You would never have had a corpse. It would never produced your body. So you and the land are one. So that's why, like I said, when people say like a birth certificate is a horrible thing, no, it proves that you were born upon this land, that you and the land are one, and that you have the rights to the natural resources of this land. So when people say, oh, get rid of that state-produced birth certificate, no. It helps prove to the world or to the jury that I am part of this land, literally. I am part of this earth. Where else do I come from? I'm not pixie dust. A stork didn't drop me off from Mars. My mom had to eat from this land. Without the land, I would not be here. She couldn't just breathe air and create me. So you got to be careful when you use the word land. So say, well, I think that's the word. That if you believe that, God bless you. If you can convince a jury that's exactly what you mean, and they don't think that any other definition of that word, God bless you. But to me, I just make a simple claim. I said they interfere with my right, with my property. They trespassed upon my property, which includes my person, which includes my dreams, my hopes, my goals, my inspirations, my dirt that I put my feet down on the ground every day. So as you say property, everything else is the subcategory of property. Your rights, your hopes, your dreams, your dirt, your land, your house, your car, that's your property. So instead of micromanaging every damn detail, I just say property. And that pretty well covers everything. If you want to, the person who did you wrong knows exactly what they did. They know exactly what part of the property they trespassed upon. They know exactly. You don't have to spell it out. The only person you make a one-page statement of the wrong, one-page claim. Boom, this is the wrong. The other side knows, like I said, it was a good thing I saw on kind of like a Judge Judy kind of show. The lady's like, look, ma'am, I don't need to know what color the pool tiles were supposed to be. All I need to know, ma'am, is simple. You told the man to put the tiles in the pool, right? Yeah. He didn't put the right tiles in, right? Right. Bingo. That's all I need to know. I don't need to see 10,000 photos. I don't need to see the emails that went back and forth with you guys. All I need to know, did he put the wrong tiles in the pool? Yes. Perfect. Buddy, what do you got to say to this? Well, I thought this is what you want. Fine. You know what, ma'am, you win. Have a nice day. I don't need to see all that other nonsense. You know, and he knows what happened. And that's how fast the judge could see through the nonsense. So when you guys put all these pages in of the whole entire story, the judge doesn't want to hear the story. If you want to tell a story, tell a story to the jury. Mm-hmm. If you want the judge to have jurisdiction over you, just say, hey, he trespassed upon my property. The judge will have no freaking clue. When you submit, like that lady who said before, she said, well, the court clerk won't accept my paperwork. Just write one sentence. They trespassed upon my property without right, and I demand compensation of $10,000. The clerk court will have no freaking clue. What the hell are you talking about? The other side will know. They'll open up the claim that they had, summons them to appear, that trespassed upon my property without right, and they now want compensation. They'll know. And the court clerk will be totally baffled. They'll be like, I have no idea what's going on between you and them, but okay. I'll have them summons to appear, and they can give an answer. they'll answer in 21 days. And what the other side could do, if they want to play funny, they could ask for a bill of particulars. They could say, can you itemize or can you give me more of a concise, what this claim is really about? Because honestly, we deal with 10,000 people suing us a day. You know what? Honestly, we forgot about you. What do we do to you? Oh, okay. Now we remember you. But the initial filing with the clerk court, so if the court clerk is simple. It's one sentence. They trespassed upon my property without right, and they interfered with my right to property. Or interfere is a beautiful word. Don't use violate, and use trespass and interfere. That's perfect. Then property. Always try to get property in there. Rights. Okay. Society basically knows what rights means, and everybody in the jury will basically understand, and then go right for the compensation. When the U.S. Marshals read my lawsuit, they said, that's it? They uttered a forged instrument to interfere with property? Yeah, that's it. And now the compensation thing is like, now you demand $1 for every second. Yeah, that's it. I'm done. They said, well, that's about the simplest lawsuit I've ever seen. I said, yeah, that's right. I said, for some reason, a clerk court, they don't know how to, they've made it a civil rights action, which I have no idea how they took it from a personal injury, claim of harm, like a personal injury, and converted to a civil rights action. I have no idea. And I told them, bring it back over to the right side of the court, the common law side of the court. Because a claim is the common law side of the court. A complaint is like the civil side of the court. And where the magistrate and the clerk of the court, they all get together and try to help you solve your little dilemma. I don't need anybody to help me solve my little dilemma. I want the jury to come back with a verdict. Do I have a proper claim? Yes or no?
This is a civil case with Capital One versus myself, and I am wanting to know how to enter the court and have the common law or the court of record rules apply. When I'm entering the court, do I go past the bar before anything is said? Do I say something before I pass go through the little gate? And
of course, you said it in your writing. You put all your documents into you put your claim and your paperwork before the court clerk. She presented it to the magistrate or whoever's going to preside over it, the presider, right, and gave a copy to the wrongdoer, the defendant, the person that's claiming that they did you wrong. Right. Now, when you try to come in as a defendant, you're told, to me, it's like I say to people in here who say defendant. A prosecutor, everybody knows what a prosecutor means. It means like somebody who's attacking, somebody who's aggressive, somebody who's trying to pursue something, to try to do something. A defendant basically is somebody who's trying to keep from getting hurt. Mm-hmm. So it's like going into a prize fight. So when the boxer's prosecuting you, he's beating the crap out of you in the corner of the rope. You're curled up in a ball saying, I hope this big bully gets tired of beating me up or gets tired and goes away and beats somebody else up. Mm-hmm. So all you're hoping for as a defendant is that he gets tired of beating you up and that you can just crawl home, or he's going to kill you, one or the other. So why in the world do you want to be a defendant? Why in the world don't you people prosecute? If you believe somebody's actually doing you wrong and they have no right to doing what they're doing to you, why in God's name are you curling up in a ball and just letting them keep teeing off on you? I mean, you people can't be, that ridiculous. Mm-hmm. You got to fight back, but you can't fight back from being curled up in a ball. You're like you're in a ball, and that's your role in that case. They wrapped you in a casing, in a case, and this is all you're allowed to say and do. It's like, I can't use the Constitution to defend myself? No. I can't use the Bill of Rights? No. I can't use the Constitution of Southwest Ohio? No. What can I use? Well, the way the prosecutor stylized this case, you can't do anything basically but sit there and take it. Right. Well, that's not fair. Well, he's the one who presented the case to the court. He's the one who established the rules and the authority of the rules of law to the court. Right. We're operating under his rules because he's the one who said this is a fight, and I believe Mr. Southwest Ohio did me wrong. Well, what's your name?
Michael.
Okay. And Michael did us wrong, and this is what we want to see happen to Michael. They're not going to say something nice. Well, we want to see Michael get a nice fruit basket and maybe a bouquet of flowers, and then we want him to pay us everything we owe. They just want to kill you. Mm-hmm. They're not asking for mercy. It's like, well, if Mike could toss us a buck or two every now and then, we'll be happy. No. Mm-hmm. Saying being nicey nice. They say they're going in for the jugular. They're going in for the kill. They want every damn time, and they want it now. They're not saying, well, we'll accept the partial payments and we'll set off the debt until Michael gets back on his feet. You don't see them being nice.
No.
They have no mercy for you. They couldn't care less if you sit in the jail in a box and rot for the rest of your life. They're going to go home and eat dinner with their wife and kids, and they couldn't care less about you. So until you realize that these people couldn't care less what's going to happen to you and your wife and kids, you got to start fighting back. And I don't mean physically fighting back. I tell people do it in writing, it's not paper. As soon as somebody says that you did wrong, and you don't believe you did wrong, immediately file a claim against them. If you believe that they did you wrong, like that, once they get to the point where they're actually dragging you into court, obviously you're going to try to settle it on a private side. Obviously you're going to tell them to cease and desist. Obviously they're going to send you a bill and you're going to say, hey, you sent me this bill in error. I don't know who you are. I have no idea what you're claiming. But you're going to have to cease and desist immediately because this is starting to really stress me out. This is about the third letter I got from you this month, and if you don't stop, I'm going to have to drag you into court, and you're going to have to prove that I owe this debt to you. Mm-hmm. So how do you want to do this? So obviously you want to settling on a private side, but like you said, skipped all the steps because you said you're being dragged into court.
Right, and the trial date is next Wednesday, so.
Right, so the only other way you can do it is you can say to the judge, well, I can just hand this man a cease and desist, and I want to settle this matter on a private side, so I'm not ready to air my dirty laundry in public at this time, so I'm going to have to stay this proceeding until we could exhaust all administrative remedies. Thank God this is recorded, because don't ask me to say that again. So like I said, an easy way for you folks to see what I'm talking about is you type in the word like BSCR, like Victor, Sam, Charlie, Robert, BSR, rule 7, like the number 7, B like Bravo, colon, number 4. And that explains in Virginia, and I'm sure you have something in your civil code that's right up in the very beginning. It says if all parties aren't ready to proceed, like they haven't exhausted all administrative remedies, the court can't force a civil procedure to be conducted until all parties are ready. So a third party can't intervene. The guy in the black robe can't intervene between a contract between you and the other party until you say to the judge, I'm ready to roll. No, I'm still negotiating with this guy. I'm still busy. As long as you act honorably, and that's why I say people, okay, if you really want to do this UCC 5, negotiable instruments under, Title 3, 501, 505, 503, 507, if you really want to do that, it's based on the Bible kind of stuff. Saying, look, you tendered me an offer. I replied within 3 days. I'll put that video. I know what I'm going to do. My website is called broadmind.org. I'm going to attach that YouTube video. Some kid did a great job. He stayed off a court proceeding by tending to a credit card company a picture, an email picture. He just, not a painting, not a Picasso, a picture. He tried to tender an email picture as payment for like $300, $400 on his credit card bill. It was great. He drew a picture like on, WordPad or whatever that he did. It was ugly, stupid little picture of a spider. And he tendered it for payment to the company. It was funny. He was reading the responses back and forth. He says, and at this time, we at Capital One, we can't accept such a generous gift of this, spider, even though you might believe it's worth $362.17. At this time, Capital One cannot make such a consideration as an option at this time, and we going to need you to tender, U.S. currency, acceptable currency, and with, immediately, so you could stay any legal proceedings that we are going to move, against this debt. So he said, well, then, he said, oh, I'm sorry that you did not accept my generous offer of this very expensive, because I believe I put that $316 worth of effort into it, but since you didn't accept it, you have to send it back to me. Please return my gift or my presentment to you, or I'm going to have to claim that the debt is due, that the debt is settled. So then the lady emailed her. He just emailed the picture back to him. And he said back to him, he says, 3 days later, after he got the picture, 3 days later, he sent back to her, well, I clearly understand why you would not accept this drawing, because I clearly see there's only 7 legs on the spider, not 8. Let me attach another leg, and now let me resubmit this as payment that is, finalize the debt. So the lady said, well, thank you for, such a generous offer. And she actually worded it beautifully. This is how they have to do it. It's acceptance, conditional acceptance. It's beautiful how the Capital One or Visa will actually talk to you. They actually say it exactly the way they're supposed to say it. Thank you for this wonderful presentment. Even though you believe now that you've corrected the drawing and put the 8th leg on a spider, at this time Capital One could not still accept such a generous tender of an offer to, settle the debt. It was brilliant. So I'll attach that link to the YouTube video so you folks could see this is how you're supposed to settle things on a private side with a credit card company. Well, you're not supposed to do a 7-leg spider. You're just supposed to say to them, well, at this time, it's not opportune for me to settle it with $316, but can I offer you $5 a week for the next, whatever, 5 divided by 30, 70 weeks to stay off this, any legal proceeding. And see what they say. Well, $5 is not acceptable at this time, but we would consider that, $6. So there you go. It's just nobody in this country knows how to deal with two guys in the desert haggling over the price of a camel. Right. We weren't trained like that in America. When we see $19.99, we pay $19.99. We don't go to the cashier lady at Walmart and say, hey, I'll give you $6.17 for this. She'll look at you like you're crazy. Mm-hmm. But if you actually went to, Saudi Arabia and it said $20 on something, and you handed the guy $20, you think you're crazy. It's like, why don't you offer me 10? I probably would have took it. What? Oh, you're from America. Oh, okay. You're stupid. All right. You don't know how to do a conditional acceptance and offers and tenders and payments. Oh, you guys have no clue what we're doing. Okay. You don't know how the rest of the world works. Okay.
Well, where's the end of it, though? I mean, Capital One is refusing, so he's continuing.
Then whoever brings the controversy into the public, you present that to the tribunal, and whether you want a guy in a black robe, and I'd go for a guy in a black robe. Not
you would.
One. Oh, yeah, because he knows who brings the controversy into the public and refuses to settle a matter on a private side and exhaust the administrative process. He's at fault, not you. You tried everything and you could, in your power, to settle a debt admirably and, under good faith. They're the one who said no. They're the one who's bringing the controversy into the public. The judge knows the rules. Mm-hmm. That's what I told somebody up here with the Rent-A-Center and owing him $300 for a sofa. And he said, all I could do is make $30 a month payments. I can't do 50. So I told him, I said, well, go to the Rent-A-Center, bring a witness with you. Don't bring a woman. Bring a third-party impartial witness, like somebody you just kind of know, but not your brother, not your wife. Don't bring someone like that. Just bring somebody like, hey, Bob, meet me up at Rent-A-Center. He's like, oh, I haven't heard from you in a while. Yeah, well, I want you to see. And it said, if you could catch somebody at Rent-A-Center, catch the clerk's name, or catch somebody who's standing like, oh, I went to high school with you. What's your name again? Susie? Yeah, Susie Johnson? Yeah, where do you live? Oh, yeah. Try to get a third-party impartial witness there. Somebody that will be able to testify in court.
So if I were not to show up at court, or if I lost in court, proceeding the way I am right now, I could invoke Trinity because there wouldn't be a person coming against me in court.
Well, that's only if you convene your own court and you move under your rules of court, and if you're moving under the common law, that's how you do it. By a trial by jury. That's how you do it. You do it under black rubber.
After the court date or before next Wednesday?
This is what I tell people. You guys got to move like lightning. You can't wait for them to make a ruling on you, then think you're going to start opening up a court and start appealing. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
There's no reason why you guys can't get off your butt the minute that you're saying you're being summoned to court. Summons them the next day into your court. They handed you an invitation. There's no reason why you can't reciprocate and offer them an invitation to appear in your court. Just move like lightning. But like I said,
doing what?
You said that they moved to dishonor, and they would not accept the payment on a debt, in which I was more than willing to settle under good faith.
I was asking about the renewal of the driver's license, how to avoid it if we can. What would be the process for that?
My belief, and I don't know if this is what Greg's belief is, but this is just my belief. What I would do, I'd make it beyond simple. And like I say to people, I'm not one of these guys who I hate the government, I hate the system, or I think it's a beautiful, lovely thing. And now everybody's going to boo and hiss me because I'm not one of these crazy, guys who hate everything. I understand that there's a purpose and function for everything. I don't care if you're the devil, there's a purpose and function for that guy. I don't care.
All right.
All I'm trying to say is, you're going to be traveling through somebody's district. You're going to be driving through somebody's house. You're going to be driving through somebody else's control or authority. So all I say to people is, let the people know that you're coming through their community or their county or their state or their town. Let them know that they don't have to be afraid of you. And so what I would do is I would go to the state wherever you are. What state do you live in?
Florida.
Florida, there you go. You go to Tallahassee. Well, you write to Tallahassee to the Secretary of State up there. And you tell the Secretary of State, it's my belief that driver's license is a privilege. And you're basically saying that the legislative branch, up in Tallahassee, has no capacity to license what is lawfully I have by right. So what you're basically saying is you can't license what is lawful, or they can't give you a license to something that what you would be doing would be unlawful or be unlawful. Like I said, they can never create a license which would give you the right to kill somebody or the right to take over somebody else's house without due process. So the government can't license something that's unlawful. So to get a license, what you must be doing then at all times must be lawful to do. So if it's not lawful, they can't license it. So lawful means if you was only like two people on a planet with somebody else, you wouldn't have to go to that person and say, hey, can I have your permission to drive a car? You'd say, why am I wasting my time talking to this guy if I have a right to drive a car or not? I have just as much right to do whatever I want as the last man on earth has to do what he wants. So I'm doing what I want, he's doing what he wants. As long as we don't hurt each other, we don't have to go around asking each other permission to do everything in our lives. We don't have to say, oh, can I do this? Can I do that? You don't have to go around. He's not your mommy. He's not your daddy. You're on equal standing. So as long as you don't do anything that cause him harm, you can like live on Gilligan's Island and say, okay, well, I'm going to do this on my side of the island. He's going to do this on his side of the island. So all I say to people when any kind of licensing process is they can't license something that would be unlawful for you to do. It might be illegal for you to do it because they come up with all these rules. And like I said, if you and that man on Gilligan's Island made a agreement with and said that I will only take X amount of water out of the well, and we write a contract up and we agreed to it, and then you breached that contract, and what you did was illegal because it was established in writing and you guys agreed to the contract to not do it. Now, we know it's lawfully you could drink out of the well. There's nobody that says you can't drink out of the well, but when you bind yourself into a contract with the other party and say, I will only take 1 cup of water a day, you take 2 cups of water, well, now you just breached a contract and you caused that man harm. So you established an agreement or a contract or a code between each other that this is an ethical standard, and these are the codes that we're going to live and die by. Because if you're drinking 2 cups of water a day, the other guy's going to die. So, but it's not unlawful to drink water. But if you agreed to enter into a contract with somebody else, it would be illegal to drink X amount of water, more than you were given. So what I would do is I'd make contact the Secretary of State and say, what I'm doing is I believe I can lawfully travel throughout this state in a motor vehicle. And what I tell people and say, oh, boo-hoo, you don't have to get insurance. But to me, I'd say to them, look, I got a bond, and I posted a bond for like when I was a contractor, I had to post $1 million bond to do satellite installs on people's homes or on top of a Walmart. Mm-hmm. So I had a bond recorded to the county recorder that if I did any harm or injury to somebody's property, that this bond would compensate for the harm or the loss. And so that's one way of doing it, and that's what I believe into dealing with avoiding having to make any contracts with the state, because like up here in Maryland, the next state above us, there is no insurance on cars. And everybody says, wow, what do you mean you don't have to have insurance? I said, well, the way the state looks at it is everybody's an honorable, good, decent man and woman in the state of Maryland, which you guys probably laugh. It's like that's near Washington, D.C. and Baltimore. What are you talking about? Well, the rules are here in Maryland is that if you cause an accident, as long as you settle the debt, as long as you compensate the victim of your transgressions or your trespass or your harm and damage to their car, their property, their person, then you never have to obtain insurance. But if you don't, and this man has to drag you, this woman has to drag you into court and you lose, well, then you're going to be mandated to pay a minimum amount of, like, say, $1,500 a year for state-issued insurance. So they give you the choice. This is voluntarily. You could voluntarily go get your own insurance for $100, $150, $200 a year, whatever you can find. That's great. If you don't want to get insurance, don't. But you better settle your debts with the person you harmed, or we are going to mandate that if you drive from now on through the state of Maryland, you will have insurance and you will be bound by a certain, policy, which, too bad. You had your chance to get cheap insurance on your own. Now we're going to nail you because you're dishonorable.
Hey, Carl. Okay, Carl, we're running out of time. Can I jump in, please?
Yeah, go ahead. Now you can tell the lady, what's your name, ma'am?
Truth Seeker.
Oh, Truth Seeker. There you go.
Okay, Truth Seeker, you're in Florida, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Well, it doesn't matter because all states are states. Anyway, hi, this is Greg. And Carl, I hate the bust on you, but
Go ahead.
you were kind of like, Carl, you were talking fast and you misspoke.
All right, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay. I got no problem with that.
In other words, a license is only issued for an activity that would otherwise be unlawful, okay? Because you don't need permission to be lawful, okay? So that's the difference between, and I'm sure that that's what Carl meant, but he was talking fast, and it might not have come out that way, all right? And it doesn't matter if it's lawful or illegal, all right? Nobody needs a license. If I write a piece of music and you want to steal it, it's unlawful, all right? But if you want to use my piece of music on your website and I give you a license, that means that you can now do something with my property, all right? Because I've got a right and a claim to it, and so I have the ability to issue a license for my thing, okay? Because it's my thing. Now, the state says that their highways and their byways are their thing, not her thing, and that you don't have the right to travel on them unless you can get a license from them, and you can jump through hoops and stand on your head. But the Constitution and everything else that you know defends your right to travel freely across the land that we call North America, all right? At least south of Canada and north of Mexico.
Hey, Greg, hang on a second. I think this call automatically ends at the 4-hour mark, and we got 30 seconds left. So I think what I'm thinking she's going to try to ask for is how do we get some sort of a document to present to the police officer or state trooper when he stops us and we say we have no driver's license, and this is how we're going to try to go and settle with the police officer so he can get on his merry way and leave us alone and not impound your car. Is that what you're trying to say, Truth Seeker?
Yes, and, what do you put on your car?
Right, exactly. So I think
what do you do for identification because of the Real ID Act?
Well, like I said, we're just going to let this call keep running. We went over the 4-hour mark, but if this call drops dead and dies, we'll just start it up again. But I'm just giving every fair warning that I believe these shows end at 4 hours. They might go to 5 hours. So what's funny is I want to let Janet talk because she's doing stuff with traffic licenses, and maybe she's got an idea. So let Maria Janet try to give you some sort of advice what she might try to do because she's been trying to deal with driving without a driver's license for a couple of years now, and she had a little happy encounter.
Carl, no, if you don't mind, let me finish because you muted me when I was talking.
Okay, go ahead. Okay. Because I thought the show was going to end at 4 hours.
So let me just, I can finish what I wanted to say. That's very important.
All right.
All right. They cannot give a driver's license to a man. They can give a driver's license to a man's person. It goes back to what I said earlier in the call. And that is you have to understand the difference between you and your person. And that is why it's very important that you establish your status with the state, whatever state. It doesn't matter if it's Sears and Roebuck. I don't care what state. You have to let them know I am a man and I understand that I've got a person and that I'm not the same one and the other. Now, for example, I'm a total advocate of maintaining having a driver's license in your wallet. Why? Because the people who pull you over on the side of the road are not trained to understand anything more than that. Okay? And so we're trying to simplify our life. Yes, it costs us a few bucks, but if you do it properly, you establish your status on the driver's license itself. Every time you go back to the state Secretary of State to fill out a driver's license form, you always sign it with the word by, your name, comma, and then something like agent or authorized representative or an abbreviation. Anything that shows that you're not the name on the plate. Anything that shows that you're not the person named. Anything that shows that you are operating an agency and not as the principal. Okay? And if you endorse everything in the Secretary of State's office as an agent for your principal, your person, and not as the person itself, you automatically separate yourself from the entity on the plastic. And it is evidence that can go to court. I've done it, and it works. Okay? That is the simple thing to do on driver's licenses. Yes, they're a pain in the butt, but go ahead and do them, but separate yourself from the name on the driver's license by writing in your own hand by your signature, agent. And just do that.
Where I was coming from was with the Real ID Act and all the things that they're requiring, one of them being a biometric facial ID. It wasn't something that I wished to subscribe to for my own not religious, but spiritual reasons. So, besides the fact of the, finding out the whole thing of the shadow government. So it's like,
but it's like, who cares? Who cares? They've got the biometric data of the agent, not the principal.
But it's still you. I mean, you are you.
If you believe that your name is on a driver's license, this call is over.
No, I know the difference in the names and the different entities. However, as far as a biometric facial image, how would that be different? You can't say capital H facial image. I mean,
listen, these people are nuts about this stuff, and who cares if they've got biometric data and it doesn't relate to the name on the license, but it relates to the agent. And under the law of agency, you are not responsible for the principal because you're the agent. But you'd have to understand something about the law of agency. And then you would just go, hey, I'm just the agent. I'm not responsible for the actions of the principal. I've gone into traffic court and thrown a birth certificate at the court and won. Okay? Here's the principal. I'm not that guy. There you go. You know it. I know it. Done. Case dismissed.
Mm-hmm.
All right? Because I've got all my paperwork with the Secretary of State endorsed as I am the agent and not the principal.
Mm-hmm.
And the agent is never responsible for the actions of the principal. That's even in the UCC code.
All right, Greg. That's great, Greg. Now tell her, what does she do when a policeman stops her? What should she present to the police officer?
You give her the driver's license, your insurance card, and a smile on face and say, is there anything else I can give you?
But I think she was trying to avoid having any of the plastic paperwork.
No, you don't avoid any of it because what I'm talking about doing, all that plastic doesn't even represent you.
What I'm saying,
it's not even you.
Greg, you take a chill. All I'm trying to say is I'm trying to make it so she could try to understand it. What I'm saying is, say she says that Florida now demands $10,000 a year for renewal of a driver's license. How do you bypass it if she can't afford it?
If you want $10,000 a year, I guess we have to work on a different solution.
There you go. This is what we're trying to say. Say somebody just can't afford it. Just say that these counties and these states start getting ridiculous. They're saying they want the renewal fee every year and they want $300 to do it. What do we do?
If it's $30, it's like, okay, fine, whatever. It's just
say that. Say they start getting crazy and they want your blood and they want your eye scan and they want your DNA to get a driver's license. And I agree. If it goes, Carl, I agree. If it goes crazy like that, then we just put an end to it. Well, how would you put an end to it? Go ahead, give us your solution.
If you really had to put an end to it, you just establish with the Secretary of State that you are not your person, and they have no jurisdiction over you, the man. They only have jurisdiction over your person, and you are more than willing to surrender your person forever to them, and they can keep it. Since they created it, they can have it back. So what do you do when you get stopped on the side of the road by a policeman? What do you present to him? If you have done this properly in advance of doing something wrong, and you have your documentation all together, you would present them that documentation from the Secretary of State's office. So what you're telling me is to go through a process through the Secretary of State's office. And when a policeman stops you, hand you
the communications back and forth with the Secretary of State. Is that what you're trying to say, or is that what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm saying you would hand the police officer the Secretary of State's acknowledgement that he has no jurisdiction over you.
There you go. This is what I was trying to say at the very beginning. All I'm saying is you basically go through the Secretary of State's office and you establish the fact that you can. And you're basically claiming to the Secretary of State's office if you believe that you could, since that which is mine by right, make your claim known to me. Until then, as far as I know, I'm a man or a woman. I have the right to travel. And until somebody, tells me otherwise, I'm going to proceed lawfully across this land. And send them that communication and say, and see how you go with that. See what their response is.
So has anyone done this successfully without being, pulled over and detained or arrested?
Well, until that time, until you get documentation through the Secretary of State's office, like with the seal of, or him, whoever the Secretary of State is, I would continue on traveling with the driver's license or move this stuff as fast as you can. I mean, if you could get to Tallahassee, I don't know where you're living in Florida. Where are you?
I'm a couple hours from there, but that's not. It's more a concern of do I renew or not. I didn't want to renew, and I don't at the same time want to let it lapse without doing something.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I'm not close to it, so.
Well, and that's why, like I said, if you're like in Fort Walton or Pensacola or something like that, or you're in Jacksonville, because that's a couple hours. I used to live in Florida. I know you're not in Orlando because you're taking about like a half a day away. So I know you got to be kind of close. Yeah. Like I said, if you wanted to move like lightning, I'd go down there and ask the Secretary of State, what all do you need from me in writing to show that I'm just exercising a right? What all do you need from me? And you say, is there anything else you need from me to say that I'm just traveling and I'm exercising a right to travel? And like I said, if you want to try to avoid the insurance thing, that's going to be a little tough because, like I said, some states accept the fact that they don't mandate that you carry driver's license. You don't carry insurance.
I don't mind paying for the insurance. That's not the issue.
Can you find a provider in the state of Florida that will issue you insurance without a valid driver's license?
That I don't know. That's why I was wondering if anyone had actually successfully accomplished any of this.
The only thing that I know is that
okay, Carl. It's really simple. The insurance is not on you, the man or woman. It's on the car. Who owns the car? Okay?
I own.
Well, why do you want to own a car? Because it just makes you liable. Why haven't you set up a small company as an LLC or a corporation? Okay? An LLC would be better. And you have a corporation. Your corporation owns the car. The corporation has the insurance that you don't need.
All right. I'm trying to let's see. Ma'am, what do you kind of do for a living?
Self-employed, independent contractor.
There you go. So that makes it simple. So you already know 99% of what Greg's going to say next then. Mm-hmm. That you would you would incorporate your little business there, and you would have the car owned by Truth Seeker Inc. And then they would have to, and there you go, Greg. I just tried to knock out a lot of stuff you had to say, but go ahead now. You can finish up. Now you've got this corporation, Truth Seeker Inc. What would you do next, Greg?
Right. So now the car and the insurance is not even in your name.
What about a trust?
If you want to do a trust.
Get in a trust.
It could be a rocket ship. It could be anything.
The trust, corporation, I don't care if it's, Santa Claus or the Pope. All right? It's just not.
Or what about selling the car and to someone else? And have someone mentioned selling it and then having them sell it back and getting the MCO, blah, blah, blah.
You're not going to get the MCO. That ain't going to happen. That's just like urban legend bullshit. It ain't going to happen. You're not going to get the MCO.
Because like I said, Greg, if you wanted to go really radical, like I know what she's trying to say with this stuff that a lot of people espouse, I'd say just grind all the VIN numbers off the vehicle. There you go. You grind all the VIN numbers off the vehicle. Then when a policeman stopped you, said, well, all your VIN numbers are gone. It's like, yeah, well, do you have a report of a 1996 green Pontiac stolen? No. Well, tell somebody makes a claim.
Hey, Truth Seeker. My cars are owned by my company. Okay? I don't own anything. I don't own my house. I don't own anything. On paper, I'm a pauper. I have no property. I own nothing.
I think I'm coming more from a place of principle. I'm not concerned about if there's insurance or not, or if I'm, blah, blah, blah.
What I'm trying to say, is if you truly own, because I hear all this MSO nonsense all the freaking time. All I'm trying to say is make it perfectly clear. If you truly believe you're the owner of the car, can you paint that car any color you want?
Yes.
Can you grind those VIN numbers off that car anytime you want?
I suppose.
Do you own that car? Do you think anybody has the right to tell you what you can and cannot do with your property?
No.
Well, there you go. If you truly believe that's your property and you want to stand on principle, I'd grind every damn thing off that car. There you go. Buddy. Ain't nobody standing what I'm doing. That's my private property. There you go. You want to do it on principle?
It's really hard to get the ones off the windshield.
What I'm saying, Greg, is screw this silly MSO nonsense. It's ridiculous because you're still trying to get into getting granted permission from somebody else's authority.
Yes, I agree with that.
You're still operating under somebody else's code system or numbering system or filing system or proof of ownership nonsense. I'm just saying I own it. If you, like I said, if you and there's one other man in Duval County or wherever you live, is he going to argue with you that you're driving a 1996 green Pontiac? Is he going to say, hey, that's my car? No, he's going to leave you alone. If all of a sudden he says, hey, man, that's my Pontiac, you think you're going to go around and argue about VIN numbers? No. It's ridiculous. It's my car. I claim that car. Anybody else made a claim for a 1996 green Pontiac? No. Leave me alone.
Oh, you know what? If you really want to have fun, Carl, grind the damn VIN numbers up, send a letter to the Secretary of State saying, I, owning this property free and clear, without any encumbrances, have elected to remove all VIN number identifications from it because they bother me. This is my property, and I'm doing as I see fit.
Well, you could say something that hateful. You don't have to tell them anything because you're not anybody.
No, send that to the Secretary of State's office with a warning and a fine schedule that if any of their constabulatories give you crap about doing it,
that you can
it's going to cost $10,000.
You can give fair warning that if you know. But like I said, you have to have, like they say to me, they have to have some way of referring back to you. Like they have to, when the police are stopping you on the side of the road, you just want to get down the road as fast as you can. So to me, it's like as long as you establish something like with the Secretary of State, and then what I would do is I'd go down to the local county sheriff's department and I'd let the sheriff know. I did that when I was in North Carolina. I was trying to remember what county I was in. But I went down to the county sheriff's department and I explained to the man, I'm in your county now. You're going to see me driving around with out-of-state tags. They're going to say Nevada. I have no intention on living here. I'm just going to stay here for a couple of months. And I was at High Rock Lake, Rowan County. That's what it was, Rowan County in North Carolina. So I'm going to be here at High Rock Lake at a mobile home I got up here for a couple of months. But no, I am not going to switch my tags. And you know what I'm doing up here. So when you see an out-of-state truck hanging out in a cabin, like in the woods, a trailer in the woods, it's just me. And if anybody says, hey, nobody's been in that mobile home for quite a while, and now there's an out-of-state tag and trucks there, you can say, oh, I know who that is. That's Karl Lentz. He's coming here from Las Vegas, Nevada for a while, and he's going to be on his merry way. So if you're basically traveling in Duval County, like if you live in Jacksonville area, you just say to them, hey, I'm going to be traveling here. You're going to see a green Pontiac. Every now and then somebody's going to stop me, because I'm going to put like a Freeman of Jacksonville on the back sticker, or say not for hire or private or farm use only, whatever tag you're going to put on the back of your vehicle, say it's a truth seeker's car, whatever you're going to put on as a tag, and say, we're going to have a little problem, I guess, every now and then with the county. So when a state trooper stops me or a police officer stops me, I'm going to refer them to your switchboard. I'm going to refer them to your person who does the NCIC background checks. And they're going to say, oh, yeah, that's Truth Seeker 1. We know who she is. She's all right. She's got this green. You stopped her. She's got this green 1996 Pontiac. Yeah, okay. Just let her be on her way. We know who she is. All these people want to know is that you're not Jeffrey Dahmer's brother or sister, and that you're coming through here to mass murder everybody. You got to understand why these people are stopping you. Look at how many times that Ted Bundy slipped right through the police custody because he was a trauma. You got to understand why these people are like saying, hey, this is our job. We got to know who you are.
So have any of you done this?
No.
Is that how you're traveling, or are you still doing the old way with the driver's license?
No, I thank God I got a federal commercial driver's license. So anything that happens, and they hand them a federal commercial driver's license, and they give me a ticket while I'm driving a private automobile, they wrote it under the wrong license. Ha ha. So my stuff is written under the. It's like writing me a ticket, and I handed them an airplane license, a pilot license.
Well, it seems to me most everyone I've talked to or chatted with or whatever, that's the case. They've got something like that with the DOT or whatever, blah, 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 blah. So, I guess I would pretty much be the guinea pig on this one that'd be testing it. And I'm not so sure that I, like that idea.
Like I said, the lady in Canada who did it. Like I said, this lady. Yeah, you just, well, no, I'm saying on YouTube video. You could Google, like, schedule fee, lady stops by a cop, tenders, Mounties. It's fine. She ran like 3 videos of it because it was so freaking long, and YouTube only let her put up 10 minutes at a time. And she's got hundreds of thousands of hits, so I'm sure you'll find it quite easily, like free.
And he set 20, how many days in, and that's what he was attempting to do, was just go through another area.
Yeah, well, like I said, that's the whole problem, is that every time you go, that's why, like I said, anytime people argue about credit cards or debit cards, they think it's a wonderful thing. Because for thousands of years, we had to carry tons of silver or tons of gold when we wanted to go from place to place. So now we just have to carry a piece of plastic, and we could go buy Donald Trump's condo if we want to. We don't have to use 3,000 tons of silver. How are we going to put 3,000 tons of silver to buy a house? Well, we don't have to do that. We just swipe it on our card, and we're done. So it's secure and it's safe and it's a fast and easy transaction. That's basically what they're trying to do with your driver's license. They basically got a spar strip on the back of it. They slide it through a thing in their dashboard, and then done. 2 minutes later, you're on your way.
Well, you realize they're putting that star on the license.
I'm sure that everything. I'm sure they're into all kinds of nonsense. And like I say, that's what I'm saying. If you want to make these people safe and secure with you, like I said, I introduced myself to Rowan County Police Department, Sheriff's Department. And I told them why I'm there. I thank God I had an old 65 GMC. It was very distinguishable. It was like grape-colored and white. But it had Nevada tags. So I said, look, people are going to see me coming out of this cabin. It was like a mobile home. You're going to see me coming out of this isolated place with out-of-state tags. So you're going to get phone calls like every 2 seconds trying to figure out who this out-of-state guy is who looks like a biker. I look like a Hell's Angels guy. I said, so you know who I am. I'm not here to start no trouble, and me and my wife are going to be up there, and, this is what we're doing. So I let them at ease because I'm a stranger in their county, and so, like I said, instead of going through the rigmarole of proving who I am, why I'm in this mobile home, what am I doing up here by the lake, what did I do back in Vegas, am I going to stay here? I went and I introduced myself to them. That's the way I handle it. I go to them before I wait for them to come to me because I know eventually we're going to meet.
But that was all pre-Real ID Act, and with the Real ID Act, it's a different story now for the whole thing, for your identification, for getting on a plane, for entering a federal building, a library, a post office.
That's fine, but like I said, but I'm saying, the congressmen and the senators and president of the United States tell you. They say when you go on a commercial airline, this is what you have to do. Now, if you go on a private airline, you don't need an ID. But if you're going on a commercial airline, this is what you got to do. Fly private. Everybody flies private. Nobody needs an ID. If you want to challenge it in court, challenge it in court. I think it's a hell of a case to say I'm a man, I have a right to fly. Right? Not only am I being discriminated because I can't afford to fly private, the private guys never have to use an ID. The guys who fly private fly in a jumbo jet, 747, but they don't have to do all this biometric background scanning. Why do I? Just because I'm flying commercial. So there you go. There's a great lawsuit.
It is being challenged, I believe, in Alabama, I think, right now. They're waiting for the answer, to come back. There's
no such thing as an answer coming back. The jury makes its verdict. They're waiting for a guy in a black robe. They're not in common law court. They're not. They're going to lose. They're going to lose.
But it is out there right now. That's all I know.
What I'm saying is they're going to file a lawsuit under Title 42 under some sort of ridiculous civil rights action. And as a United States citizen, they're property of the United States government. They are so far down from not even a slave. They're so far under being a slave, they have absolutely nothing to say about nothing. They're part of this United States corporation. They're part of this United States family. And when you come under Title 42, you have no rights whatsoever. Daddy of the United States government is going to tell you what you can and cannot do. So the President of the United States is going to tell you what you can and cannot do. So when you file these silly Title 42 lawsuits, you're wasting your time. The governor that Jesse Body Ventura did that, and I laughed. I tried to write to him on a talk show. It's like, you're going to lose because you have no rights as a United States citizen. You have duties and obligations and responsibilities just like any other citizen of the United States. You only have rights as a man. Once you diminish your capacity and status from that of being a man or a woman into being a citizen, I don't care if you're a citizen. I'm a citizen of a family. That's what citizen means, a member of a family. My last name is Lentz. I have duties, obligations, and responsibilities to all of the Lentzes. I have no rights. As a Lentz, I have no rights. That's how it works. As a citizen of my family, I have no rights. I have duties, obligations, responsibilities. There's a certain thing that my family demands of me. If I don't do it, they're going to basically kick me out of my family. They're going to disown me. So they expect a certain protocol and discretion. They expect me to do a certain standard to proceed in a certain manner, in a certain way. And if not, well, it's going to be penalties. Same thing with being a U.S. citizen. They're going to tell you to stand in line to be X-rayed. Why? Because you fail to maintain the status of that of a man. It's like, I'm a man. You think I'm a U.S. citizen? Is that what you think I am? Yeah, really? No, I'm a man. You can't do this to me. You work for me. You're my public servant. Where did I delegate authority over to you? You administrate my property, touch my person without my consent. Where did that happen? A little magic happened. And there you go. And that's how you started. By trying to go onto an airplane and trying to establish and maintain your status as that of man. Oh, they will put you into custody, and you will have the right now to file it through a common law court. And I'm sure you'll win.
And you better not do this on an airplane flight where you got to really get somewhere.
Right. Right. Obviously, do it as a test run. But if you actually know your status as a man, boy, you're gonna clobber their clock. But if you're going in there,
stuff like to Detroit where you don't want to go there.
Yeah. Well, you know what I'm saying. It's like Jesse the Body Ventura, even though he's the governor, he said, I'm a man, Jesse the Body Ventura, the governor of the great state of Minnesota, ex-Marine or ex-whatever, Navy SEAL, U.S. citizen. He dropped himself from man to Jesse to Ventura, to a Marine. He dropped his status all the way down from man all the way down to U.S. citizen. All you have to do is I'm a man, and I have rights. And who dares to tell me what I can and cannot do? Who's making a claim that by me going out to that plane is actually causing them harm? Did anybody come forward under oath of affirmation by me stepping onto that jumbo jet, I caused him harm? Not speculation, not conjecture. It's like I say to people a million times. It's like say every single bank that's robbed in this country is robbed by men who are 18 and 25 years old who are black. Are you going to try to tell me that they're going to pass a law in this country that all black men under the age of 25 are not allowed in the banks because 100% of the banks are being robbed by men who are black under 25? That'll never happen. The banks are just going to have to take their chances. So you're trying to tell me, well, everybody who steps in the airplane has a capacity of blowing it up? Well, that's fine. So it's like, oh, well, we're just going to make it that everybody has to run through the scan? No, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Because that guy's flying, private airlines. He's got the same exact plane, the same exact size, the same exact capacity. He's loading passengers up just as many in this plane as on that plane. And you're telling me I have to be X-rayed and they don't? For national security? This is ridiculous. You're doing it for some other reason, but it's certainly not for national security. And what's that great case we found, Greg, that says no matter if we're in war or it's a matter of national security, the government can never create a statute which would diminish the rights of a man. Remember that Finkelstein case, whatever the hell I found, that German guy? I forgot what it was. But there's a great case that says that. It doesn't matter if it's a matter of national security. It doesn't matter if it's a matter of a time of war. It doesn't matter if it's a national security interest. The government can never create a law which would diminish the rights of man. There you go. Nobody uses that simple case. It's a simple case.
You both mentioned the Secretary of State. Does that still apply if they're now asking you to renew license at the tax office?
That's what they're asking you to do now?
Tax office? So does that mean they updated the administrative process so that's the tax office?
Yeah, I can guarantee they're asking to do it at a tax office because they're going to want your Social Security number, which is issued by the IRS, to see if you have any back taxes. And if you have only back taxes, they're not going to issue a new driver's license until you satisfy the next tax issue.
Well, and actually, with that whole thing with the Real ID and the Department of Homeland, they are now putting the Department of Motor Vehicles apparently under the tax office.
Well, like I said, if you want to breathe life into these people, you breathe life into these people, and you keep doing what they tell you to do until you realize that 25 hours a day, all you're doing is worrying about stepping outside of your front door.
Well, how about you and Greg and some of you that are doing these calls? You do a test because you guys are guys, and I don't think that females should be the ones to be testing and sitting in the slammer.
That Janet Marie lady did it. She got her window knocked out, and she got dragged out of her car. And she's
I'm here.
Yeah, I know.
Let's hear what she has to say.
There you go. That's what I said.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
No, she hears you. She's wondering
well,
how
you have to make a stand. I haven't had a driver's license in 13 years. I haven't had insurance in about 12 years. And I did not have anything for the men on the road to figure out who I was. I gave them an identification card, gave them everything but my commercial charter. The VIN number was covered up with a tablet on the dash. There were no plates on the card. There was no way they could find this particular piece of iron or me in their system. I'd been out of their system 13 years, and the car had been out of that system, their system, for over 5 years. So rather than giving me the ticket that I asked for, just give me your presentation and I will deal with it. No, they had to break the window, rape me, and pull me out of the car and injure me. And so now we're at this place in the proceedings in the court that I think they have set this next hearing outside of the speedy trial to give them a way out, because I identified on my paperwork the money laundering that they're doing for the finance department, the CRIS report regulations, court registry investment system, sections of that, to where the person being charged has a right to say, you will not take anything that you generate off of this case and put it into the United States Treasury. You will give it to me. And I cited all the specific sections that say just that. All of a sudden, they've set this court hearing past the speedy trial 2 weeks. I don't know what they're going to do, but I have a feeling that they want me out of their hair. I have given them terms and conditions for my compensation to appear into their courts. I had just worked on a bill today and ready to have it reviewed. And the first one I did had some errors on it, so I got to send the second one out to have it reviewed, but this is it. I gave them a contract and said, if you wish for me to appear in your room, this is how much you compensate me for. And they had it, and they required that I come to talk to them, and they both stated on the record, the judges did, that it was their wish that I take their order. I gave them 10 days. They didn't do anything, so now they're getting a bill, and that bill will go into risk management, and it will go to the other entity sections that need to have a copy of it. Do I know exactly what's going to happen? No, I don't. Am I going to get that chip? No, I'm not. Am I going to send notice to the Secretary of State and ask him, tell me where their revised Code of Washington, which is prima facie, it's not valid law, where it can require me to do an unlawful act, and where they can make a lawful claim to do an unlawful act. I do need that case from you, Karl, because it's pretty important here in what you were just saying, and to give the Secretary of State the fair warning, who I am, what I am, here's my ID card, here's my choice not to be a part of your political affiliation.
Did they impound your car?
Oh, heavens, yes. Threw me in jail. Yeah. I will tell you the mistake I made. This was like the third time I was stopped. The second time, the address on my identification card because the guy looked at the wrong spot. I gave him my birth country, which is where I was born, without any physical numbers. And that's what the young patrolman put on the ticket. My name without my commercial charter, which is your last name, and my address was birth country, Renton, Washington. So he didn't have any information because he honored their statutes. When I said, I've given you my identification card and I'm not giving you permission to look at anything in the car, on the car, around the car, under the car without a warrant in your hand. But that didn't work with the other 7 troopers the other night on the 22nd of January, which I had a witness on the phone with me during the entire ordeal. And they were going to break that window and they were going to harm me, and that was all there was to it. Well, it's coming back around the back end right now because, universe says tail will be the head, head will be the tail. And if you know in your heart and you don't have any fear, and you come from that neutral zone in your soul where you don't give a damn one way or another, it's not going to affect you in your being, no matter what happens, because things are going to happen for a reason. And I believe this occurred to me so that I could have a prime example of what you can do when I do get out of this, and I will get out of it. This will be the 4th ticket that I've gotten out of in the last 4 years, where they dismissed them either administratively, and I actually stopped the judge in the last courtroom about 2 years ago when I said, I accepted his offer upon proof of claim that there's a law that says I'm required to carry, display, hand, touch, whatever, their requirements. And I asked it 3 times, and he came right on the line and said, no, there isn't. Offer that you can exhaust administrative remedy of the court when there's outstanding discovery. No, there isn't. That you can punish me on a road that you don't own. No, I can't. And this was a state highway road. The point being is that most of the idiots on the road are so ill-trained. Most of them have an IQ of under 100. Most of them are mercenaries. But when it starts coming back around and hitting their families in their back pocket, things will change only when the people say, no, I've had enough. And we're now setting up the Court of Records, Common Law Courts of Justice, International Common Law Courts of Justice, to where all of these individuals are going to have to come in and explain their authority, which they don't have. And then they're going to have to relieve themselves of their precious belongings that they think are important to them and have meaning to them. And that's where it's going to be. And when the people start seeing that these are happening and they're being enforced, I guarantee you everybody out there is going to say, well, I want to be on the left side of the road, not the right side of the road. And that's what I'm doing. Am I still in the suit? Oh, yeah. Got 3 counties on my back. 3 different counties in the same area. You betcha. Am I afraid? No, I'm not. It's just a matter of putting together what needs to be done so that they stop. And I believe the knowledge of the money laundering, one item, money laundering through the finance department of every courthouse in the land. All you got to do is identify it and ask one question. Are all states uniform? If they're all uniform, then what is going on in California that's been researched, and I have the physical evidence, checks, accounts, account numbers, the whole schmear is going on exactly in the 3 counties that are after my butt. So you can come in and testify because I put all those people down as hostile witnesses. Come in and testify. Here you go.
MJ, number one, you're really an inspiration to a lot of people because, you did a lot of stuff previously where you were just speculating, but recently you've been thrust into a lot of things to handle it yourself. And I gotta salute you. You're doing a fantastic job.
Well,
really
I'm just a little old grandma. I'm still trying to get with Carl on my family issue of getting my grandson back that was stolen from my son.
It's like your solidity and your fearlessness and your belief in something better.
I was not always that way. Now I need to tell the listeners. When I was young and growing up, I was so painfully shy that in school, if somebody walked down the hall and said hi to me, I turned around and walked the same way they did in order not to say hi back. Painfully shy. And I was ridiculed and laughed at because my spine is all messed up. I don't walk straight. I don't have a good body. Never have had. And then one day I stood up and said, that's enough. I'm not going to look over my shoulder. You don't like me? Keep on it going. The road's 60 feet wide. Don't let the door hit you in the rear end going out. And I stopped being fearful.
Well, and you know what? And your world and the world around you is a better place for doing that. Right?
And I went and I learned how to speak. I went and took speech classes and drama classes and got 2 degrees in it. And then I went on to get a teaching degree and teach for 16 years. So anybody can do, as my mother taught me long ago, if you want to do it bad enough, you'll do it. And so here we are today. We need to assert and we need to get every person, every one of the people out there that's a red-blooded living soul to say, no, I'm not going to get your chip, and no, I'm not going to do it. And if you can make a law that diminishes my rights, let me know. Because if you say you can, I'm going to take you to task. And I'm going to take you to task in a common law court, international common law court of justice, where the people are the grand juries, not the establishment, and where we can order you go sit in the cell for never see the light of day again for all of your biological and chemical weapons of mass destruction. And that's all that stupid chip is. They want to put a chip in your car, so all they got to do is flip a switch and everything quits working. Well, that's my piece of iron. I paid for it. It doesn't have any, I don't owe a damn dime on it.
What was that movie with Tom Cruise? Minority Report, right?
I have never watched movies. I don't watch TV. I haven't for one heck of a long time.
There was a movie, a futuristic movie called Minority Report with Tom Cruise, where they had cars that were all driven automatically all over the place. Up, down, left, right, three-dimensional. It had to be automatic because ordinary people would kill themselves trying to drive the way these cars were. But every single one of them had biodata, knew who was in the car, so they could immediately, instead of going to the shopping mall, take you to the police station.
Yeah. Oh, I believe it. Tell the people stand up and say no, and half of these things out in the world that are there that do exist, and some of us have seen them, but you know, you just have to say no. That's all Karl does. He says no.
They want the benefit. They want to be able to be drunk.
Wait a second. Karl always says no. What do you mean Karl always says no? Who said, what do you mean Karl? Go back. I'm typing on a board.
You didn't get that. Okay, Karl. No for you, Karl, is I don't have to have that chip, and if you're going to make a law that says I got to have that chip to diminish my rights as a man, we got a problem.
Oh, I accept it. I accept their offer to place a chip in my arm, but I'm going to hand them a bill. No, I never say no. No is a controversial word, and I told my whole family, anybody teaches my kid how to say the word no, I'm going to break some heads around here because that's a fighting word, and I never say no. I always say I conditionally accept your offer, and you're going to pay me X amount of money, and I will be more than glad to carry out your order. You want a chip in my arm? I just charge you $1 million a day. Would you like to place that? Would you still like to place that chip in my arm? Yes. Oh, good. I'll take $1 million a day. I'll take the first couple of $1 million and I'll remove the chip from my arm. There you go.
Yeah, we can always dig it out ourselves.
I never say no. I mean, don't ever say to anybody that calls one of these fighting kind of. I mean, that's why I showed it on my website so that everybody can see the size I am, and that I'm not some wimp who just Karl just take it because they tell him to take it. You know, he'll just bend over. Yeah, I will. You got $1 billion? Yeah. hand me the bond, hand me the cash, let me see it. Okay, put in your chip, here we go. If I believe it's worthy of just and fair compensation, why not?
If you believe it's worthy, it's like Truth, the gal on the phone here, Truth Seeker.
Yeah.
She's leery of the properties of those chips and what they can do to the human body and what they plan to program
If I thought of by putting a chip in my arm and somebody handed me $10 million and it irradiated my arm and my arm disintegrated off my body, if I believed that, you know what, $10 million would set up my wife and kids for the rest of their lives, I'd do it. If I believe that there's a direct benefit, the cost of my arm to secure and protect my wife and child for the rest of eternity, you better believe it. Everybody's got a price, and everything has got a price. It just depends what your price is willing to give up. And what you need.
See, I don't have a price of dollars. Never had that.
What I'm saying is, if I could secure my wife and my child on like a desert island, if I had $10 million, I could put them in a nice Tahiti island and away from all this crazy nonsense. If it meant that I had to chop off my right arm, would I do it? Yes. But somebody's not willing to put up that price. Some people go to war. Some men put on a machine gun and they go to war because they think it's worth defending other people's rights to safe and secure protect people's property. They will actually put their life on the line and do it. God bless them. That's what I say about, and that's why I don't make fun of policemen. So when Jack Bauer and those guys go nutty on policemen, I go, no, these people are actually putting their lives on the lines to keep Jeffrey Dahmers from coming into my house and eating my child for lunch. So no, because I can't be there at all times. It's nice to know that maybe somebody could just drop a dime, call 911, and somebody might take care of their kid, my kid, when daddy can't be there. You know, so like I said, I don't totally bash these people, you know, and I know all these radio shows want me to say, oh, Carl always says no. And Carl always bashes. No, I don't. I don't bash the IRS. They'll bring you closer to God, believe me. They will get you down so low to the ground, they'll make you begging God for mercy, and then you'll realize, oh, my God, this was all fraud. Yeah. How long did it take you to realize that? Why did the IRS have to take everything away from you, and now you're sitting in a jail cell all by yourself? Now you're saying, my God, what did I do? How did I get here? And it's going to give you a little bit of time to think. And you're going to get closer to God whether you like it or not, because that's all you got. It's going to take away all the distractions and all the materialistic stuff in the world, and believe me, you're going to get closer to God whether you like it or not. So no, don't tell people Carl always says no to everybody. No. Carl is more than willing. He's a hell of a negotiator.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. For me, Carl, dollars is not but what is important to me is because I have made the stand that I don't believe that there is any law that is allowed or available to diminish my rights as a woman.
I didn't say,
and unless they can prove that
I didn't say dollars, and that's like mocking and ridiculing my beliefs. I will stand in front of I'm saying I will stand in front of a train and get hit by a train if it will protect my wife and children. It's nothing with dollars. There's always a price you have to pay. There's always a price you have to pay, and I'm not talking about these silly little green pieces of paper. There's always a price to pay with everything you do or do not do in your life. When you step outside your house, make a left-hand turn or right-hand turn. It all depends. There's a price you pay by stepping off your porch and running with the big dogs. Sometimes it's going to come out to your benefit. Sometimes you're not going to believe it is a benefit to you. But in the long run, if you're doing the right things at all times, you will see the benefit eventually. Eventually, it'll all make sense. Like you might have thought that God did a horrible thing to you. No, he didn't. He taught you a hell of a lesson. But at that time, you did not see the benefit in it. As long as you're doing the right thing, as long as you believe what you're doing is honest and good and fair and just, believe me, it'll all make sense to you in time. Maybe not right away. Might take a couple of years. But eventually, as long as you keep doing the right thing all the time, you'll see why you did what you did. Why don't you explain to these folks one more time about the modification of a subject of a noun diminishing its capacity and status or standing?
All right, so we go back to grade school, and we remember simple sentences like the C-spot run and things like that. And the example is that everybody has close to their heart is the phrase, I love you, where you have a subject, a predicate, and a direct object. All right? And because it is a simple subject, a simple predicate, and a simple direct object, there is no temporal or substantial modification, which means that they exist for all time. All right? The phrase, I love you, is a phrase that exists from the beginning of time to the end of time. All right? And the minute you add anything to it to make it sound more special, you make it less special. That's as simple as you can explain it to somebody. So it's like, I love you more than my ex-wife. Okay, great. So now it's conditional. I love you because you make me happy. Well, that means that when you stop making me happy, maybe I don't love you. No matter what you do to that poor, simple little sentence to try to make it sound more cool, you're only going to make it sound worse. And that's what happens in making simple claims in court. If you try to make something sound really important, you're probably making it sound less important. And so one must challenge themselves, especially if you've got a good high school or college education, to write things that sound almost like, C-spot run. And you're going to read your own thing back to yourself, and you're going to go, man, I could do better than that. And you got to stop yourself. You got to say, no, it's actually okay. Because if you just leave it alone in its most simple and perfect form, nobody can dispute it. Nobody can say, well, this didn't really begin at the time of your marriage. This began like 6 months after your marriage. Or this didn't exist at the time of the transgression, or when you ran that stop sign, this was something that you claimed after that or before that, or you don't want to give anybody on the legal side the ability to reach in there and twist your words. And if you make it really stupid simple, it gives you your best opportunity to succeed. Now, I'm not going to guarantee success, but I'm just saying that way you won't shoot yourself in the foot by accident. Okay?
All right, Greg. So thank you, folks, because this is Mr. Greg in Chicago. And if you thought my voice changed, no, that's great because he speaks more eloquently than I do. So what this lady was having a dilemma with, ma'am, would you explain to these people who are listening a little bit that when you handed the clerk of the court some paperwork, it sounded very lovely what happened 5 minutes, an hour later when the judge came down. Will you explain to these folks a little bit what happened?
Okay. We submitted our paperwork for the habeas corpus, and within about an hour, the court opened up a court of record to go in with the judge and a stenographer and the court clerk, and basically present our paperwork and explain why we're doing what we're doing. And the judge was very weary of and concerned of our use of the word property in reference to our children. And he was making several references to the movie Lincoln, and how it was inappropriate for us to call our children property, basically referring to them as slaves. And we basically let him know that, well, no, we believe that we created these children from our flesh and blood. They belong to us. They're our property. So we were kind of, caught in a deer in the headlights almost. We were a little mesmerized finally with someone willing to submit our paperwork. Finally, we've been 4 months trying to have paperwork filed and get this thing started and finished. And when he said simply, well, if I could just please change this word property to children, then we could just get this going right now. So we told them that, we really didn't agree with the changes, that we would have to discuss essentially with our counsel what kind of implications that kind of change would make, and whether we should stick to our property, word property, so to speak. And he basically insisted, and so we thought, well, if we could just get this in here, maybe we can still kind of work with that. So now we're kind of looking at how do we approach repairing the damages from him changing the word property to children. and we don't know how, like whether we should file into this case an affidavit or a letter basically saying, that we still, regardless of the judge's scratch marks on our claim, that, we still believe that these children are our property and that they were wrongfully taken and wrongfully detained, and they belong lawfully with us at our address. It's pretty simple. Now we're just ready to submit an order, and we're not really sure how to proceed with that, how to approach handing it to the judge, going from a motion to an order, and how to present that to the judge at the hearing.
Good. Like I said, I'm glad you guys structured that, and I sent the paperwork over to Greg and help me try to refine it a little bit. But it's simple. What he's doing by making you do a motion is he's trying to still be the one, because like I said to you, what's going to happen on Thursday, you're going to be denied.
Right.
Because you're still letting it and be in his hands, because a motion can be granted or a motion can be denied, just like a wish. Like you say to the genie says, Almighty Master, what is your wish? You say, I'll give you one wish, make a wish. You say, well, I wish for 10 million wishes. And you say, ha, 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 that wish is not going to be granted. Make another one. See, now the genie has the option. Even as the Almighty Master, somehow you're giving him the capacity to decide what you're going to be granted and what you're going to be denied.
Right.
What you're going to do is you want to basically pull this black-robed one out of any decision process making. Like, look, dude, I'm not giving you a choice. This is an order. And how you're going to stylize it is the saying is, all you're basically trying to say to these people, when you're doing a writ of habeas corpus, but we agree, maybe we didn't agree. I said, you make an order for the return of property. And you say, compare that with writ of habeas corpus, see Exhibit A. And then use whatever writ of habeas corpus forms or paperwork they do up in Canada and attach it as an exhibit. And fill it out lovely. Fill it out exactly like, I'm a Canadian citizen, I'm a subject of the Queen, all this nonsense. Because it's just an exhibit. It has nothing to do with your claim. So you say to the man, it's like, look, I know how you like it structured. I know how you folks would like it. But that has nothing to do with my claim. So all you're saying to your claim is that you want, say, I order the return of my property to the proper place of origin under its exclusive jurisdiction. Wow, I said it. When you hear the end of the show, recall what I just said. Make sure your paperwork says that, because you understand what I just said to you by saying I want my property returned to its source or place of origin.
Okay.
You're the source of its origin. You're the place of its origin, the mom. That's where that property came from. That's where that child came from. So you see what I'm saying? Nice, simple order. Like when the judge says, like Mr. Gordon Hall says, I order you 15 to 20 in the federal penitentiary. Next case. See how simple that judge's order was? One sentence done?
Yes.
That's all you're doing.
Yeah.
And this is what I'm saying. You order, whoever, you say to whomever is in possession, naked. You can say naked possession. That's a pretty good one. You put naked in brackets if you want. That's fine. Who's ever in possession, because naked just means you believe they have no right to hold that. But naked is kind of more legalese word. So you can just say possession. Say to whomever or to whatever, whomever has possession of my property, said property to be returned, you can use the word post haste, like immediately, to its place of origin, under its exclusive jurisdiction, which means just nobody else has a right to control it but you. So try to just stylize your order for like just one little thing that I just said.
Okay.
And it's on the 30-minute mark, so if you download this thing, then your call came in around the 25-minute mark.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. Now, would we be filing this as a separate case or directly into the current case we've got open going on?
No, you have to be the moving party. You have to get your case placed on file in that court. And then when you go into open court on Thursday, what you are going to do is then you're going to have your claim pressed upon a record. And you're going to be the only one who's going to press anything that day, because the other side's not have vocal cords or the capacity to answer you. So you're going to claim it's going to stand unrebutted. So you're going to basically win. It's going to be a default. Because and I know, I've been saying it a million times, if somebody from the other side is going to come forth and make a counterclaim, you just do a simple statement like, are you an attorney? Yes, I am. Well, are you saying that you want this property to be in your possession? Are you claiming that you have a rightful claim to this property? Well, no, the Providence of New Brunswick's Family Service Department will let them come to court and press their claim upon the record. And he'll know that press their claim upon the record means they have to speak. It's like, well, I speak for them. No. You can't speak for some man and saying that he wants to adopt a baby. If he wants to adopt a baby, he better come to court and he better say, he wants a baby. Not just dump a baby on some strange man's doorstep and say, oh, well, the attorney said that you wanted it. I never said I wanted a baby. What? Your attorney said you wanted one. He can't speak for me. Well, if he's got the power of attorney, not when it comes to something like this. No. I don't want this. So you just demand that it's common law, and a common law practice is that somebody's going to make a claim against your claim or make a superior claim or make say that they have a vested interest, like 50-50 with your property. They have to come forth and say it. They can't move an attorney to do it. They're going to have to come forth and speak or forever hold their peace. So I hope that helps a little bit.
Definitely, that'll help us get our claims on the record as well. So, and then we're pretty confident there's not going to be anybody else coming in trying to claim otherwise. So,
okay, there's a man I know on this call. His name is Hale, and he's a sharp kid out from California. And I don't know if he's got any opinions on this, but I see him on a call. So if you'd like to put his 2 cents in, Mr. Hailstone, you're on there if you'd like to say something.
No, I don't really have 2 cents. I'm just kind of interested in trying to get this down a little better. I have kind of been trying to study this common law side and, learning from Bill Thornton and whatnot. So I'm just here to listen and learn.
All right, I've just been impressed. And you press the issues all the time. So I really appreciate that you always volley and I foil and, we duel back and forth, and you hold your own really well, so I appreciate that. So I was just wondering if you had a comment with you.
Well, not with what's going on with this lady. I find what you're doing is very interesting, but with Mel and her traffic ticket, we have a local kid here who's been using, I believe it's 1985 of the California Civil Code on rescinding tickets. She might want to look into that. He simply writes that on a 45-degree angle and uses the same rescission sections from UCC and simply returns it to the clerk of court.
Yeah, but what did you say? Wouldn't your friend believe that the UCC is private law, and wouldn't it be kind of dangerous to practice private law if you don't have permission and you'd be infringing on copyright or trademark standards?
Well, I think I understand what you're saying, but I believe in the context of the way he's using it is they're the ones that are making the offer. And so with their offer, he's using their codes and handing it right back to them.
Well, what I would suggest to him, if this is just something you could throw from me to him, say, this is my belief in how I'm settling off the debt. Not only is this my belief that this is how it's setting off the debt, but I believe it's something comparable to be found on the UCC section, 3 or section 9 was he using? Which one?
Well, see, that's not what he's doing. What he's doing is he's saying that this offer was made under threat and duress, and he's simply returning it because he's not accepting it.
So he's saying it was a dishonorable presentment of him?
Well, not necessarily dishonorable. He's just saying that he's not accepting it. He's not accepting the offer because it was made under threat and duress.
Okay, so he's
for a traffic ticket.
Yeah, so it's basically 3503 he's using. But I'm just saying, whatever he's using, that's fine, that's lovely. Whatever he's relying upon to establish his education, like you are doing, that's great. But don't ever encapsulate their exact codes, because the next thing you know, you go to court the next day and they change them all on you. You got egg on your face because you never know when they're revising the codes. So you use it as an exhibit to attach it to your beliefs, your claim, and then that way, if you get egg on your face because they did it to me one time. It was hysterical what they did to me. They were laughing. How they couldn't spot it, but now I think it's hysterical what they did to me. They changed the codes, and I wrote a beautiful brief. But it had nothing to do with anything I wrote. It's like, oh, you tricky bastard. I'm trying to get it back to somebody who can make a claim that it's property, and without that property being returned, they're going to accrue financial loss. Or
yeah, I understand. That is fairly simple.
Yeah.
But, also what I was looking at is, the court lacked subject matter jurisdiction to begin with because, number one, on these type of charges, they should, and if you watch the paper, you will see that they do, in fact, whenever they charge a licensed agent, doctor, dentist, pharmacist, or veterinarian with these types of charges, the first thing they do is they run them through administrative hearings. Right. Because at the administrative hearings, the first thing they produce is the license that subjects them to that act.
Right.
Of course, these people don't have the license, so they never take you through the administrative side. Then, because they're not exhausting the administrative side, and there is no real party of interest to sign the complaint or the affidavit to support the complaint, because how can an administrative agency of government, the COP, be a real party of interest to sign the complaint to get the grand jury investigation if, in fact, they had a grand jury investigation? In fact, what's funny about his case is the affidavit to support the complaint is not in the docket, and neither is the affidavits or the arrest warrants.
Let's start with the license. The license is a fun one. Is there a way that the United States, is the United States who charged him, was it a federal thing he went under?
It was a state of Arkansas.
Great, a state. Is there somewhere in the state where a schedule, that's probably like a Schedule A drug, whatever they call it, is there somewhere in the state that if you had a license, you could distribute something like that?
Well, that's funny. What the states have done, they've adopted the Uniform Substance Control Act, I believe is what it's called. And within that act, they actually have made a provision that it does not apply to the ultimate users.
I'm saying, just for laughs, just amuse me, because I know the feds do. Do you believe that the state might have a provision in there that if you are a licensed physician or a licensed chemist or a licensed radiologist, for some reason, if you have to have this, in your possession or whatever, that you would be permitted if you had the proper license?
I don't know about the cultivation laws. They were pretty strict on those, so I can't answer that one.
Okay, well, I'm just throwing this out for laughs. It could be we could be widgets we're talking about. It doesn't have to be cannabis. It can just be widgets. And what I'm saying is, could they license something that's unlawful?
Well, that's what they're doing. Yes.
What I'm saying is, well, then if it's licensable, if that's even such a word, well, then it must be lawful as well. So that's why I use the common law all the time. So if a doctor can prescribe it, or a doctor can cultivate it, or a doctor can grow it, or a chemist can manufacture it, if he's had the proper license to do it, then it must be lawful, because the state can't license something that's not lawful. So at one time, it has to be lawful, because they can't license an unlawful act, can they?
Right. I think that's the whole problem there, is that what they've done is they've outlawed the licensing people from being the ones that can cultivate that. That's the whole problem.
You know and I know law is simple. As long as there's no direct harm or loss to a man who can stand in court and make the claim, that is law.
Right. Well, see, this is why I believe that's why they don't bother to attempt to exhaust the administrative remedies, because they cannot bring you in there at the administrative level. So
all I'm trying to say is that if it's lawful, if it's licensable, it's lawful. And the law is simple. As long as he caused no harm or injury and no man has come forward to say that he breached the peace with that man, or that there's or he had a contract saying that he wouldn't do such an act, and now the man has suffered, the other man has accrued a loss or harm, or his property has been damaged, they have no case. So if it could be licensed, it has to be lawful. You can't license an unlawful activity. Can't be done.
Well, on top of that, the legislature never created an act that says the people or the man can't grow this plant.
Whether they did or not, all I'm trying to say is, law is simple. And like I said, I'm not going to repeat it because you know it really well as well. And what I'm trying to do is, because like I said, you seem kind of young, so I believed exactly what you believe. I was so vehement in the belief of codes and acts, and you have no idea. About 2-3 years ago, I was like, oh my God, what a waste of time. Law is so simple. What am I doing? If it can be licensed, it's lawful. The law is, did I hurt anybody when I was doing it? No. then you have no status. You have no standing to bring a complaint before me. I'm going to move a claim now against you as the prosecutor. Are you sure you still want to prosecute me? So that's the whole problem with everybody. They're coming into court as a defendant under a complaint by an act or by a regulation or by a rule or by an ordinance or by a statute, when at all times they always had the law on their side. Did I hurt anybody? No. Well, then I just threw the trump card down on the table and say, hey, that's no fair. We took years developing this chess game against you. It's like, you know what? Laura's checkers. We're going back to checkers. And guess what? You got a chess game going against me. You know what? I like to play chess sometimes. It's fun. But you know what? I think I'm going to lose. So you know what? I'm just going to go over to checkers. And I'm done. 1, 2, 3, I'm done. You going to move? No. Okay. See ya. But it's fun to do what you're doing. I did the same thing for years, played all this acts and legislating, appeal. I wrote briefs. I was wonderful. What a waste of time. Never again. Now everything's simple. But like I said, thank God, man, you're learning. You're doing exactly what I did. I got a mountain of books. I'm going to put it on my website so you can take a look at what I look like. Because when you see what I look like, you're going to be like, oh, my God, this guy looks like a biker. Oh, my God, this guy lives on a mountain. Oh, my God, this guy's got like cattle and, chickens and cats. He's just a Joe Normal. He's not no Yale, Harvard school, graduate. So I say to people, if you see what I look like and you think that I'm a pretty sharp guy, well, you probably say, well, hell, I'm smart. I look smart than that guy. Well, hell, I should be able to figure this out if he could. It sounds pretty simple what he's doing. That's the whole trick. I just went down to being totally simple. I'm tired of wrangling with these attorneys because they're doublespeak and their language is designed to, and like I said, if you ever heard Dean Clifford explain that, he was walking through the hallway one time in court with some lawyer lady, and he had a Black's Law Dictionary. And she said, give me that book. There's no need for you to read that. You're only going to hurt yourself with it. And she was right. Because when you're trying to speak their language, they have such a way to manipulate simple, basic English common words that when you try to master it, as far as they're concerned, you're not a card-carrying Teamster union member. So they're not going to recognize you speaking in their court to begin with. You're not a union member. You're not going to lay a brick. You're not going to drive a truck through this courthouse. You need a Teamster. You need a union card. You need a bar card. You ain't got one. So we're not going to recognize you. So anything that's coming out of your mouth, we're going to take it as common language from like the pigs, from the people. We don't believe that you have the right to even speak in our courts. So thank God we have a common law court in this concept in this country where the common man can speak. And then we, under that Trinity versus Pagliaro, block out the lawyers. And they have no right to move a court or motion a court or motion for summary judgment. They have no right to move a court in common law. And thank God this is not France, because everything I say to you folks would be totally a waste of time, because the code and statute is the superior law, and everybody in that country agrees that we're going to move this way. If the police accuse you of murdering your roommate like Amanda Fox, she has to prove she wasn't in the house. She has to prove she didn't kill it. She has to prove she didn't have no motivation to do it. And she has to prove that there's witnesses to prove that she was not the one killing her roommate. And her family said this is totally upside down from America, where you're presumed innocent until guilty. But under administrative law, like your friend's going through, he has to prove that he's innocent. It's backwards. It's operating like France. Administrative law in this country is like you have to prove you weren't doing 55 miles an hour. This is acting like European code, like Napoleonic code. So when you're moving under code, you have to prove that you're innocent. And it sounds totally backwards to the American concept of, wait a second, you have to prove that by me doing what I did, there's an injured person, or an injured party, or an injured man. Bring it. Oh, no, you just violated this code and we're going to throw the book at you. It's like, no, this ain't France. This ain't France. Back it up. I'm going to take it over to the common law side. And that pisses them off. And everybody tries to say, oh, there's no such thing as common law. I said, well, go to www.uscourts.gov, page 4, about 3/4 of the way down on the right. Angela did that on her show one night. She's like, oh, my God, Carl says right there, all state courts are common law courts. So,
I did that also, right, when you first brought that up, and, and looked at those photos they have on there that they show the tables facing the jury and the judge is up there on the left.
Yeah, and nobody understands this is how this really works. It's truly a tribunal.
So now this lady from Canada, once she does her writ of habeas corpus and it's ignored, what's the next step? You got to do writ of error on whatever the judge is. If the judge goes and brings a ruling or an order.
What she's going to do is she's going to make an order for the return of property. It's simple. And she's going to compare it with writ of habeas corpus, see Exhibit A, and it's going to be attached to the order. And if the judge has no capacity to deny her order, all he can do is look at the other side and say, what say whoever decides to show up on the other side? And they're going to have nothing to say, because then she could use the old, does he have any first-hand, she's going to say, I object, Your Honor, and he's going to say, object to what? Is that a man or woman with any first-hand knowledge or to any capacity to make a claim for that property to be lawfully placed into their possession? And they're going to say, well, under the Canadian code, no, that's a code. I said a lawful claim. I didn't say any Canadian code. By law, by any lawful authority, because this is a common law nation. Because, like I said, she said that she was, they ignored her for the first couple of months, and she was showing me all this paperwork, beautiful paperwork, written in both English and French. It was beautiful. But I said, my God, lady, they're going to laugh at you. And she said, yeah, well, they've been totally ignoring us until we handed them this thing, on Wednesday, and my God, the judge came down and they started talking to us about what we're filing and why. And I said, all you're supposed to do is say, we'll take that into advisement. You never say to the judge, okay, we'll change it. Because then the judge will say, oh, good, these people really don't believe what they believe in. Because when they write something and it's a claim, it's etched in stone, written in stone, you add no word, you take none. And that's an old Bible saying, add no word, take none. And it's written in stone, like the Ten Commandments are written in stone. You can't modify it. It's like, well, the guy said, well, Moses, how about we modify that a little bit? How about that number 6 counts kind of strict? How about it's not that thou shalt not kill. How about we say it's thou shalt not murder? Because sometimes we have to kill. No, it's like, look, I'm not getting into semantics with you. This is my claim. This is the order. This is how it stands. Is anybody going to make against this order, against this commandment? This is what I command. This is what I order. Is there anybody here who believes they have a right to modify my order or have a right to make a claim adjustment here? I'd love to see that. Maybe another woman whose DNA matches mine, but other than that, that's going to be pretty hard to prove that some person has a superior or an equal claim, or any claim, or any vested interest in that property. And like you said, the judge, winches when they say property, because they hate that. Because the judge knows he has no control over property. If you say it's private property, there's nothing to do about it. Once it's been established that it's your property, they no longer have any jurisdiction or control over it for all time. It's done. So, yeah, it should be interesting. Like we want to work with the lady a little bit, and she's still on the phone. Right, Jessica?
Yes, I'm still here.
We think she might pull it off.
We're hoping. I guess we're just kind of sitting now, just to clarify, we want to make sure that we nullify or supersede what the judge has changed on our claim. So how do we go about doing that? Do we write a letter to file with it that, basically says, no, we don't believe that we need to use the word children because it diminishes their capacity, or that, I'm not too sure how to proceed with that one. I just need some clarity.
When you placed a claim before the court, I guess I'm going to have to see what you did. But did you write it as a habeas corpus, or did you just do return of property?
The original one, the one that the judge put his stamp and everything on, but changed our word property to children, that was the habeas corpus motion.
Okay, yeah, because see, that's dangerous. Oh, you understand what motion means now, right, compared to order?
Right. So yeah, now that's how our case has been opened up. It's with this motion.
Since nobody has answered to it yet, you have every right to go back and amend your claim until somebody has answered it. And once somebody answers it, then you have to get leave of court, which means all parties have to agree to your amended claim. But until somebody makes an answer to your claim, you could change it as many times as you want until it's answered.
Okay, so we can make all the changes until someone answers. And if someone does answer, we need to apply for leave of court.
And you'll never get it. Right. Once you make your claim, once you said that they're going to say it costs us $10 million to already prepare a case against her, and it'd be, and for us to our position to let her modify, let her just ride with what what I'm doing is saying you're playing poker, you said you're all in. Either I'm going to get my kids now or never going to get them.
Right.
No more administrative nonsense, no more hearings, no more nothing. We're going right for the trial. We're all in, and this is it. And they're going to say to you, well, are you sure you got $1 million on the table? You could still go home with $1 million and your kids. Do you really want $2 million and your kids? Why don't you cut a deal with us? And you know what? We'll let you take your bet back off the board, and we'll let you have your kids back, but you got to let us come into your house once a year.
No deals on that. So
right. Right, but that's what they're going to try to do. They're saying, are you sure? They're going to try to bluff you. And you got to say, do I think I got a good hand? You know you got 4 aces. There's no hand in poker that's going to be 4 aces. But somehow you might freak out and say, I got 4 aces. Do I really got a good hand? Do I really believe in what I'm doing? And that's what the judges did to you the other day. He was testing you to see if you really believe you got 4 aces, because you got 4 aces. Right. So he said, well, why don't you modify property and make it a child? Just put down a little time log, a little a calendar of events that occurred, and I'll tell you, just try to get through like 5-10 minutes, and I'll say, don't worry about that. Yeah, okay, that happened fine, lovely. That happened lovely, fine. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. And I'll say, stop right there. That's where you messed up. That's where you got to change. That's where you got to go back. So
well, can't we just go forward with the common law with me trying to get it in the common law jurisdiction with a claim? Every
case like yours is the same, and every case like yours is different. So the same advice I'm giving this lady up in New Brunswick, the Jessica lady, it's going to be basically the same advice I'm going to give you. But now you say you have dirty hands because you did something that you shouldn't have done and whatever. So they might have had dirty hands and did something that they shouldn't have done. So if you're coming in with, unless you're coming in squeaky clean with clean hands and you've done nothing wrong, you're Jesus and you walk on water, that's what makes your case specific. You must have did something just a little bit wrong. You messed up somewhere.
Oh, I messed up, but I don't think I did anything wrong. Like I've never injured my kids. I've never abused my kids.
Saying you did something by the way you addressed the court, or the way you presented to the court, or the way you did not hold your court, or the way you became under their jurisdiction and control of their authority. You did something wrong. Somehow
I think the jurisdiction thing is having no idea that I was entering into their jurisdiction, because I never agreed to them remove basically.
You might not believe that you did, but you did.
Oh, I know I did. And that's if that's what you mean by messing up, definitely I messed up.
We're going to have to find out where it was that you gave up the right to your property, exclusive rights of enjoyment to your property, and you allowed somebody other than a jury or God to determine where your property goes. So like I said, see if you can get some sort of paperwork going, see if you could get some sort of, what happened on what day, and I'll tell you that's when it happened. You're going to have to go back. You're going to have to get that void. You're going to have to
get it void. Okay.
Because when you do a void judgment, like a void judgment, I can almost guarantee in every court it's free. To file it, it's free.
Okay.
So that's the first thing. You're going to try to find out where the original judgment came down that somehow interfered with your right to your property.
Right.
That's the one. See, because mine happened on August 24th, 2001, and I was like Exhibit 2. I was like Exhibit B in my lawsuit.
Uh-huh.
That's when they crossed the threshold, and that's when they invoked their jurisdiction in error, when they had no right to do what they did.
Right.
So you got to find
that's where you can. That's the crux of it, where you can say they invoked their jurisdiction in error.
Well, right, where they crossed the line and they interfere with my rights, or they interfere. Well, I say they interfere with my property, which includes your right.
I heard you talk about license before, and that they couldn't license anything that wasn't lawful.
Correct.
And I'm a little confused about that, because according to Black's Law Dictionary, it defines, and even actually the Webster's Dictionary defines license basically. The Black's Law definition basically goes something like, a license is permission issued by a competent authority to do something that would otherwise be unlawful, a trespass, or a tort.
Right. Because they're trying to say that if it's licensed, they can't give you a license to say what Hitler did. He gave all his prison guards the license to kill Jewish women and children. So the prison guards were like, well, at least we got a license to kill. That James Bond kind of guys. It's like, no, you can't just, no matter what the license says to do, if it's unlawful, you can't do it. I don't care what that license says. You've got to use your own common sense to realize, is this license going to cause harm to somebody else? Yes. well, then I can't, this license is ridiculous. So they can't issue a license to something that would be otherwise unlawful. So it has to be lawful to drive. It has to be lawful to transport your body from point A to point B. So then they say, okay, well, we just want to put some sort of regulations or ordinances on your capacity to move, property from point A to point B so you don't cause harm to others in society. So like I said, I really don't have a problem with the licensing process in this country. I really don't, because it's not really too extreme of what they make you hoops to jump through. And, you wouldn't want somebody to just get in an airplane. Well, maybe some people do. Maybe some people are totally Freeman and Montana style and said, yes, if I want to walk to an airport tomorrow, I'm a millionaire. I pay $1 million for an airplane. I'm just going to take off on the runway and go that way. Now you crash into a whole bunch of people's homes and say, well, a man should just be able to pay $1 million, get on an airplane, and go that way. And if he crashes into people's homes and dies, well, hopefully he's got an estate that's going to pay for all the damage. No, to me, that's crazy. I don't want to live in that kind of society. Now, anarchists want that kind of society. Like people like Mark Stevens is like the No State Project. He wants to live in that society. I don't want that kind of society. But if I did, I'd go live on Gilligan's Island or something like that, and everybody could just fly helicopters and airplanes into everybody. It's like, oh, well, we're doing what we want to do over here. So like I said, that's where I showed you folks my website where I live. I live up in the freaking mountains. Like I said, where the U.S. Marshals couldn't even find me. I'm going to put that audio tape between me and the Marshals and my sister on my website so people can tell the truth. Like the Marshals, like, we've been looking for you. We can't find you. Are you going to come in? Are you going to come in? Or do we got to come looking for you? What are you going to do? I'm going to put that on there so you folks could tell. This is the society I chose to live in. I'm in the middle of freaking nowhere. I mean, I couldn't imagine anybody ever asking me to see my driver's license.
I kind of looked at it like a doctor, an MD. He has a license to, my mom's on blood thinner, which is basically rat poisoning. And he has a license where he could give my mom rat poisoning, which could kill her and not go to jail. And but if I gave her rat poisoning and killed her, then I would be a murderer. But I think actually what it really comes down to is consent. Because like I told her, you don't have to go to him. You don't have to consent, because the first day she walked in to get it, he said, Are you ready for your rat poisoning? I said, he just gave you full disclosure. You don't have to consent to it. So actually, I guess if she consented to me to give her rat poisoning and we had a mutual consent, because she has rights to her property of her body and to deal with who she wants to with it, I could give her rat poisoning and not go to jail if she consented to it.
The big thing of it is when you travel, the authority that gives you the right to travel is what people would say is God. The government doesn't give you the authority to travel. God gave you legs. So that's prima facie evidence of proof that we have the right to travel because God gave us legs. That's the authority that proves that we could travel. Now, if we could create a wheel to aid our feet in travel, well, God gave us the capacity to have hands and a mind to imagine and dream of a wheel. That's where we got our authority from. Inherent rights. That God gave us this capacity to do this, we're going to do it. Just like a bird has the right to fly. So for us to just say, well, we're going to disable all birds. We're going to cut their wings off. What right do we have to do that? Well, that's because we got a gun and we could force birds to not fly anymore because we don't like pigeons flying around and pooping on our cars anymore. So they'll live, but, they're going to have to stay in this little designated area that the government provides for them, and the government provide welfare for these pigeons, so they don't cause harm to the people by pooping on people's windows. What gives us really the right to do that to something that God created, and they have the inherent right to be left the hell alone? So that's the way I look at licenses. Who gives you the authority to tell me what to do? You see what I'm saying? It's a private contract, because when people don't understand, there's only 3 rights established in the Constitution, then you had the Bill of Rights, because the people were like, well, they were like, why should we put any more Bill of Rights? It's all there in those 3 rights in the Constitution. But they were like, yeah, but people don't really understand those 3 rights, because the first right is no ex post facto laws could be legislated, which is kind of a silly thing. It's just basically saying there's, if we got caught smoking cigarettes now, it's a death penalty. And ex post facto means like, well, if anybody in the past history of the United States smoked, if they're still alive, we could execute them today because they broke the law. that did not exist back then. That's ex post facto law. The other law is no bill of attainder may be, tendered, which means because your great-grandpappy owed a debt, you can't be held liable or go to jail for what your great-grandpappy did, your parents did. So, and then the only other right that's established in the Constitution is under Article 1, Section 10, which clearly says that the government has no right to interfere with contract. So contract is basically, as soon as you walk out the door and you get in your car, start driving down the road, you're in a social contract. You're in a contract with the people in society. You're not going to drive crazy. You're not going to go zigzag. You're not going to do 90 miles an hour to a school zone. You're not going to scare buzz little old ladies by nailing a horn when she's crossing. There's a social contract going on there. So they basically said the people who wrote the Constitution, it's like, people in the future can't be this stupid that they don't know what a contract is. We already established the right to not interfere with anybody's contract. Anytime they engage within their society, their groups, or their rules of society, they're going to have a social contract. And you're like, well, you know what? People might not be that sharp. They might not realize what a contract is. So why don't we establish some rights and call it a Bill of Rights? So people are like, well, this is stupid. What do you think? People in the future are going to be stupid? And they actually have to be told they have the right to free speech, and they have to have the right to have a gun, and they have the right to be secure in their papers? Are you telling me that they don't understand what, secure, the government has no right to interfere with a contract or engage with private contracts? The government is supposed to be way over here somewhere, and whatever the people do, we're just stuck on some little island in Washington, D.C. We really never going to really engage with these people. What are they afraid of? And they're like, well, eventually maybe they're afraid you're going to grow. And we're like, oh, don't worry, we're not going to grow. We just know all we're supposed to do is provide a military, like a Navy, and all we're supposed to do is provide a uniform currency. That's all the United States is supposed to do. We're going to protect the borders, like with the Navy, and we're going to have control of import-exports like that through the Navy. And we're going to provide a common currency for all the states that, trade, interstate commerce. We're going to make it regulate commerce. Regulate commerce means just to make things run regular, like smoothly. That's the regulation of commerce, just to help them smoothly. So we don't have to go like in Europe. Every time we cross a border, we got to go to check our passport and open a gate and pay this king a tax for bringing his goods through his territory. Then the next king wants something, and the next king wants a kickback. We're just going to leave open borders, and everybody's going to have a free flow of trade. That's all the federal government was supposed to do. It was so freaking tiny when it started, it was scary. So everybody's like, why be afraid? We're so tiny. We're nothing. We're nobody. And then they said, well, why don't we just...
I don't think most people want anarchy. And, of course, I want somebody who's going to fly a plane to be, with my butt in it, to be competent, or, to do something like that, to be, that has, especially to put my life in their hands. I certainly want them to be competent. However, we've gotten to the point, like a license was never intended, for anybody operating outside of commerce. Right. But they've totally gone overboard, and they've crossed the boundaries, and
because
that's why people have a problem.
The easiest way I explain to people is when this country first started. Okay, like the Constitution basically got signed at the end of the 1700s, 1800. Like say 1800, the country signed and started this Constitution. Okay, this country existed since 1500, since like 1492. People started settling. So this country existed for 300 years before the Constitution. Now, people acted a different way 300 years ago. They understood if they owed a debt, they lived in little tiny colonies. And the colonies were separated by, I don't care if it's 3 miles. To go 3 miles through the woods took you a week. So if the colonies are separated, like you look at the old maps, like, wow, these colonies were separated by hundreds of miles. So you understood that when you were inside this little society, into this little communal, like Jesus Christ, communist communal society, everybody had a certain role. Everybody had a certain job. Everybody had a certain duty and obligation. When that church bell rang 3 times, we all knew what to do. 2 times, we all knew what to do. 1 time, we all knew what to do. So if you were the baker in town, and you said, well, look, I broke my leg, and I owe the guy who chops the wood for my bakery a whole bunch of money, and I can't get to work. So I'm just going to ask this man to forgive me of my trespass or forgive me of my debt. See, because the Catholics say, forgive those who trespass against us as I wish those who trespass against me. Now, the King James Version of the Bible, that the Pilgrims and everybody wrote over, say, forgive those that I debt against me as I would wish them to forgive me of my debts. So when you read the Lord's Prayer, of what the Pilgrims brought over here is forgive me of my debt. Because what was happening in England England wouldn't forgive you for 1 penny debt. They'd ship your ass to Australia, Canada, or Alaska. They'd ship your ass all over the world to pay back that penny, which made no sense. But it was a good way to get you in debtor's prison and become slaves, to go pay off that 1 penny debt. So when they came over here to this country, it's like, no. If somebody says, please forgive me my debt, you have to forgive them. You have no choice, because we depend on that baker. We depend on that log splitter guy. But if you owed money to that log splitter guy and you had the capacity to pay it, and you just said, you know what, I don't want to pay him. You know what? Nobody's going to give you flour to bake your bread. Nobody's going to give you, the whole community is going to turn their back on you because you're not an honorable person. You're not honoring your debt. You're not keeping your end of the bargain. Like I said, even like, say, like a Gilligan's Island. Mr. Howell might have been a billionaire, but he still washed dishes on Gilligan's Island. And women are like, look, if you want to eat tonight, billionaire, your money ain't no good here. You get off your lazy ass and work like everybody else. That's what the Pilgrims had to deal with. Everybody had to do what they had to do. Nowadays, if you screw your neighbor, you just don't talk to them anymore. Nowadays, if you don't pay off Macy's, you just go buy your stuff at JCPenney's.
Well, that brings up something that I wanted to talk to you about, too, because on Angela's show, I was telling the story of how I had a surgery, and when I went into the checkup visit, the paper said, because I believe, that I have a right to contract and to negotiate a contract, and on the paper, it said, you agree to pay all fees due in 30 days. And I just lined through that and initialed it, and I consider that a negotiation to a contract. Number one, because I don't know what the fee is. For instance, I train dogs. If you brought me your dog, Carl, to work with, and I said, and I didn't tell you how much I was going to charge you, I just said, leave it with me for 30 days, and I'll give you the bill and the dog back at the end of 30 days. You would never agree to something like that. Number one, as far as this medical goes, I don't have insurance. I don't take any kind of welfare or food stamps or unemployment. I work for everything I have, and I think it's only, I can't afford to pay for a $34 aspirin.
Yeah,
which is what they're going to charge somebody with insurance.
What I'm saying is this a hospital bill you're talking about that you're trying to settle or discharge or whatever? Is this a hospital bill you're talking about?
No. Well, it was a doctor's, it was after the surgery, the checkup visit, and I went, and it was a paper I had to fill out before I saw him, and so I did, and it was just a line on that paper that said, you agree to pay all charges at the end of 30 days, and I'm thinking, number one, I don't know what the charges are, I didn't say I ain't going to pay nobody. Yeah. But I also told them when I went in the hospital, I don't have insurance and I don't have, income, right. And so that's just the way it is. I ain't trying to screw nobody. Like I said, I don't take nothing from nobody. I've been in business for, working with people for 30 years face to face, and I've done it on a handshake, and they give me cash, and that's how much they trust me because I do try to be honorable. Right. But I didn't think it would be prudent of me to sign a piece of paper from a doctor's office that says I'm going to guarantee to pay whatever you ask of me, which I don't know what it is, within 30 days. I think that would be foolish.
So what's the question? What's the question?
Well, because when I told that story, when I told that on Angela's show, you made the comment, "Oh, karma, boy," like I was trying to get out of paying a bill, and I wanted. I'm glad I had the opportunity to explain to you further that was not my intention at all to get out of paying a bill. I was trying to negotiate a contract.
If somebody tendered you a service and you believe that he was overcharging you, let's say he wanted $10,000 for an aspirin, you said, that's totally ridiculous. I know how much it cost you. It cost you $1. Okay, you had to go to medical school. Okay, you have to pay for all these people. Okay, you have to pay for the air conditioning. You have to pay for the building. You have to pay for your home. You have to pay for your kids. You have to pay for your wife. Okay, I understand that $1 pill could be worth about $50. Okay, that makes sense. But $10,000, no, that's totally ridiculous. I'm not paying for this freaking hospital, But I understand why you had to bill me such a what it seems like an extraordinary amount for an aspirin, but people don't put it into all the other costs for the guy to diagnose it, all you really needed was an aspirin. All you needed was penicillin. So penicillin only cost 2 pennies for a gallon of penicillin. But to go in there and be diagnosed and to save your skin from rotting off your face was a 2-cent worth of remedy. Say, well, hell, why should I pay you $500 when the penicillin you gave me only cost $2? It's like, well, that's because there's a lot more services that went behind that other than just giving you 2 cents worth of penicillin to cure you. So I don't know if that's what you were saying, like you felt that was extraordinary, exorbitant because all he gave you was an aspirin. You know, if that's what
I'm saying, most everyone knows how inflated, charges at the hospital are.
After I told you why, because it's a huge operating cost. Could you imagine running a building that big? My cousin owns a hospital with her husband. Could you imagine what it must cost them to build that building and invest in that building and get all the permits and the electricity and the contractors and all the nonsense they had to do to keep up with standards of communities and federal standards?
Well, then, maybe the pharmaceutical companies should put more into them because they're making $80 billion.
My cousin
$100 billion a year.
All right, my cousin and her husband decided to make their own little hospital. There you go. They did the Yankee Doodle private person way. Now, are you trying to say a mega corporation should tell her what kind of hospital she should make?
No, absolutely not. I'm all for
maybe they don't use pharmaceutical remedies. Maybe they use herbal.
Then
I don't know what kind of hospital. All I'm saying is, if you go to her hospital and she just goes click, click, twist your neck, it's like, oh my God, what a miracle work. It's like, yeah, all you had, it was a little bursitis. And, we just go click, click, and you get your husband to do this from now on for the next 2-3 weeks, you'll be good to go. That'll be $500. They're like, what? That's crazy. Okay, it's like me guys teaching you this law stuff. For me to do, like my mom, when she filled out one thing, she wanted one order to stay in a child procedure. Every time that guy wrote one piece of paper for her, he charged her $3,500. And it was all copy and paste of this guy. It was all there, standard forms. All he did was put her name, his name, and send it to the clerk of the court. He got $3,500 from my mom. So this advice I'm giving you guys, should I say, okay, look, any lawyer would charge you $3,500. How much money you guys want to give me? And then I'll give you guys advice. How would you like to do this? So you got to understand there's a lot of operating costs. And what you guys just say, well, that was an easy call. Is that all you did? One sentence done? Yeah, one sentence done. Well, hell, you just sued and got $1 million. Thanks, Carl. Yeah, bye-bye. Oh, did you forget to give me the guy who helped you? Yeah, you forgot. See, this is what I'm trying to say. There's always hidden costs in the services. And everybody's just like, well, that's ridiculous. We should get it for free. Well, this ain't Europe. We don't get things for free. This ain't a communist state. This is America, and people want to be compensated for an investment. And they got stockholders, and the stockholders invested into those hospitals, and they want a dividend every year. They want that hospital to turn a profit. Well, they're going to take their money out and invest it in another hospital that's going to turn a profit. It's America.
Right, and how they turn a profit? By sick people. That's part of the problem. If they quit making us sick, the same people that are building the hospitals, we wouldn't need such big hospitals and big fancy things. Like you say, your sister, she probably don't have no big fancy building or anything, and people think she's a miracle worker. Because it don't take a bunch of patented chemical stuff that they got people on, the stuff in the water and all that. They make people sick.
Like I said, man, that's it. Well, see, you know my website. It's broadmind.org. You see, my water comes straight out of a mountain. So, and my food comes right out of the cattle that walk past my front door. So nobody gives me poison water. I got fresh air. Nobody lives within a mile of me. I have cattle. I got my own food, my own water. And who's poisoning me now? It's if you choose to live that style, that's your choice. I choose to live my style. Nobody's putting a gun to your head and saying to you to drink that dirty water. Move up here in the mountains. There's plenty of them. Believe me. You want to put up a little home? Hey, God bless you, man. Hello, neighbor.
Well, I guess we can all move to the mountains, or like you said, we can all start changing the minds of the people who live around. So that we don't have to pick up and all move to the mountains. That I was born. I was born where I live here, and I love it just probably as much as you love the mountains.
It's all give and
I don't feel like I should let somebody come in and act like they're.
It's all give and take. It's all give and take. What do you choose to do? It's all up to you. When you step out of the floor on the bed that morning, everything that happens once their feet hit that floor, it's all your fault. So until people start to understand, when as soon as you wake up and you choose to put those feet on the floor, everything is all on you. And until people understand that concept, people are going to be miserable. It's all on you. You make a left, you make a right. You sleep in, you just fall asleep until you die. Do you not get up and start with it? What do you want to do? It's all on you. And people always want to blame somebody else. And me, I don't blame anybody. I love everything that's ever happened to me. Everything's been a wonderful learning experience. They said, oh, but they took your kid. Hey, it got me closer to God. Oh, my God, I was such a lucky guy. They didn't understand for years why I was never getting upset that they took my kid. It's like, you're not normal. You're not natural. I said, God's got a reason for doing this to me. I don't know. I'm pretty well pissed off at God right now. Yeah, I'm a little upset. I kind of got to calm down every now and then in my mind, but it's not what your people doing. Why is God putting me through this? Why am I? Why am I the one that you chose to do this to? Why? But I'm sure there's a good reason. Maybe I'm supposed to get on a talk show call and start helping a lot of people someday, because you know what? Honestly, I want to be in the mountains and a million miles away from everybody, and I don't want to help anybody. I just want to be left alone. But for some reason, this got dumped in my lap, and now I'm helping like thousands of people. Maybe that's what I was meant to do. That's why you go through what you're going through. You're going to grow.
Well, I don't disagree with that.
Well,
you better hope we don't all pick up and start moving to the mountains, because then you won't be living a mile away from anybody else. They'll be breathing right down your neck.
I'll find someplace else. Believe me, I'll keep going until I'm happy, knowing that where I am, nobody could bother me and I can be left alone. But like I said, it's choice. Personal choices. I lived in Las Vegas. I was born in Brooklyn. You know I'm from New York. You can tell my accent. And if I get really upset, you could really hear my accent come really hard through this phone call. I am from New York City. Look at my birth certificate. It's on the website. It's on PASA. It's in the federal court. It says exactly where I was born, New York City. And we moved out to a chicken farm. And then we moved out to cattle in Virginia. And then they turned to goats. And now I'm living up in the mountains. But I did live in Vegas. I did live down in Jacksonville. I did live in Birmingham. I've lived in cities at times just to make money, enough money so I could get the hell out of there. I put my time in, and now I'm going to go in the mountains and get away from everything. That's my personal choice.
I agree. I lived in a city till I could get back out on the farm. I grew up on the farm, and I live on a farm now, and I don't live in the mountains. You know, my neighbors ain't quite a mile away from me, but
it's all personal. As soon as you guys realize, man, it's all on you. And you can't blame nobody because it's funny. This poor guy, Greg from Chicago, he's finally laughing his ass off every time talking to me instead of screaming at me because he's understanding why I'm saying this. He's like, oh, my God, you're absolutely right. I see what he's saying. So it's my fault I got married. It's my fault I had kids. Nobody forced me to have sex with that woman. Nobody told me I had to go to work. Nobody told me to leave home. Nobody told me. He's like, I see what he's saying. He said, you're right. It's all me. He said, that's right. He said, it's all you. Now he starts laughing. Now life gets a lot easier when you can start going back in your life and say, well, who told me to pick the cute guy instead of the rich guy? Who told me to pick the football star instead of picking the nerd? Who told me to pick this guy? And then that's what I wound up with. Like some poor lady on Thursday call, she said that to me. I said, well, on your poster and your wall, because she was like 50 years old in your bedroom, did you have Richie Cunningham or did you have Fonzie hanging on the back of your door? And she said, well, I had David Cassidy. I said, oh, so you had the first metrosexual on your door. So you're saying you got 4 teenage boys and you're afraid they're going to turn gay. What turned you on when you were 12, 13 years old? A metrosexual boy. He looked like a girl, didn't he? And she started laughing. She's like, why do you think your boys are looking like girls? Because teenage girls are attracted to metrosexual boys. They'll get out of it. Don't worry about it, ma'am. I'm sure David Cassidy turned out just fine. I said, I'm sure your kid will turn out just fine. So she's like, well, I know I want him to wear a bow tie and glasses, and I want him to wear a suit and tie and and Spanx and whatever they call those, she wants to dress him up like a little nerd. It's like your kid wants to get laid. What do you think he's doing this for? Because he's got hormones going on. He wants to date. He wants to be popular. This is simple stuff. The same reason why you picked your husband, because you said, well, my husband turned out to be a really horrible man because he doesn't believe like you do, Carl, where men should just give the women the children and the men should just go out and sail around the world and send the money back home if they can't get along with the wife. He thought that he took me to court. He got all 4 of my boys now, and I can't even see him for the rest of my life. That's the Manitoba lady that Tom's talking about. I said, ma'am, who did you pick to be your husband? Did you pick a cute guy? Or did you pick a guy who looks like me, a Neanderthal-looking caveman type, and knew how to be a man and knew the rules? Or did you just go with a cute guy who put hippie beads on and smoked pot and danced around with you? I said, I never danced in my life. I have no earrings. I got no tattoos. I don't want nothing with that nonsense. Just I said, you were obviously attracted to a guy like that. Now you pay the piper. That's what happens. You called the dance. You called the tune. Now you don't want to live with your decision. Now you're trying to blame everybody. Man, you need to look in the mirror. So it's funny. She kind of actually, she wrote me an email. She said, I never had Fonzie on the back of my door in my bedroom. She sent me an email a while ago. I just laughed. I was like, the lady doesn't get it. It's like a joke. What was you attracted to, and now where did you wind up in life? You're going to have to look and see where did you decide to go when you stepped out, when you were an adult. You took that first step out that door and you made a left instead of making a right-hand turn. And your whole world turned in a whole different direction. That's what I said to my dad, before he passed away. I said, once I became an adult, every minute after that, it was all on me. I said, God bless you, buddy, because you taught me a lot.
In a claim in the federal district court, I reference two different orders. Do I need to have them both up front, or can I wait for the one for the damages until after the 21 days is up and they don't respond?
Okay, say that one more time. You have two claims in federal district court?
One claim with two orders. One would be a cease and desist order from further trespass until the claim is solved, and the other one would be for the damages. So my question is, I know we need the cease and desist order to go in with the summons and the initial claim so it can be served to the wrongdoer respondent. Is it okay to wait for the damages order until the 21 days is up, or do I need to do it up at the same time as the first order?
Okay, this is kind of vague. I'm trying to catch on real quick. Are you the claimant? Are you the one making a claim? File the claim in the district court?
I would be the one making the claim.
Okay, and what is the claim basically about? What is it? What is the trespass? What did they do?
They're trying to take our home.
Okay, so what's the trespass?
And so we are claiming we have ownership with actually three other court processes.
It has to be a trespass. What is the nature? What's the nature of a trespass? What's the characteristic of the trespass? When you wrote the caption, you wrote like the United States District Court of Central Missouri, whatever. You put your name and the other people's name on the left. You put those funny lines in the middle, and the caption's on the right. And you wrote a trespass, and you wrote colon. What is the characteristic of the trespass? How did you define trespass?
It's trespass upon claimant's rights, personal property, and land.
So that's what you did. Well, okay, that's pretty long. How did you stylize it again on the front cover?
Declaration of wrongs, trespass upon claimant's rights, personal property, and land.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to say, I try to tell people, just say, you're administrating my property without right. Or just like administrating with property. I'm just trying to make it really simple. The administration of property without right. I kind of see where you're going with that. Okay, and did you go through the private process first? Did you exhaust all kinds of administration?
I've been through many private processes, three different foreign judgments, you might say. So I've been putting in because of the full faith and credit in honoring other processes, other court processes, which they have not.
Right.
And then it is a simple one-page claim, which I did fax to you because I'd made a.
What I'm saying is, where did they get the judgment to take your land property, this long title thing that they did to you? What was this title land, whatever you said? Where did they get the judgment that they gives them the capacity now to move on your land and take your land? Where did they get it?
In a justice court through an unlawful detainer, which is a wrong process to. It stylizes us, characterizes us as tenants. And
did you just make a simple one-sentence order to that court, wherever you got? I couldn't really understand the name of the court. and just say that the order there is a void judgment?
I have tried that. This judge, I need to disqualify him. Now he's coming after us for, he just issued an order for show cause and possible imposition of sanctions. He's refused my trial by jury, which I've paid for. I need to disqualify him. That was going to be my other question. For incompetence.
I'm just going to make up a name of a court because I really couldn't hear what you were saying. I'm just going to say the District Court of St. Louis, Missouri. So this District Court of St. Louis, Missouri, whatever it was, they gave a judgment to the other side to take your whatever they took away from you. They wanted to take something from you. So you got a warrant in debt or wrongful detainment or something like that. You got some sort of a judgment that you don't believe is accurate.
And I have refuted it, disputed it, all of those things. They still have the sheriff come and throw us out.
Okay. What I'm trying to say, did you file? All I'm saying is, did you file a void judgment? Did you just file in that the judgment is void? Did you just write did you just do a simple void judgment claim?
Not that simple. I did say the claim. I did make a claim recently, and he's saying actually the judge is saying that they're frivolous, and that's why I've got to disqualify.
What I'm trying to say is all you have to do is, like I said, that Richard Cornsworth puts on that great video about void judgments, and he made it very simple and very clear that you could walk into any 99. He basically said 100% of all the summary judgments or judgments that are gotten by an attorney over a man are void on their face because the attorney for the corporation, the attorney for the bank, has no first-hand knowledge and was not allowed to notice the court, motion the court, present evidence to the court, wasn't allowed to do anything in front of the court unless it was a competent witness who had first-hand testimony and could testify under oath of affirmation that they knew what they were moving before the court was true. Now, an attorney can't testify that anything he presents to the court was true for the name of Bank of America or anybody. They can't do it. So did you ever, I think I probably said that to everybody a million times, did you watch Richard Cornsworth's videos on YouTube?
No, I did not.
Have to watch those. I think it's on the second video. It's 3 videos. I think it's 45 minutes long. It's going to be, I think, around the 50-minute mark on the second, like you watched all of them. It's like a 5-minute mark in the second video. The first one is kind of boring a little bit. Richard Cornsworth is a man from Oklahoma. He's a nice man, beautiful voice, nice and lovely and laid-back guy. So it's not a hard video to watch, but he's going to read the whole entire Trinzi versus Pagliaro case of 1964. So when you see these 2 other people, a woman and a man, stand up and they read the whole entire case, you can fast forward through it. Just fast forward to that whole thing. So 30 minutes of that, just blow right through it because it's just going to confuse you. And then when Richard comes back and he starts describing what did you people notice in the Supreme Court's ruling, in their opinion, in Trinzi versus Pagliaro. And everybody in the class says, we have no clue because you bored us to death for 30 minutes reading the whole damn Supreme Court case. So he said, let me make it simple then. No attorney can come forth unless under oath of affirmation to move any evidence, produce any documents, show any evidence, show any bills, show anything before this court, motion the court, move the court, ask the court for judgment, unless they have first-hand knowledge that anything on that piece of paper is accurate and true. Did they produce those? Did they write those numbers out themselves? No. Did they write those? No. They didn't do anything. They didn't do any of those things themselves. So this is where Greg and I try to talk to you folks about this is where you could use the common law to take over their side. And you don't have to go into federal court over this. You just have to go back to the original court, the original jurisdiction who created this judgment against you and just say that it is a void judgment due to what the Supreme Court ruled in Trinzi versus Pagliaro. And that's basically it. It's basically a one-sentence thing that you have to say, that no attorney is allowed to present any evidence, come forth unless you have first-hand knowledge, and somehow this court ignored that simple rule. Either they ignored that simple rule is because you failed to object.
Actually, I did bring this up before, and the judge ignored it. He has, this particular judge is obviously...
The judge would ignore it. The judge will ignore it.
I actually, this attorney has no standing or status here. Where's his authority? He can't speak.
The judge will ignore it if you come in as a defendant.
Okay, so I have to turn around and make the claim. I've done that. I just did this. I did a claim in that court this last week, and he's trying to put it back over on the dead court side as opposed to the common law side, because I've asked for the trial by jury, I've paid for it, and he's essentially refusing it.
You don't need a trial by jury to move a void judgment before the court. You just have to basically say that you moved an error, and if you don't remove this error, it's going to cause me harm, financial loss, damages, and you're going to be held liable, because I am throwing your own law back into your face, into your court. Now, Judge, it's a hot potato. What are you going to do with this? Now the law is brought into your attention. Are you going to ignore the simple law? Are you going to ignore the simple facts? Are you just going to throw it all out and just make believe it didn't exist? Well, like I said to you folks, you've got to be careful, because when you're dealing with a mortgage company or a credit card company like that, you've already established the law in that contract. So you could try to use it, Trinzi versus Pagliaro, but the judge will say, no. The rules of the law are established in that contract between you and the credit card company. You reduced your status to act as a pro se. So you're on the level of the attorney for the credit card company. You're all on the same equal playing field right now.
No,
so
I didn't reduce my status to pro se, but no, because I'm
they might not have thought you did a status of pro se, but I bet that this whole entire time, when they got the judgment against you, you were always coming in as a defendant.
That is correct. But now I've turned around and made the claim, and he's saying these are frivolous, and he's doing this order for show cause and possible imposition of sanctions.
What I'm saying is because, like I said, my whole entire lawsuit was shorter than your opening trespass.
Okay.
My whole lawsuit is like, I claim the wrongdoers do a trespass upon my property. That's it. I'm done. That's my lawsuit. And I'm done. Your opening, just the opening document on the cover was longer than my whole entire lawsuit. Like if you listen to the lady from Canada when I said when the state took province took her children, I just said I, the Philly name, his name was Jessica something. I claim the trespassers do a trespass against my property, upon my property, and that was it. The other side knows what they did wrong. They know that they took the children. They know why they're engaged with Jessica. They know why Jessica is talking to them. It has something to do with children. The bank knows why you're suing them, because it has something to do with land or property or something. You don't have to put all this nonsense into your claims and your complaints and your lawsuits. You just say, I claim that Capital One do trespass upon my person. That's your whole entire lawsuit. And I guarantee your lawsuit says a lot more than that. Your title said more than that. Because anything else other than that is frivolous. Nobody needs to hear any of this other nonsense in there. If you want to attach everything else as an exhibit, you just go right ahead and put 9,000 pages of an exhibit in. That's fine. But your lawsuit, your claim better be like one sentence long. That's all they want to see. Everything else is frivolous. You want to make everything else an exhibit? Lovely. But they're not going to take 30 pages, 90 pages, 900 pages of a lawsuit. They're not going to do it.
I do 2-page stuff, so I don't do long stuff.
I guarantee if it's more than one sentence, it's one sentence more too long. It's too long. There's no reason to make it more than one sentence. Are you claiming they did you wrong?
Yes.
That's all you need to say. Everything else attached to an exhibit.
And keep it in the lower justice court. Don't take it to the federal district.
Just take it back to the court of original jurisdiction. Say that judgment is void. It's a void judgment. It's not the judgment is void. It's a void judgment. A void judgment is different than a judgment is void.